Okay, real-time IRL, that's on. All right, then we go to Twitch. And then we tuck all of our cords in because we're just sagging, letting it all hang loose right now. Come on, get in there, but don't bend the cords, otherwise things might go wonky. We don't want things going wonky, we want things to be not wonky. Hey manager, hey T, how's it going? Don't worry about what I was talking about, no worries. All right, so we're in the middle of the cemetery. Because believe it or not, this ended up being the safest spot to stop and try to figure things out before we went going. No wonky in the graveyard, lol. So many trains here, there's so many things going on. La Junta's kind of a busy little place. I found out it's Spanish for the junction, by the way, that's what it means. Okay. You, real-time IRL changed their font, also you're offline. I shouldn't be Danger Trader, it might just take a second to activate, but it's the real-time is definitely pinging. Let me check the date, the title here. 118, Ziggy's the best. Yeah, that checks out. Very good, sweet. All right, so we have a 73-mile stretch here between the subway I just stopped at this morning and the next subway in Wallensburg, or I made up a name, Wallens something, Walla Walking Free. So we're gonna go. There's a notification. Hey Ziggy, how's it going? You stayed in the cemetery. I did not, no, but the cemetery is used as a cut through to try to avoid a very dangerous path of road that's to our left right now. I stayed in the Econo Lodge, the cheapest of the hotels in the area. Hey Aaron, how's it going? Which story you guys want to hear? The story about how I was bamboozled by a bartender in Los Animas? That's Richard looking. Well, hey Tiny Smalls, how's it going? Alright. I'm a little nervous. All the stories, I think that's really the only one. Aside from walking yesterday. Yesterday was just brutal in the hills. We finally hit the hills of Colorado and the dunes and everything like that, but the landscape made a drastic change and it was a brutal fight. But the day before that, the day that we went out drinking, so anyway, I was walking through Los Animas. I already put like 19 miles in on the day, and I was like, I could really go for a beer. So it was like 2:30, the bar didn't open up until 3, so I just kind of like found a park bench and sat there and waited for half an hour for the bar to finally open up. When it did, I went in, I was like, sweet, can I have a Coors Banquet on draft, please? Because they didn't have any IPA options. She was like, sure thing, that'll be $2.50. So I had like $4 and ones in my pocket, so I pulled out the $4, I gave it to her, and I was like, there you go, I'm a high roller, keep the change. Also, I've never had a beer as cheap as a $2.50 beer on draft. But anyway, I see dead people, how's it going, guys? I drink my beer, and I'm like, that was so good, I could go for a second one. Except I didn't have any more ones anymore. I didn't have any smaller denominations cash, so I didn't have any way to pay for it. So I ordered the beer, she brings it to me, I give her my card, and she goes, oh, there's a $10 minimum here on the card. You're gonna have to order at least $10 worth of drinks before I can charge the card. So I went, well, I don't have any other way to pay for it, so time to muscle in there and get me 4 or 5 more drinks. So needless to say, I had like 5 or 6 drinks before I left the bar in order to be able to pay off the tab. And then I had to put in another couple of miles to get like over 20. So I was just kind of like tipsily walking down the street while posting it to you guys in Discord, just having a fun time. And then turns out when I drink, I get a lot less picky about the spots I choose for my tent setup. And I just kind of like found a lavender field and just like plopped the tarp down right on top of the lavender flowers and slept on a bed of lavender, which was really nice. Coors is worse than drinking puddle water on the highway. Coors in Colorado is supposed to be special because that's where it's brewed. No baby chickens, no baby chickens, no. Woody's in Kirksville had $1 hair beers on Tuesdays when I was there. That's so cool. I've never had a $2.50 beer in my life. I'm so used to paying $8 for a beer. Like, what's going on, Massachusetts? What's up with your beer premiums? Why is beer so expensive? Oh. But anyway, the other thing, just so you guys know, we are totally walking in the wrong direction right now, by the way. We're supposed to be headed down 10 to get to Wallen's Burger, Walla Walla Walkin' Free. But, taking a look at the map, we're staying on 10 the entire way to Walla Walla Walkin' Free. And there is not a single store on there or anywhere available to get water. So, now we have to walk back into La Junta here, the wrong direction, to get ourselves some water. Working some poor farmer's lavender. It wasn't a. It was a wild lavender field. It was not a. It was not a farmed lavender. But it was pretty close to some horses, and I woke up to the sound of a rooster and horses neighing. It was a good time though. Why are we on the wrong side of the road? Because trying to cross this busy street would be very dangerous, and the sidewalk is right up here, right ahead of us. We just have to get to the, I forget what this gas station is called, Load of Chug or something, Load and Chug, Chug and Load, Chug and Jug, something like that. All right. Whew. Pueblo, Colorado is a nice city. We're not going to make it up to Pueblo, unfortunately, but I do hear nice things about Pueblo. Ew, a broken jar of creamy peanut butter on the side of the road. All right. Now we push the button to get to the Chug and Jug. Yeah. Accepted our job offer yesterday, so much paperwork help. Hey Sean, congratulations on the new job, man, that's awesome. Is there a challenge today? These miles count as negative miles. You would owe us. The charity would have to pay out to you guys. Whoa. Nah, it's only about 1 mile backwards to the nearest place we can grab water. You say Chug and Load? Something like that. So yeah. Pueblo. Try Pueblo. No wonder it was sauced. Are you okay, hold on, Danger Tater. Are you gonna sit there and you're gonna tell me, honestly, as a living person, as a human being that is in fact alive, that you prefer crunchy peanut butter to creamy peanut butter? Madam. What's the weather like today? Yeah, you know, just like the weather is every other day. Low 90s, walking in the heat, and high elevation means extra UV exposure. And I haven't put sunblock on yet, so thanks for saying that, because I completely forgot. Also, thanks, Mom, for the subscription. Like both crunchy and creamy? Crunchy PB, no, creamy is the way to go. Creamy is the only way to go. I don't want to bite into a PB&J sandwich and hear a crunch. Hey, Pookie, how's it going? Oh, goodness. Oh, that's what it's called. Not Load and Chug, it's Loaf and Chug. What a weird name for a gas station. Time to see if we can fit as much water as we're gonna buy into this here, what do you call this, baby stroller, carriage, pram. All I know is it's like a 73-mile stretch, well 74, 75 now that we have to walk a mile backwards and back. But I'm gonna try to do the 75-mile stretch into Walla Walla Walkin' Free in 3 days. So we'll see if we can do it. It's 25 miles per day though, which means like really 27 miles per day. That's a lot of walking. That's a lot of walking. Footlong party, get a footlong $5.99 at participating Subways. Nice. lie across the street here. Ugh. Oh, gross. It's Nestle water. I don't think I want to buy Nestle water. Let's see if they got anything else inside. Hold on. How's it going? Alright, I'll leave you guys here for a second. Hold on.
Thank you.
Oh God. Alright. I'm trying to carry too many things at once. Alright. Now I gotta find a way to fit this into my pack here. It's a busy gas station. Well, that almost worked. Break all of my chips. Look at that. Like a baby. Squeeze it in. Suck it in, Mr. Wilson. Let's go. We can make the dress fit. Something tells me he is going to pull to the left like crazy now. Alright, sorry I missed all the questions. What's going on? Looking slim like my bank account after inflation low. Hey, Shakedown Cheeks, how's it going? Where's our electrolytes? I had Gatorade this morning. What movie are you watching, Lowell? Not enough for 3-4 days. That was a 2.5 gallon jug. Plus I have a gallon and a half in my patch and everything else. So it should definitely be enough for the next 3 days. Just saying. Plugging in some solar panels. Will I need them at night? No. The kid knows. Get an extra lunch on. Push through with more weight. Very skinny these days. He knows how to make me crazy. Alright. Let's get to it. Oh my God, it's so heavy on the left side now. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's alright. That just means it has more momentum. More momentum, I mean. It makes us an unstoppable force. Try to get in our way. Alright. Now we are back on track. Unfortunately, Sonodot, no. We went to the La Junta subway this morning to load up on all the stuff we're going to need for the next 3 to 4 days. It was a rather big order, and there was not great service inside of the subway itself, so I couldn't stream it. But I got myself a breakfast Sammy and about 6 subs to get us through the next 3 days here, so we should be good. Plus I got about 10 bags of chips, so we're doing good. For all the years with the boys, is it really that hard to make anymore? Breakfast sandwich 2 for? What? It was a Mexicali, it wasn't even really a breakfast sandwich. But it was good. He doesn't love us. Oh, that's not true, Danger Tater. The service was just so bad in that subway. They built them like concrete bunkers. Astra54, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, and welcome to the walk. Whereabouts you at? Asteria View FU, we were in La Junta, Colorado. But we're leaving on Route 10, headed for Wally Wally Walkin' Free, or whatever the name of the town is. Oof. Loaf and chug, wrong way. Are you taking 6th Street back to 10 or the way you came? I'm gonna go the way I came, but I think there's an even shorter way, T, that I can take cutting through that cemetery. So we're gonna try doing that and see if it works. And if not, we're just gonna have to fight our way over some railroad tracks and hope we don't die. The sign just said 2 for with nothing. I'll follow it. Lol. That's the idea, Ziggy. They make the deal seem like it's a good deal, seem really, really big, just to draw you in, and then there's nothing there for you. They hit you with. Wow, that truck is loud. When North so it will survive thanks to being concrete bunkers, they might, Derp Dog. Like, I might actually think about running to my nearest subway in the event of a nuclear holocaust. Hope we don't die, what a motto. Words to live by, Gecko Jeeper. I mean, what you got to think about it. What's the opposite, right? Hope that you do die? I don't want to do that. Stills confidence and assurance all the way. Nice. Sonic drinks more liquids. Mama wants you to fill up on ocean water from Oh god, I haven't been actually, funnily enough, the last time I went to a Sonic, I didn't order food, but I was in Colorado. That's funny. They don't have many of those back home. Go to the left of that fence, follow the sidewalk. That's the plan, T. That's the plan. I tried to do this yesterday, but I got scared when I saw that it turns left and doesn't go through the railway. So I ended up staying on 50 all the way to my hotel. But then I saw when I got up a little bit farther that it actually goes underneath the railroad tracks in a little bit, so that's what I'm going for. Yeah, Walsenburg, that's the name of the town. It's not Wally Wally Walkin' Free. Too much water, too much sodium, just electrolytes. But I wanted to be a super painful just so I know the back the next time. I don't think I want that, Dirt Dog. I don't think I want that. All right. Also, straight up spilled Sprite all over Mr. Wilson yesterday. I went to the subway up there at the like end of the day yesterday when I was cooling things down, and I got a large soda, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna refill this thing for my hotel room. And so I was carrying the large soda Sprite and just like trying to work Wilson through the doors of the hotel, which are always jagged and hard to get through. Ended up just covering him in Sprite. Rushed to get my encoder out of the way so it didn't get wet, and yeah, it was a good time. It's obvious, like I'm on fire, being eaten by a shark. Interesting. Also, real quick, Zadagas, Ruben, GKS, Grobian, and AFOG, thank you guys very much for the follows. Appreciate it, appreciate all of you, and welcome to the walk. See what we can do here. A little zigging, a little zagging, make it work. All right. Also, just another piece, a little something going on. There is a thorn in my right sock up by my big toe that is just stabbing me in the foot. And I took my sock off like 8 times this morning trying to find it and get it out of there, and I could not find it. So we're just gonna ride the struggle bus today. I just pocked my neck in the most satisfying way that made me get rid of my headache. Guess it was a tension headache. Ooh. I'm walking across the country right now eating nothing but food at a Subway, yeah. Hey, that guy asked if we were selling Subway. Interesting. Well, glad to hear you're feeling better, Ziggy. All right. This car go. Let that car go. How's it going? What is happening? Not selling out here because we like friends looking us. No, he didn't. He did not danger tater. He was just like, as soon as I said no, I wasn't selling it, he was like, all set. All right, bye. He wants the Subway, can't blame him. Lol. I know, but like at this point, guys, I'm only like half a mile away from the Subway. Like you could just drive to the Subway if you really wanted one. Be a terrible location for peddling Sammy's. Mini food truck. Whew. I'm not gonna lie, it kind of feels like it, guys. This added weight from the water is like, it's a lot of added weight. Did you really think you were a mobile Subway seller? I guess so, Junior Andrews, I guess so. And he was disappointed when we said we weren't. Can you tell your stories again after 4 p.m? I'm busy with work. Yeah, no worries. If we're still alive, we'll tell him again, give it a fly. Hey, Rick, how's it going? You've walked 1,200 miles since I met you. Amazing trip. Yeah, man. We're doing good. We're doing good. Well, I gotta check the map real quick and just make sure this road goes straight through. Kinda, sort of. I don't think I want to take this turn. I don't want to take this turn. I just want to stay on that road. Okay. No dogs allowed? No, I don't want to take this turn. I just want to stay on that road. If there were mobile Subway sellers with portable toasters, I'd keep that person in business. Actually, I probably would too, dog. I can't even say anything. That person would literally make a living if he just followed me on this trip. Unfortunately, T, that road goes through the cemetery. It'll get you to the other side. But the other side has a fence on it. You gotta walk all the way backwards to get to it. But if I stay on this road, it'll veer into 10 and should work out just fine. Looks like dirt driveway at the end. Oh. Oh. All right, I guess I should have just listened to T. The dog's in cemetery. Imagine your dog on someone's grave. Yep. Define good and use Sean in the sentence I challenge you. Whoa. All right, well, hopefully, I know I'm saying this in Colorado just before the Rockies, but hopefully there's not too many uphills because this pack is heavy. This is a junkyard with some old trucks. Cool. Cemeteries are for dead people. You're alive, right? Only on the outside, derp dog. Only on the outside. Only physically speaking. Oh, God. Better be able to come visit me anytime. Teach people not to leave. Lol. Sean is good and right this time. I couldn't see the fence on my map. Oh, nice. Oh, sweet. Hey, I was right. That doesn't happen often. Tap a chat, you'll see the row, past and future. Did I miss a message? Oh, I don't think so. Did that hurt to admit? We did it. Whew. Oh, it's too late. It's already gone way up to my head. All right. So used to fessing up low. It's not that often for Sean to be right. Yeah, exactly. I'll take it. Twitter friend notification from Danny DeVito, who I don't follow. I'd rather, I mean, I click that. I kind of feels like maybe you should follow Danny DeVito than Ziggy. He's a pretty great guy. The butterflies, yay. Jonago, the butterflies have been crazy. Wait until we're walking on a highway and they're literally just flying in front of you in like packs of thousands all day long. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. The only problem is that unfortunately when you see the big like semi trucks come by, their grills are like filled with them and it's terrible. That's where you started and where you've been. Sorry, Joseph, I missed that, but we started in Boston, Massachusetts, and we've walked all the way to La Junta, California, or Colorado from there, sorry. We're headed to Santa Monica, California. Whew. Thanks, Chinago. Spiel? Yeah, okay. I can give a mini spiel anyway. So we're walking across the entire continental United States of America from Boston, Massachusetts to the Santa Monica Pier in California. A trip that's going to span over 3,000 miles, take us anywhere from 5 to 6 months to complete. And we're doing it eating nothing but food that you can buy at a Subway restaurant chain in partnership with the charity organization called Big City Mountaineers, which is a charity that brings kids and adolescents from disinvested communities out on adventures in nature in the wilderness. Spills at the top of the hour for all the deets. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Gecko. That's just a mini one. Hip with the new lingos. I like it, man. I like it. Very informative. God, this whole road is uphill. I need to start pounding down water just to like get rid of the extra weight. My goodness. Oof. Deep voice doggo. Sorry, I didn't mean to sneeze at you. That wasn't a friendly thing to do. But you're a nice doggo. Hey, Nisio, how's it going? Sun says deep breathing, not too early. Hello. And thank you. Hey, Tiger Time. Have you seen houses or places during your walk? Lots of stuff that American Pickers would stop at? Okay, so interesting question for you to ask, Tiger Time. Sounds like a beast of a pup. He was a cool dude. There's a story for that. I was walking through the city of St. Joseph in Missouri, right? On the very western edges of Missouri. It was like the end of the day and I needed to get a certain amount of mileage in order to get to the next Subway before it closed so that I could have food to eat for dinner. So I'm running through the city of St. Joseph. Anyway, I see a guy on a walker coming out of his like house apartment thing. And he says something to me, asks me, you know, oh, what am I doing with that big baby stroller? So I stopped thinking, okay, I'm gonna have a little conversation with him, give him the spiel, tell him what I'm doing. Anyway, this guy ends up being a guy named Greg Filardo, whose big claim to fame was the fact that he was on an episode of American Pickers. And he was very, very excited to go through and show me his entire door hinge collection, to show me an entire booklet of eBay documents that he had printed out of another friend of his doorknob collection, to show me an entire real estate book's worth of listings of old and historical houses on the map of St. Joseph. And just go and go and go. Tell me about his entire religious philosophy. He held me up there for like an hour, making me really late to get to the Subway. And then on top of that, right after I finished talking to him, I ran over some glass or something like that on the road, popped all 3 tires on my baby stroller here, and had to stop on the side of the road to fix 3 flat tires in order to try to get to a Subway before it closed. I was only able to fix 2 of them before I had to run on the last flat tire, and I got there with 5 minutes to spare, and it was horrible. Anyway, I'm really out of breath, guys. Whew. How have you been? How do you know? What's the story? A little, just after we left for home. Yep. I think he knows him. He just raided him at the end of the stream once. Yeah. He knows the stream, yeah. Kid slashed and popped 3 tires and no. But anyway, the moral of the story was, Oh yeah, while I was fixing those 3 tires, we got stopped by another guy who wanted to describe to me all of his religious beliefs, and the fact that he was a reborn Christian, and the fact that he's upset with his ex-wife because his ex-wife divorced him because she caught him cheating on him, but now he's reborn, so she should just get over it and forgive him. And I had a hard time empathizing with that man, so it is what it is. Stone Gun got 3 flats the same day. Yep. You see the jet? I'm too busy heavy breathing, Ziggy, I'm gonna be honest. Hey Eddie, how's the walk going this morning? So far, so good. We had to go backwards a little bit to get some supplies because we got a big 73-mile stretch here between subways, actually between town civilization in general. Route 10 has nothing on it once you leave La Junta, and until you get Wally Wally walking free. How many cats have you seen on the stream? Not too many, Nisio, actually. Probably like maybe 10 total on the entire trek. But those cats tend to like to stay hidden. They're cool cats. Whereas the dogs make their presence known. They'll bark at you. Oh my goodness. This is a workout today, guys. This is good. I like it. Good for the calves. Good for the muscles. How many dogs? Let's see. We just had a dog go. How many did it say? 133 dogs, apparently. How do you rate this water tower? I kind of like it, actually. I like the, it reminds me of like a 1950s sci-fi-esque kind of thing, like something you'd see in a comic book from the 1950s. Kind of looks like the Adam Cloud recreation. I give that one a 9 out of 10 for beautiful reflectiveness. $133 dogs. Tiger time. We've only been stopped by police officers 9 times so far on this trip, I think. How do you rate the sky right now? Oof, good question. All right, it's got some art going on with the clouds. It's not just pure blue. 7 out of 10 for this sky. I've seen better, but I've seen a lot worse. Water tower OP, lol. That would lower the rating significantly. So much potential to make it golf ball on a tee. I'm actually kind of with Danger Tater. I kind of hate golfing, so I think that would lower it. It's a giant golf ball sitting on a tee. Lol. Now I'm with you on this one, Danger Tater. I have been beaten into hating golf by the fact that my dad, one of my brothers, and my best friend all love golf, and they continually try to bring me out golfing, an event that I do not like to do. So now I have grown to hate it. Thunderstorm would rate 10 out of 10 sky. I don't know about that, Derp Dog. Did you hydrate this hour? Yeah. Whew. So we just went into a convenience store and picked up a big 2.5 gallon of water jug thing. We also just picked up 6 subs, 10 bags of chips. So basically what I'm trying to tell you is that this baby stroller right now is super heavy. And Colorado is all uphill until you get to the peak of the Rockies. So we're just walking uphill with a heavy load and making us breathe heavy. But Derp Dog, let me tell you, the thunderstorms that you get out west, man, are like, oh my God, they're scary compared to the ones we get back home. Like the Massachusetts East Coast thunderstorms, yeah, you get some thunder, you get some lightning, but none of them have ever been as powerful as the thunder and booms that I've heard out here. Plus the wind across these plains, man, carries like nobody's business. They're actually kind of horrifying. The beach tower in Gaffney, South Carolina on 85 is the best water tower. I'd agree with that, Danger here. Yeah. Drinking while you play, that enhances the experience. Lol. About 10 gallons of water. It's a bit of a workout, man. It's a bit of a workout. You count your weight now and after the walk? Yeah, so at the start of the walk in ECO, I weighed 213.8 pounds, I think. I haven't weighed myself since Cleveland, but in Cleveland I was 184.6, I think, 0.2, something like that. So we had lost almost 30 pounds in 31 days. And we're just gonna have to see what we weigh when we get to Santa Monica, man. But I imagine we're gonna lose a lot of weight. For some wicked storms here. Florida is weird because you get like one thunderstorm a day every day from like 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, and then it's just like done. It's a weird place weather-wise, but I kind of like it. At least you know every day that the day is going to cool down around 2 to 4. Whew. I don't know, Nisio. Don't get me wrong, I was a little bit pudgy when I left, man. I definitely had some weight to lose for sure. But I don't know if I had as much weight as what I'm losing on this. I might come out of this looking a little emaciated. 1 gallon of water weighs 8 pounds, so you added 20 pounds of weight. Yeah, that's just in the water. That's not even counting the sandwiches. Whew. Plus all the other water that I got at the Subway. So like another gallon to that. I roughly added like 40, 50 pounds, probably 40 pounds to this stroller setup. How much kilometers on average you walk a day? I don't know in kilometers, Joseph, but I walk roughly 24 miles per day. Anywhere from 20 to 30. Most I've ever done is 30.66, but on average it's like 24. A handful of times I've had the hair on my arm stand up when lightning is going to hit close. Always a creepy feeling. I haven't experienced that, Wreck-It Rob, but the scariest part for me, to be honest with you, is the wind in those thunder and lightning storms. Because generally I'm facing them in a tent and a sleeping bag, right? And I have to set the tent up in the tree line. Otherwise I risk the tent getting struck by lightning. So now I just have to basically pray that no limbs break off and just squash me in my sleep. It's pretty horrifying. Do we start ending weight pool, $100 per guest? Half goes to winners, half to charity. That's a pretty cool idea. I like that, Gecko. Raken, thank you so much for the 100 bits, man. That is awesome of you. Sign says you're going the wrong way. Yeah, you're probably right. La Junta is around 4,000 foot in elevation. Walsenburg is around, oh, okay. So over the course of 3 days, we're just gonna rise up 2,000 feet in elevation. That sounds easy. I'm assuming that you can get reception out there. Looks remote. Well, we're just leaving a big city right now, La Junta, and it's getting remote pretty quick. And I don't know how well the service is going to hold up, but hopefully it holds up well. How's the video coming going? No overheat damage? No, thankfully, or I don't know if it's thankfully, but the bottleneck heat-wise in our setup tends to be the hotspots. They're the ones that overheat first, and the hotspots are built in with heat protection. So when they shut off, we just know that we have to stop running everything. Also, there is no shoulder on this road. That's awesome. Get on your hands and knees when that happens. Whoa. 25 miles, 40 kilometers, so that is, yeah. Forgot to look right at the junkyard a minute back. Oh. If it makes you feel better, I didn't see anything of interest. Wait, they just have like a swinging banner here that they can use to close this road down? Why would they be closing this road down? Is this one of those roads that like becomes dangerous to pass in the winter? What is happening? I'm scared. Don't snow on me, it's August. Oh God. Earlier when you were going the wrong way, there were no signs, but now that you were going the right way, the sign says that you're going the wrong way. It's the universe trying to trip me up, Principal Matthew. They're always after me. Look at that angel in the sky. If you think you're about to be stuck, you're supposed to get on your hands and knees so lightning goes through your limbs to the ground and not your heart. That makes sense to me. That math checks out. When they do the nuclear tests, not until we hit Nevada. But then since we're walking like right through the southern part of Nevada, we're gonna be walking right through like nuclear test site. Any rattlesnakes or bears yet? No bears, but I've seen quite a few dead rattlesnakes, which is horrifying, by the way. It scares me to my core. I walk so far away from the grass line because I'm afraid something's just gonna jump out at me. And yesterday rather, I had to go to the bathroom and I had to leave the safety of the roadway and walk through some of this tall grass, and it was just like heart-wrenching, man. Watch out there, road in front of you. Lol. That's okay, I like the road in front of me. I get along with the road. It's the rattlesnakes I don't get along with. I really do not want to get bitten by a snake. There are not a lot of things that could end this trip, because I think I would basically walk through anything. I think Not that I want to test it, but I think I could break a leg right now. And I just think I would throw a crutch under my arm and continue trying to go. But if a rattlesnake bit me, I am done for. It's like a girl's dream landscape on the side of the highways. Lol. What is killing the rattlesnakes? Mostly cars. I see them on the road when they were crossing. I thought if going to hit you by lightning, you were supposed to... Hold on. Bend over and grab your ankle so you kiss your butt goodbye. Lol. If you walked here during the winter, that'd be a cold shoulder. Yeah, lol. Love it, Sean. Love that energy. Humans have 2 of everything except the most important, heart and brain. Makes no dang sense. Also, a lot of human organs can regenerate themselves. Like the liver can regenerate from like as small as a third of itself all the way back up to a full liver. Why can't my heart regenerate? Raccoons, snakes, wild hedgehogs. I've seen plenty of raccoons. So many raccoons. Mostly in Missouri, but not a lot since then. Broken leg, get one of them one-legged scooters. Oh, Gecko, you're right. That would be awesome. I have broken my legs more times than I can count, man, and I have never once in my life actually been able to use one of those scooters. I never offered it. Good luck, Mr. Liver. Lol. Pier 51 is about 200 miles north from where you will be walking through Nevada. All right, so a short little jaunt. That have neither a heart or a brain. Lol. My heart is 3 sizes too small. What are you, the Grinch who stole Christmas? Oh man, all right. Whew, all right. Look at that. It tops out here and then there's a little dip. We'll take that, a little break from the uphill. Are you walking towards a subway at least? Kind of, sort of, Nicio. We're walking towards a subway, but that subway happens to be 75 miles away. So, I mean, we're trying. Beep, beep. This stream is the embodiment of that one Stephen Wright joke. Anywhere's walking distance if you've got the time. I haven't heard that joke, but I love it. It's very true. Listen, Sean, I was like, I've never been to Santa Monica before, right? I kind of want to see what California has to offer, what's going on over there. Los Angeles, I've heard good things. But gas is so expensive right now, and coming out of COVID, the cost of flights is through the roof. Only one way to get there. Time to start hoofing it. Yeah. One American flag. This guy's got a lot going on. He's got like 2 radio towers and a cell tower in his backyard. He is the master of the radio waves. 70 miles, 75 miles to the next subway. I take it you're carrying jerky subway again. Yeah, but the goal, Sean, is to not use it. I'm gonna try. I got 6 subs. 6 subs will get me through 3 days if I go down to 2 subs a day. Right? I'm gonna try to do like 25 miles per day so that I can get there in 3 days, which is the maximum amount of time that I will hold on to a sub for. After 3 days, I don't trust it, it starts going bad. So hopefully we can just put in the extra work and get there in 3 days so we don't have to resort to the jerky. Rattlesnake attack would be easier to recover from. They'd take you to the hospital for antivenom and you'd be out the same day. Well, only if you can recognize the snake, the type of snake that bit you, man. Like, I'm pretty good survivalist wise, but I am not from this area and I do not know the species of snakes that live here. You'd be a good actor when someone tells you to break a leg. You already had the experience doing that. Lol. Oh, I got a crazy story from when I was a kid, Principal Matthew. It's kind of horrible. I don't even know if I should tell it. But anyway, my mom really wanted us, my elder brother Jacob and myself, to experience the theater, to get some culture in us as a child. And my dad is not generally a person that enjoys those kinds of cultural experiences, but my mom thought it was an important thing. So Boston University was putting on a performance of Fame, the musical. And my mom was like, I need to take my kids to go see Fame, the musical. So my mom asked my dad to take my 2 younger brothers, the twins who were too young at the time, and watch them while she took us to go do that. Well, my dad was at work and work ended up running late and he had to bail. Because of that, it took her a while to find someone else to cover for my dad watching my 2 younger brothers. So anyway, she ended up finding something and we ended up showing up to the play Fame at, I don't remember what they call it, halftime. the break that they take when they're halfway through the play. We got there just before that, and there was an actor that was set to go on stage playing one of the lead roles that somehow, in some way, in the main lobby just before the break started, intermission started, had broken his leg, just like right there. And that's what my brother and I walked into. That was my experience with the theater, was walking into a fully grown man on the ground screaming his head off in intense pain after breaking a leg doing who knows what. That was crazy. And then we went in and we just like watched his understudy take over and continue the rest of the play, which didn't mean anything to us because we hadn't seen the main actor. So watching the understudy, we thought he was the main actor. Anyway, crazy times, crazy times. Craziest place you've slept. I've slept in some crazy places. My favorite in ECO was probably, there was a railroad bridge going through a field, and the bridge went over a place where the field dipped, and they had a bunch of like pilings there that were holding the bridge up. So I had a hammock at the time, and I just roped the hammock between the two pilings and slept right underneath the railroad bridge. That was pretty fun. Subject in the last 2 days, I guess, if there's not much sauce. Yeah, so I just got chicken and bacon, just meat and bread. Hey, Shot in the Dark, how's it going? Let's not get bitten by a snake. I agree. I was at Goodwill store yesterday and saw an album called Sounds Wasps Make. I was like, I need to hear this, so I paid the quarter. I got it home after listening for about 5 minutes. I was thinking it's something like wasp. When I looked at the recording, I realized my mistake. I was playing the B-side. Lol. Where is the next subway? 75 miles down the road. Hey Marge, how's it going? Snakebite, don't go, let's set it up. Lol. I like theater, just not musicals. Waiting for the what's a record questions. How can you walk more with less energy? It didn't work. North Shore Theater, not BU. Oh, my bad. I was too young to remember. Hey, good stuff, Spud. How's it going? He took the break a leg too literally. That's what happened, Principal Matthew. And it was his ankle, not a leg. Oh, the ankle's part of the leg. But how can you walk farther with less energy? You take longer. That's the question. That's the answer. What's the most frequent question you've gotten? I'm new here, what are you doing? It's probably the most frequent question asked. I also get asked a lot about what type of shoes I'm wearing. I think that's about it. Are you nuts? Yeah, I get that one a lot. You're right, Gecko. Are you insane? Are you crazy? I get that one asked like 3 times a day by Horizontal Bop alone. Just saying. What's your favorite sandwich? I get that one all the time. Chicken bacon ranch melt. Delicious. I like that question though, Nisio. The coolest place I've slept. I had to think about that one for a second. Or the strangest place I've slept. I like that one. My least favorite that I slept in was like back in Kansas. I literally just had to plop up in the middle of a plowed wheat field, just like 100 feet away from the highway, because it was too late in the day and there was nothing around. And I did not like that one bit. He's wearing foot-long rolls. Lol. Did you get extra cookies and chips at least? Yes, I got 10 bags of chips. No cookies though. They didn't have any cookies this morning. What's your least favorite sandwich? Tuna meatball. Is the nickname for Massachusetts accurate? This dude is crazy. Hey, Horizontal Bop, just talking about you. And yeah, it's pretty accurate. Massachusetts, that's about right. Is this your final form? No, Nasala. My final form will be much skinnier and more anemic looking. Ooh. Very accurate. Definitely not the highest tax state by far. No, actually, I think that goes to either California or Hawaii. I know Hawaii is the state with the highest standard of living cost. It costs more to live in Hawaii than anywhere else in the US. For obvious reasons. That sounds like a disaster. Oh, it was, Sean. It was. Tuna meatball just sounds so wet and messy. It was. And what's worse is they made me eat it on an artisanal flatbread, which is just like a flat piece of bread that does not sop up any of the wetness at all. It just allows the wetness to slide around. It was gross. Tuna, pickles, and pineapple sub coming your way. That actually, honestly, Derp Dog, doesn't sound that bad. But we do tax everything. Yep. Real quickly, if Massachusetts has a 6.25% state sales tax rate and does not levy local sales tax, Massachusetts tax system ranks 34th overall in our 2022 state business tax climate. Yes, Chart in the Dark, but that's only accounting for sales tax. you have to account for every other tax that they can add on. So if you're going to a place where you're eating out, there's a preparations tax. If you're, you got your property tax at home, there's just taxes on everything. Then on top of that, they have tolls on the side of the road, which are generally in most states meant to take the place of taxes. It's pretty crazy. It's a lot of money. Just a meatball sub with grated parm and spinach. It's so good, Nicio. Just a regular meatball is fine. Just leave the tuna off of it. Doritos nacho subs, white bread, Doritos layered, shredded cheese, chicken, jalapenos toasted. Danger Tater, man, you have a very creative mind. I'm not sure, I don't know if that sounds awful or delicious, but it's somewhere in between. Now banana peppers and you've got heartburn, lol. New Hampshire taxes in other ways, and you are way more likely to get a speeding ticket or some other fee. That's true. Levy is pronounced levy. Levy, how are you pronouncing it? And it's cold there while I live there. In Massachusetts, some of the best school systems in the world, some of the best medical care in the world. And a lot of opportunity for work, a lot of jobs available. Problem is you gotta get a job that pays enough to actually help you afford to live there, and that's where the discrepancy is. How do you deal with going through toll rolls? New Hampshire pays more for real estate and luxury tax or whatever it's called when you order prepared food. The preparation tax, I hate it. But yeah, New Hampshire does pay more for property tax, but they also don't have to pay sales tax on literally anything, which is great. And their business taxes are lower, so you can operate a small business in New Hampshire for much lower costs than you can in Massachusetts. Won't get enough points in time, so I'll post some ideas to others. Danger Tater, I'll try my best, man. We'll up the rate of streams. We'll stay on longer. I don't know. We'll do something. I want to get you the points again. I like your sandwiches. We'll tax your brain. Lol. Are you limited to subs or can you have wraps too? Anything you can buy at a Subway, Sean. I can have wraps, I can have anything. Bunch of nut jobs right there. Yeah, believe it or not, Horizontal Bot Man, I heard this one guy from Massachusetts said this, man. He's walking across the entire country eating nothing but food that he can buy at a Subway restaurant chain to help like some kids or something. What a wacko. From New Hampshire, as soon as I could move out of there, I did say no to the winter. I love New Hampshire, man. And hey, Derek East, how's it going? Highest income tax rates, California, Hawaii, New Jersey, Oregon, Minnesota, New York, Vermont, and Iowa. That's good. Massachusetts didn't make the list on that one. And I will say Massachusetts state income tax is not too bad. Not too bad at all. It's definitely a lot worse. I mean, it's not like New Hampshire or Florida where they don't even have an income tax, but it's good stuff. If I ever get to 100K points, I might have you try the wrap I typically get from Subway. Do it up, Sean. I'm absolutely down. Yes, New Jersey sucks. Lol. Listen, I lived in New Jersey for about a year, Nicio, when I was working down there. I gotta tell you, I wasn't a huge fan of the people. Wasn't a huge fan of a lot of the things in the state. But you guys have some of the best food I've ever had in my entire life. Like, hands down. There was a deli that I went to every day for lunch when I was working in one area in New Jersey. I can't even remember the name of the deli, but it was in Florham Park, New Jersey. And I just got like a sausage and pepper sub, and it was so good, man. I literally still have dreams about it to this day. That was surprising, yeah. My local sub menu has veggie patties now. Is this common? Can we be adding these 750 calories veggie patties to your sub? First of all, I have not seen them, Danger Tater, but if I do, I am definitely getting them, man. That sounds like an awesome calorie pack. That sounds like exactly what I need on this trip. Got good cheesesteaks too. That's more southern Jersey. I was more of a northern Jersey boy. I lived in Edison, New Jersey, and Florham Park, New Jersey. The two places. 6 months each. We have pretty low taxes in Missouri because voters apparently want. Yep. I always fall asleep while watching your stream. That's nice, Derek East. I've been told I have a soothing voice, if not one that just goes a mile a minute. Pizza, really, really good pizza. There are vegetable subs in Canada. Nice. New Jersey, you can't pump your own gas, which is nice when it's freezing out. Believe it or not, Derp Dog, but that was one of the most successful economic endeavors that a state has ever taken, by the way. It was New Jersey requiring an attendant to pump gas for everyone, it created a lot of jobs across the state, which was pretty crazy and weird how it worked out. For business, yes, mass is not the best, but the other side is that being an employee, mass has more protections. I'm not trying to defend my great state, I am just stating the facts. Mass has great economic opportunity and has it all: mountains, oceans, farm, woods, and all for far less than California. Hey, don't get me wrong, Shot in the Dark, that's my home state too, man. I love Massachusetts, I'm with it. Absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. No wonder you got out, Edison. Hold on, I gotta... Yeah, I was working down there, Horizontal Bot. I was building solar fields. One in a business property near Florham Park and one in a business property in Edison. I also did one in Newark and one down in South Jersey. I forget the name. West Deptford, I think. But I have some experience all over Jersey, for sure. The roads are also hilly and they make it difficult for people to walk across the street. And Missouri was fun. Hey, Battle Mech Warrior, great to see you're fine and your feet still carrying you. Keep up the faith. You give us so much joy to all of us. Hey, man, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And you know me, we're just gonna keep on walking until we hit that Pacific Ocean, man. Why does a bald-headed man have no use for keys? Because he lost his locks. Lol. It wasn't even a thing that was crude. Why did I stop reading it? It got political. I have to avoid political topics, Iggy, unfortunately. Doesn't the attendant thing create a wait at a gas station? Yeah, it can. But generally there's enough gas stations that you can just like go to the one across the street or something. It doesn't actually create that much of a backup. People ever tip the attendants? That's a good question, Derp Dog. I never did, so I hope that you're not supposed to, because my bad. Will you pose with mile 69 sign? I tried to pose with the mile 420 marker on Highway 50, but it just wasn't there. Also, I just saw a lizard on the side of the road. I would have gotten it on camera for you guys, but it scurried into the grass. I'm here and there. Hope you're feeling better today. Yeah. I don't tip the attendants. I find they prefer to stay standing upright. Fair enough. Anyone heard how Slammer is doing? He showed up. He popped in for a little bit on the last time we streamed Gecko, and he let us know that he was still in the ER, still in the hospital, but hoping to get out within the next couple of days. So that's the last I heard from him a couple days back. Watch out for the rattlesnakes. Are they common in Colorado? I've seen a couple of them, Battle Mech Warrior, a couple of dead ones. I have not seen any living ones yet, thank God, and I don't want to. Because I do not want to have to fight for a camping spot against rattlesnakes. I feel like I would lose. They do mile 419.9 in places. I know, I would have taken a picture with that one too, Dangerous Hitter, but on 5400 they just got rid of the sign altogether. Didn't even think about that being political, sorry. No worries, Ziggy. Ziggy, man, you guys can say whatever you want to in this chat, man. Don't apologize for that. I just can't read it, that's all. But it's fine to say. You have opinions, everyone's got opinions, whatever. I spent a few nights in Edison. I lived in Linden, New Jersey for 6 months. I think Mass is a lot like New Jersey. The armpit of Jersey is where I lived. It's where all the oil and gas terminals are. I worked for a mobile oil company, corporate for a while. Okay. So without getting into too much detail about where I worked, I said Newark, New Jersey. Didn't actually work in Newark. I worked in Linden, just outside of Newark, for a conglomeration of a couple of different oil companies, without stating which ones exactly. So I know exactly the area that you're talking about, and might I say, Short in the Dark, that some of the best Dominican food I've ever had was right in that area, right in Linden, New Jersey. So good, so good. Like oxtail stew was so good. ER still. He had to have a bone removed from his intestines as well. Yep. Let the snake into the tent and share some Subway. You'll make a friend for life. One thing I'm actually worried about, Derp Dog, is setting up my tent at night, and when I wake up in the morning, opening up my tent to leave and pack everything up, and finding a snake underneath my my tent footprint, underneath my tent. Kind of horrifying. Nice road, awful sun. Yeah. The thing about being higher in elevation, Harrison Jace, is the higher you are, the higher the UV penetration is. So we're just getting hit by a lot of UV rays. It's a good thing I only have a history of melanoma in my family. Good stuff. Hey, Jake's Craft, how's it going, man? What's Dominican food like? A lot of rices, a lot of stews. Like I said, my favorite Dominican dish is oxtail stew, and it's literally they take like a piece of vertebrae that they got from an ox, generally towards the tail part of it, and they have meat and bone marrow in there, and they throw that into a broth. Usually, I think it's chicken broth with a couple of different vegetables and rices, and they cook it all up. And it's kind of hard to eat, to be honest with you, because trying to eat something off of a bone that's in a soup, like you're gonna get dirty, but it's delicious. Lots of butterflies there? Yeah, they're all over the place. Like I said, it's really, really depressing though when you see a semi come by and it's just got a whole bunch of dead butterflies in the grill. Gross. How many hotels have you been to since the walk? 36 now, I believe. 36 nights in a hotel. Not 36 different hotels, 36 nights spent in a hotel out of the 116 nights that we've been on the road. Time for my noontime workout, then Star Trek. Nice. Have fun, Sean. I got COVID today, at least tested me today. Even I haven't felt so good the last days, so I'm relaxing now. Home now with stream and some good food. How are you today? I'm doing great, man. Sorry to hear that you're not feeling so great. Hope you get better soon, man. Get some of that oxtail soup we were just talking about. It's good. Soup's good for when you feel bad. I check the tent before taking it down. Hopefully any critters under it will leave. Yeah, the problem is if they leave towards me, and I don't want to fight a rattlesnake. No meditation today? Is your hammock from home on its way? No, Principal Matthew, I haven't had it mailed out yet. I don't think it's worth having it mailed out, unfortunately, because once we get through the Rockies, which I wouldn't get it until I was halfway through the Rockies anyway, it's all desert from there, man, and there's nowhere to hang a hammock in the desert. No meditation workout is low. Does UV pierce through white clothing? It can, yeah. Well, no, actually, hold on. White's the one that it reflects. It's black clothing that it can pierce through because the black tends to absorb the color rays. How many hotels are you trying to stay at? Oh, I don't know, Anicio. Originally, I was just trying to stay in as little as possible, but that was when I was paying for food as well. Now that I'm not paying for food, I was able to take my food budget and put it towards my hotel budget, so I have a lot more leniency. Hopefully I'm ready to work again on Monday. I'll keep my fingers crossed for you, Jegs. And hey, Bert, how's it going, man? Not the purple demon again. Do you have a tent and a hammock? Now I just have the tent. I had a hammock, but there was one day in ECL I was resting. I had to take off the middle of the day from like noon to 5 because it was 102 degrees, 104 degrees that day. So I was resting in some trees. And I guess I was moving around a little too much in the hammock, and I split it right down the middle and just immediately fell and dropped to the ground. In the Mojave, you might be able to hang a hammock by 2 Joshua trees. Oh, maybe. Oh, also, by the way, I took a while and I was looking over my my blue binder here, and I was mistaken when I gave you guys distances before. So we do have 3 long treks in between subways left on this trip, but they're not as small as I thought they were. There's a 130-mile one, that's the smallest. Then there's a 152 and a 156-mile one. In the Mojave Desert, it's actually the 152-mile. The 156 is in the Arizona desert. Did you work near Trimley Point in Linden? That's where the mobile terminal, be careful what you say about politics. Sorry. Talking about having to be careful what you say about politics. I was 22 and my boss, some massive dudes that didn't want to hear the opinion. Some college kids. Lol. You should see the nightmarish things has come up with. You'd be begging for the dancing man. They've been pretty great. I've been enjoying that so much, Danger Tater, by the way. I don't know. I gotta like get to a spot with reliable internet and like on an off day, just be able to run through it and upload them all. It's so hard to upload them otherwise. What's floating around there, butterflies? Yeah, there's so many butterflies, Bert. As a solar expert, what is your opinion on a good home system? So I gotta preface this by saying that I install commercial grade systems, so very large systems, not residential. But there's a couple of factors that you have to think about when trying to decide whether or not a residential system is good for you. Generally, it's do you have southern facing exposure? If you don't, it's really not worth it. The climate that you're in, so I think you're in Rhode Island now, right, Gecko? Rhode Island's probably pretty good. Try to keep the snow off in the wintertime and they'll produce more. but it's the winter time, so there's less daylight anyway, so your winter production goes down. Where you really don't want to build a residential system is in places like Utah, where it gets too hot for it to be worthwhile because the system will overheat before it actually produces. Which is not good. But for you, Gecko, as long as you have southern exposure, probably a good way to go. Did you see your colorful extreme close-up, Sean? I've been traumatized. I did. It was awesome, T. Eastern Connecticut. Okay. Yeah, no, that's probably pretty good. Around like Warwick, around that area. Yeah, it's probably Warwick is still. I gotta get out of Rhode Island. Whew. But yeah, that'll probably work. All my jokes are good. The B-side joke was so good, my friend is going to say it to his coworkers. Lol. Once you finish your journey and become the new footlong man, undoing the dark curse of you who should not be named, what kind of personal footlong would you make for a menu? If I could have my way, Harrison Jace, I would make a Thanksgiving sandwich with turkey, mashed potatoes, and gravy. If I could like add food to the menu, like that would be my sub. Snow tube panels will be covered. Actually, believe it or not, Derp Dog, but while the panels are taking in the photovoltaic rays, they're building up a lot of heat on their surface, which actually makes it hard for snow to stay on them. So generally they clear snow on themselves pretty well, unless you have like a 2-foot snowstorm. Then you're not gonna get enough to actually have them clear themselves. Whew. But usually they'll clear off on their own. Silver weighting is an issue. I would think that the more equals sun equals better. It's not the panels themselves that overheat. There's a microchip on the back of the panels that can overheat, but generally the thing that overheats first is what you call the inverter. So when the way solar panels work is they produce electricity in DC, and then you use a machine called an inverter, which changes it from DC to AC, the current. And if that system overheats and your panels are no longer to convert from DC to AC, you will no longer feed into the grid. So you won't be producing. Whew. Near water, so less snow here, I'm told. Yeah, that's usually right. Have you seen any wild turbines around there all the time, Marge? Not so many in Colorado, but Kansas was full of them. And cranberry sauce. Not sure on that one. I could get behind turkey stuffing and cranberry. Have you ever had a Thanksgiving with a Thanksgiving sandwich with mashed potatoes and gravy on it, man? It is so good, Bert. Turkey, Lay's, potato chips, mayo, barbecue sauce, gross. Good sub idea, Sean. T, that one was mine. Your idea is the meal subs. I'll give you that. That's something like that called a gobbler sandwich at Wawa gas. Oh, Wawa was also good. Not as good as that other deli, but Wawa was pretty good. So many butterflies. I know, I feel like a Disney princess, Marge. I feel so pretty. For houses, they also want shingle roofs, so you can't have metal. Yeah, they're worried about what's called arcing if you have metal on. Arcing is, electricity is constantly trying to find its way to ground. And if it finds a short between one of the wires and a metal roof, it'll jump to the metal roof. And when it jumps, it creates an electric bolt called an arc that can cause fires. There was a big problem with Tesla back in the day. They won the contract for all the Walmarts across the country, and they were installing Tesla solar systems on these Walmarts. But the MC4 connector that they had in there that plugged the panel into the string didn't fit right and caused an arc between the two and was causing Walmarts across the country to light on fire. So you gotta pay attention for that. Yeah. Did you come to MP 969 yet? Are they all on the same side of the road, or do they alternate one side or the other? They're usually all on the same side of the road, I think. I'm waiting for miles 69. Made something like that not too long ago, but Stefan is good with it, but a bit overpowerful. Why do the boss keep the offices so hot? Because that's where the employees make their bread. Lol. What do you call a mix between an elephant and a rhino? Lol. We call it a turkey, terrific sandwich with roasted turkey, stuffing, cranberry sauce, and gravy on the side for dipping. I just don't like stuffing, guys. It's just wet bread. I don't get the hype. Aren't you supposed to be singing to have flutterbys follow you? I don't have to sing it. As it turns out, man, they just like my stench. Also, Slatava Proboshnik and Ori Twitch, thank you guys very much for the follows. I appreciate it. Appreciate both of you, and welcome to the walk. Sorry I butchered your name. Whew. This stroller is so heavy. Stuffing is so good when done right. Maybe I just haven't had it done right, T. Maybe my bread has just been too moist. Why didn't you read that? It's a made-up word. Because it sounds like a word that's not made up, Ziggy. Ever heard of Jeremy DeWitt? That guy was really close. I don't think so, horizontal Bob. I think the only famous Jeremy I know is Jeremy Wade, and I love that man. He's a national treasure to the UK. A beautiful human. Doesn't like stuffing? Unfollowed. Lol. Was that a dog? I'm sure there's a dog in there. There's a lot of animals. Most of them are goats, though. Watch some of his vids when you have a chance. Hilarious. Hold on. We're in the Rockies now. Not quite, but we're close, man. We're really close. Unintentionally hilarious. A little steep mountain road. Couldn't see till closer. Low. You should try good meat stuffing. My mom makes stuffing with ground beef, ground pork, veggies, and spices. It's a bit rich, but it's amazing. I probably like that. I like meats. I tend to like meat more than I like moist bread. Never seen so many butterflies at the same time in my life. Me neither, Jakescraft. I'm glad you guys can see them. This has been like this for like the past week, guys, just so you know. But I think it was stuttering so much the other days that you couldn't see him. But it does. It makes me feel like a Disney princess. He's a serial police impersonator. He videotapes himself all the time. Oh, God. All right, I don't think... That sounds pretty cringe, horizontal Bob. You can hear of Ron Jeremy. All right, fair enough. That's, I guess, this is his last name, but is technically still a famous Jeremy. Lol. Oh, God. What happened? I missed messages. Why do none of my chat commands work? Probably because you're typing them wrong. I don't know. Has happened to my spelling today. Whoa. I don't really feel blessed when I see one or two in my garden. There's so many of them here. Every once in a while you'll see like a monarch butterfly, which are actually, I found out, are endangered right now. So it's a treat when you see one of them. But these nice yellow ones are pretty too. He's funny, trust me, a little. I also think that the right bread stuff can be great if it's cooked in the bird. The best part is the stuff that pokes out of the bird, it gets crispy. It's exclamation mark doggo. I don't think the yes will work there, Mom. Push out the space. Do you know the recipe is French? Just curious. What will clear your chat and see if the commands are working? Ah, great. There's no S at the end. Yeah, that's the problem. Also, it was fun watching my mom time herself out. Keystone Amish, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Appreciate you and welcome to the walk. Wawa sandwich I had thick turkey slices, mashed, warm gravy, Swiss or Parmesan, and cranberry sauce for zing, nice on a cold night. Dude, I don't understand how Wawa, it's a gas station, man. It's not supposed to have good food, but it did. When I was working in Edison, I was right across the street from a Wawa, and it's pretty much where I went to lunch for every day. Either that or McDonald's or Panera. The Edison location was not as nice as the Florham Park location. That Florham Park location had so many mom and pop restaurants. It was just so good. Commands are back on the menu. Well, you're not alone. Here where I live, it's normal to see a couple a day if you're lucky. Nice. I haven't seen a monarch for a long time. Usually get ones that look like these. Like I said, Bert, apparently monarchs are endangered now. This is actually helpful. Well, just your message cleared, no harm done. Lol. Have you seen Buc-ee's yet? No. Well, I mean, I've seen a Buc-ee's before down in Georgia, but I have not seen a Buc-ee's on this trip. And I don't think I'm going to. I don't think I'm in Buc-ee's territory. Plenty of Casey's, though. Wawa's like a fancy 7-Eleven. Lol. It's in there. Took advantage of lack of technology. Lol. Which town somewhere are you heading over to now? Jakescraft. I keep forgetting the name of the town, so I've been calling it Wally Watkinsburg. But I'm pretty sure it's like Wallensboro or something like that. It's right at the end of Route 10, but it's like 75 miles away from the subway we were at this morning, so we're not gonna get there for at least 3 days. My friend used to buy prawn sandwiches from a fuel station and then wondered why he got sick the next day. Gross. You saw the one Buc-ee's in Georgia and Macon. Why? I spent some time driving around Georgia for a couple of different reasons. Visiting down, oh my God, I can't think. Visiting down to Mardi Gras on the way back, we drove all over the countryside trying to look for attractions and places to see. That's how I ended up going to Gatlinburg in Tennessee for the first time. I don't remember, but I definitely did see a Buc-ee's in Georgia. Whew. Can see the message, I guess timed out anyways. I can imagine you going crazy. Lol. Walsenburg, yeah, that's it. Making like bacon. I have a 2 for being crazy. A rat. Oh, a lot of channels should have the Vanish command. It would help a lot of people out. I don't even understand the purpose of the Vanish command. I'm gonna be honest with you, give it a fly, but I appreciate that you like it. Lol. Buc-ee's like if a Walmart and a Wawa had a baby massive convenience store, too many jerky options. No such thing as too many jerky options. One of my favorite ways to judge a place is based on how many beef jerky outlets they have and how many different type of jerkies and exotic jerkies they offer. I love it. Reminds me of an episode when Teen Titans had hallucinated dreams after eating gas station Susie. That was a good show back when I was a kid, Teen Titans. I have not seen any of the new adoration of it, Teen Titans Go, but the original was great. Oh my God, guys. Sorry, I don't mean to keep complaining, but this stroller is so heavy, guys. Water is like, whew. Water's a heavy, heavy thing. Now, if Ziggy and I were to say something, Ziggy or T-ish, we could vanish on the track. Jerkies are high in salts, right? Yes, very, very high in sodium. Yeah. People on mobile wonder if mods are just timing people out. It's funny with tons of people using it. Well, stay away from the massage parlors with a lot of jerky options. Oh, hey, arm workout day. What a funny message to pipe in right after Gecko typed that. T. Gross. Whoa. But the only reason, not to go back to a message, but the only reason jerkies are high in salt, by the way, is because meat generally has a lot of salt in it, but it also has a lot of water in it, which counteracts the salt. Water and salt kind of dilute each other in a lot of different ways. But when you dehydrate the meat and you take out the water, you just leave the salt behind so it no longer has the pairing. Because T is dirty-minded, unlike me. Don't eat much jerkies except Tabasco Jim Slims on a drunk night every now and then. I have a thing for jerky. I love jerky, man. It's so good. It's just got a lot of protein, so when you're doing stuff like this where you're just tearing your muscles apart walking across the country, jerky is a great way to be able to recover. Now, unfortunately, I'm not able to eat it on this trip, but on normal backpacking or normal through hiking adventures, my pack is filled with jerky. Salt is used to preserve too, I think. Yeah. Now, you don't have to preserve smoked meats because you've dehydrated them, and the bacteria that generally thrives on food can't survive without water, which is the strength of dehydrating food. I just got 2 different jerkies from Costco that are pretty darn good. Oh, like it. My own personal emote begs to disagree. Man, this road is like angled slightly upward, and it's quite the inconvenience. You are so late for a steal, Mr. Stringer. What, do you expect me to pay attention to what I'm doing to you? Who do you think I am? Generally dehydrated bits are jerky? Yes. What's your go-to jerkies? Well, the teriyaki Jack Links, for sure. But if you're looking for something more exotic, if you like really, really heavily salted meats, kangaroo jerky is a good way to go. But my go-to is probably alligator. Alligator is so good. So good. Looking ahead, are we going from Walsenburg to Fort Garland on 160 through the mountain pass, rough mountain? Oh boy. I don't think so, Danger Tater. I was looking to try to see where I'm going to cross through the mountains. I'm taking a place called Mosca Pass. M-O-S-C-A. Mosca Trail, Mosca Pass. And that's where we're taking through the peaks of the Rockies. And I don't know where that is. I just got here and heard Sean finally say lols. Lols. I remind you, like, nah, no, I got caught up reading messages to you. I must get caught up now. You were so late to remind him, Miss Commands. Lol. Kangaroo meat jerky? Yeah, it's good stuff. Merry Christmas. I've had mushroom jerky before and quite enjoyed it. What a favorite comedy group, the Jerky Boys. Lol. All right. On that note, guys, for anyone who might be new here to the channel, just so you know what we're doing, we are currently walking across the continental United States of America. We left Boston, Massachusetts back on May 1st, and we are headed to the Santa Monica Pier in Santa Monica, California. The whole trip is going to span over 3,000 miles, take us anywhere from 5 to 6 months to complete, and we're doing the entire trek eating nothing but food that you can buy at a Subway restaurant chain, all in partnership with a charity organization called Big City Mountaineers, which is an organization that takes kids and adolescents from disinvested communities out on adventures in nature in the wilderness. We're also now officially sponsored by Subway. They are paying for all of our food from here on out. They are donating $10,000 to the Big City Mountaineers charity organization, and they built us a custom made to order baby stroller, which is great because we use a baby stroller to push all of our gear and equipment in so that I don't have to carry it on my back. T, you made me laugh. I like that. I don't feel like spilling out. Lol. What does kangaroo meat taste like? In jerky form, it's mostly just really salty meat. But it's good. I like salty stuff. I have I'm pretty sure I was born with a sodium deficiency or something, because my body just craves that mineral 24/7. Oh, Simon, no green point button. Is it broken? You might have to refresh, Aaron. I don't know. New translation for that one. Masca past the hiking trail. Yep, that's the one, Danger Tater. That's the one. And I don't know how well Mr. Wilson's going to handle it, but that's where we're walking through. I was trying to look up pictures and see how wide the pass was, Danger Tater, to make sure that Wilson would be able to get through there. And from what I could see, it looked like it was going to be okay. It didn't look like the path got too narrow or too rocky at any point, so we should be all right. But one thing to consider is we're definitely going to be passing through there in an area where we're not going to have a lot of opportunities to grab food and water, so our pack's going to be pretty heavy. And I don't know what the streaming viability is going to be like walking through that path either. My button fails on mobile Twitch apps all the time. Some of it looks passable with Mr. Wilson, hard dirt paths. Some are like hiking trails with steps. All right, well, we're going to see, Danger Tater. I mean, oh God. I keep getting flashbacks, man, to the trails that I took in Western Massachusetts. But if you legitimately had seen some of the trails that I had to carry the first Mr. Wilson on, you would know that, man, even if I get to a place and it looks wholly unpassable, we will find a way through. Even if it kills me, we will find a way through. All Cadillac specs, nice. There is nothing in this world, not even the Rocky Mountains, can stop us to get into California, I promise you. Sometimes the channel point thing fails even with the auto clicker. That's weird. Have I ever mentioned before how much I love ice water? And how much I hate the fact that I'm not going to be able to get ice for my water for 3 days? Sad face. You have a 4-wheel drive option for Wilson 2.0 as well, I guess. Maybe that could help. Unfortunately, I would probably just destroy the plastic wheel bearings on those plastic wheels. What we're probably going to end up having to do, Bert, is we're going to have to loosen the load here of Mr. Wilson by, it's only a 3-mile section of trail, by the way, for the record. I say only a 3-mile section, but added like a 20-mile day, 3 miles, not that big a deal. So like if I need to do it 2 times, if I absolutely have to, I could, you know. Not that I want to, but I could. Turn it into a 9-mile section instead of a 3-mile section. But we should be all right. I'm not too worried. Mr. Wilson gets too difficult to push. Are you going to rig it to pull up? I could try to do that. Might take some redneck engineering, which would not be the first time we've had to use redneck engineering on this trip. So probably. What trail we're talking about? Shot in the Dark. It's a place called Mosca Pass, or Mosca Trail, M-O-S-C-A. And that is the trail that we are taking through the Rockies, I believe. We'll see. Once we get to Walsenburg, or Wally Walking Free, I'm going to look up the route we're taking and see how we can make it most efficiently. Ice water, who knew? I don't know. That issue yesterday with another stream, never got the green button the whole stream. Interesting. Did not care that you didn't feel like the spiel. No. Which city has the next subway? It's Walsenburg, I believe it's called. Wally Walking Free. Looks like an awesome hike. It's only got it's got a higher rating than some of the other trails around it. I was looking at that too, Danger Tater. It's only got a 3.5 rating on it. It says the wildlife on the trail is really good, and the flowers on the trail are really good, but the mountain views from the trail are not great. But that's fine, because I think we're gonna get plenty of mountain views on either side of the trail, so we should be fine. That don't work, so either I'm really getting bad or you're slipping. I have a headache and I misspelled 3 times today. Let's just say it's a good thing, T, that I am not typing, because I'd be misspelling every other word. My brain moved too fast for my fingies to keep up with. There's people's photospheres all along it. Oh, nice. Who deserves a rest? Not me. You know what I deserve? To push myself even harder. Because we got to ensure that we get to Santa Monica by October 23rd now. I've made promises my body must keep. Any auto shops before that could retrofit Wilson with tank tracks? Something tells me that might be the most efficient way to go, but I like the thinking, Bert. So then my school starts back up. Nice. Near Sand Dunes, I don't think it's near New Mexico, but it is by the Great Sand Dunes Park, I believe. Just leave out, it's quiet, I must say. Let me see if I can try to translate. Ziggy. I just leave words out and it's quite annoying, I must say. Annoying, is that the word? Alright. Oh, sweet, I got it. Nice. My mind is adjusting to reading stream messages. Twitch chat. Sand Dunes, New Mexico, meant National Monument. Because when I first went there, it was only a monument. Now I think it's a park. Yeah, but yeah, right by there, right by Sand Dunes National Park. I think we're actually where we're coming out of Mosca Trail, comes out into the Sand Dunes National Park. Where we're leaving the Mosca Trail, I think we turn left onto whatever roadway that is. But whatever roadway that is, a little ways down from there, there is a hotel. And I was thinking about taking a rest day at that hotel. But we'll see how we're doing there. Stop. Do you smell like Snow White or something? I feel like I do, T. Like I said, I feel pretty and witty and fine, and these butterflies, they agree. There are going to be a lot of tight squeezes. Yeah, I have a feeling. It's alright, we can do it, Danger Tater. Like what I'm picturing I'm gonna have to do, man, is I'm gonna have to empty out Wilson, pick Wilson up, carry him over my head for short stretches, fill him back up once we're through one of the tight squeezes, and keep pushing until we get to the next tight squeeze. And it's going to be a pain in the butt. Also, there was no 69 mile marker, just saying. But we're gonna get through it, man. It's gonna be a tough day for sure, but we're gonna get through it. When I keep saying, and I will keep saying it, that there is nothing that is going to stop us from progressing through this trip, man. There's nothing that's going to stop us. Not one thing. You can put mountain ranges in my way, you can put deserts in my way, you can put tight squeezes, Mosca trails. We are not going to stop. Just looked at the trail and it's going to be challenging to say the least. Rock strewn path in places, big drops to the side of it, very narrow in parts. Oh boy, we're going to do it, Astra. We're going to do it. And I hope you guys are there for the journey so you can see just the maximum amount of toil I'm going to put my body through. But we'll see, man. We're going to make it. Hey Kevin, how's it going? Kind of lurking today. I'm having a tough mental health day, but sending you positive vibes on the walk today. Well, I'm sending positive vibes right back to you, Kevin, man. I hope you feel better soon. And whatever you got going on that's taking the mental down, man, let's work through it. Yeah, let's do this thing. Sand dunes is amazing. What I like most about it is the creek. The creek at the foot of the sand dunes builds up sediment, releases every 20 seconds, so it's a creek with waves. That's pretty cool. Life alert, lady. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you and welcome to the walk. I've never seen a creek with waves before, but that sounds awesome. There's nothing that's going to stop us, he says. Not a thing, derp dog. Not a thing. Nope, I'm living in denial. Rattlesnakes don't exist. Not a thing. Not to brag, but I made 6 figures last year. I also voted worst employee at the U factory. Well, at the toy factory. How's it going, man? Lol. Then goes out of your way. Chat, take note. That guy did not like seeing us, by the way. I don't know if you guys just saw that guy, but he gave us the shrug shoulders, raised arms. What are you doing here? Look. Like, it's a walking lane, man. I'm walking here. And no, given a fly, there was no mile 69 sign. Chat, take note. Quan on the right, and the internet is working. Lol. Mile 68 markers mean the distance to Walsenburg? I think so, Sonadot. Yeah, I think Route 10 ends in Walsenburg. Did you see when the corn was on the left, it was much greener? Got what you're saying too, but also the green corn. Cool. All right, how come yesterday I was walking through all sorts of like hills and crazy dunes and everything like that, and now it's flat again? Unless you guys look out to the left, I don't even know if you can see way out in the distance, way over there. There's a big old, like, just random plateaued dune on the horizon. I don't know if it's rendering for you, but it's pretty cool. And no life alert, lady. There just was no mile marker 69. It's like they took it down. People with cars frown upon pedestrians? I guess so, man. They're discriminating it's corn, yellow, green, or popcorn. Ooh. I heard cowboy boots help protect against rattlesnake strikes. I'm now picturing you with boots and a party shorts. Can you see the mountains yet? Not yet, Junior Andrews, but we should be able to see them here in the next couple of days, I would imagine. Someone absolutely stole the 69 sign? I think so. I think so. There was no 420 sign on Highway 400 either. Can you fit Mr. Wilson on a standard size skinny boardwalk bridge? I think, yeah. Yeah. If I can fit him through a doorway, Danger Tater, I think we're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. Also, I had to do something crazy with Mr. Wilson yesterday. The place where I was sleeping, right? There was a railroad track to the left. And then a small dirt roadway to the right, or sorry, still to my left, but in between the railroad and where I was sleeping. So I took that roadway, and I thought it was going to reconnect back into the main road on the other side of the railroad eventually. Turns out it didn't, and that there was a fence in between it. There was only one spot that didn't have a barbed wire fence in between the railway and the dirt road, so I had to get through there. But turns out in that spot there was no fence because there's an irrigation line that ran between the road, the dirt road, and the rail station. And the only way to get across that irrigation line was one 2x4 that someone had placed there. So I put Mr. Wilson's front wheel on the 2x4, and I had to lift up his back wheels, so I was holding the weight of his back wheels and just pushing him like he was a one-wheeled unicycle across a 2x4. Well, I balanced myself on the 2x4 to get across the irrigation tunnel. It was very interesting and not a great predicament. Sean needs to wear boots with spurs so we get the cowboy nose. Low. Doorway size gaps all over the place on this trail. Nice. Strange that Sean is complaining about the weight in the stroller today and uphill. I don't see any uphill, Mr. Mile Mark 69 sign stealer. What's green in his wheels? Grass. I lied about the wheels. Whoa. No, I mean, it's flat now, T. It's flat now. There were hills this morning, though. And a lot of them. Hey, thanks, Junior Andrews. I appreciate it, man. Like I said before, ain't nothing stopping us, man. We got a place to be and a place to see, and that place is Santa Monica. And we're gonna get there no matter what gets in our way. And no matter how many Subway subs I have to eat. I've never seen a mountain IRL. One of my dreams to travel to a place where there's mountains. Well, come on down to the Rockies, Marge. There's definitely mountains here. And we're in the southern, we're gonna be passing through the southern side of the Rockies. Or the southern side of Colorado anyway. The northern Colorado are where the big mountains are. They have 14,000 footers up there. The highest you're probably gonna see on this stream is probably 8,000 or 9,000 foot. Apple bottom jeans, boots with the spur. With the spur, the whole farm is looking at her. I like it, Ziggy. I like it. Yeah, there was a lot of porta potties. I don't know what's going on there. There must be like a festival or something here that happens. All I can tell you is it smells like there's a lot of porta potties. The mountains and ocean make you feel so tiny. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Although I gotta tell you, T, I think Kansas was worth making me feel tiny. Just like the big wide open landscape and plains really made me feel small. I think when I'm in like hills, like in Massachusetts, you just kind of, your world feels small because you're surrounded by hills and you can't see very far. But out in that wide open stretches, it was kind of scary. Hey, Colorado viewer, you will at some point see two peaks towards Wallenberg. Those are the Spanish peaks and are the southwest of Walsenburg. Oh, sweet. So we're gonna be hitting Walsenburg here in about I'm gonna try to do it in 3 days, but worst case scenario will be 4 days. And then we'll start seeing some mountains, huh? Subway's paying for your food. Footlong in Kansas, $8. Footlong in Cali, $20. Oof. We got a tour guide? Yeah, how's it going, Colorado viewer? Well, where the owner really likes hot sauce. The wide open and big sky makes you feel small too. Yeah. I feel so tiny. It's the only place I've ever felt in my life that this world was not made for me. I don't know if there's any video gamers in chat here, but if anyone's ever played the video game Shadow of the Colossus, back from like the early 2000s it came out, you just basically play this little man on a little horse, and you take on giant stone like monoliths, just beings, and the whole game is designed to just make you feel real small, and that's how I felt walking through Kansas. Hey Mitchell Dowler, where are you at? We are on Route 10, somewhere between La Junta and Walsenburg in Colorado, on our walk across the continental United States of America. Video gamers on this website? Well, I meant in this corner of this website there, David Peter. I just mostly love the storms there. The storms in Kansas or the storms in the mountains? Storms in the mountains are so nice. They're not as wild or as they're not as intense as the storms in like the wide open fields because the mountains kind of die them down, and they're just like gentle and like reassuring. I like the storms in the mountains. That's such a good game. Oh yeah, Marge. All right, we got some fans here. But that's literally, Marge, that's what I felt like walking across the highways of Kansas. When it was just me and like giant semi trucks coming my way, and I was just a small man in a big wide open never-ending landscape being approached by giant trucks. I felt like that, man. Shadow of the Colossi remastered good? Yeah. Think I made it better. Apple bottom jeans, boots with the spur. With the spur, the whole farm was looking at her. She hit the floor. Next thing you know, she's paralyzed. She fell forward. That is better. I like that one. Well, no people around in a wide open area makes you feel like you're the only person on the planet. That's what it was, Derp Dog. That's what it was. Just rolling hills and nothing around made me feel like I was the only person on the planet. Or that like I was so far away from any other person that like if I ever needed help, I was just screwed. Couple that with no service, it was not a great time. Storms in the plains, I don't remember seeing any in the mountains. Oh, well, I'm talking about when I live in the mountains. The storms in the plains are pretty cool too. They just get really intense. The highway you're on is very long. It's very boring, to say the least. Be safe. Colorado viewer, I was so worried, man. I was looking this up last night because I have to like plan a little bit my next couple of stretches ahead, right? And basically what I was looking for was anywhere where I might be able to buy like jugs of water or anything like that to get me through this long stretch until we hit Walsenburg. And I traced down on Google Maps, as zoomed in as I possibly could, the entire route of Route 10, and there was not a single store on this entire road all the way to Walsenburg. Not one. Another cool thing about sand dunes is that when you look north towards the dunes, behind them are the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, and together they look amazing. I'm excited, man. I love Colorado. I will say, what else was funny was yesterday I walked by the Forest Apartments building in La Junta, and I decided to stop in and see if I could grab like a pamphlet or something. It wasn't open, but they had pamphlets on the outside. And they had a slogan for the Plains area of Colorado, and the slogan was something like, anyone can love the mountains, but it takes a real soul to like the plains. And I was like, that's a weird slogan. Isn't that just basically saying that where you live is worse than the mountains? Lol. That was a weird saying. But they were proud of it. But I'm excited to finally hit the Rockies. I'm just upset I no longer have my hammock, because I had like dreams of ending a day on the side of one of the Rocky Mountains, putting my hammock up between two trees and just looking off into the desolate landscape of the distance. And just like reading a book or something in the hammock, just hanging out, maybe watching YouTube videos, just having a good time. Will people stop to check on you, ask for a bottle of water? Yeah. I honestly, Danger Tater, I think we're going to be fine though. I think we definitely grabbed enough water. Especially if it only takes us 3 days to do this walk, like that 2.5 gallons we grabbed is more than enough. Colorado has the good Rockies and the bad Rockies. Lol. Dirt Dog, let me tell you, one of the strangest experiences on this trip is going into the different towny bars and sports bars I've been to along the way, and just watching the materials that they have on the walls change as the sports districts change. Like walking out of Red Sox territory into Yankees territory, and now I'm in like Rockies Broncos territory. It's been kind of weird. Those dunes look cool in the fall when the sun is lower. Awesome. No service and very dangerous drivers for sure. Calling for thunderstorms this afternoon also, and not much coverage out there. Yeah, that's a concern. That's a concern. That is a concern. I don't like what you're saying about the no service either, because I would like to be able to stream as much as possible. But I think with the cornfields that are around us right now, we'll be able to use the cornfields as our cover when we set up our tent. Should be good. I drove from Denver through Kansas, first east, then south, and I actually enjoyed the beauty of the plains, albeit at 85 miles per hour. Initially, I really enjoyed it, Chart in the Dark. Like, it was beautiful, awe-striking the first time I saw it. And then somewhere around day 20 of walking through the same flat plains land and nothing but corn and soy around me, I was like, all right, I could use a little change of scenery, I think. What's with the Zerg swarm? The butterflies? I'm a Disney princess, Serge, and they're following me on my mission to Santa Monica. No services in gas stations? Services? I hope so. If you have a dog command, then you need a butterfly command. I want to know how many butterflies we've seen so far. You know what? It's probably in the millions. Like just from the past couple of days. Where do crayons go on vacation? Colorado? Lol. Unless you're British, then it's color with a U. Auto. I would never even dream of it, Derp Dog. Gecko is a true homie to this stream. One of the best, one of the realest. Whew. Nice breeze coming off the field though. It's kind of beautiful out. You know what the worst thing about rain on this trip is though, guys? Is that when it rains, you have to put the fly up on your tent. And when you have to put the fly up on your tent before it rains, the fly insulates your tent so well that you just collect heat. And so for like the hours before the rain starts, the tent just heats up and heats up and heats up and heats up. And you just have to sit there in misery until the rain starts. And I hate it. I don't like it. But then again, rain's probably good. It's probably good to get out of the drought that we've been in. How have your temps been? Not so bad. So we had that one stretch where it was well over 100 in Kansas. Since then, since we hit Garden City, they've mostly just been like low 90s, which is still really hot, but it's way more manageable. And it hasn't been super humid out, so we've been doing pretty good on temps. Not the only fly you should make sure is up, lol. I'll have you know, on these shorts, there is no fly. I did not bring any pants with flies. If you're doing this trip mostly with your fly down, like I said, no fly. There is non-existent flies. Lol. Also, weird fact about Walsenburg, because I was looking at it. There's like 16 different motels in the city of Walsenburg. Motels slash bed and breakfasts, but no hotels. And none of them list their price on Google. So as I was trying to like look into options for booking a hotel at the end of the stretch, I could not find anything. Hey ABC, how's it going? Out and about? You know how it goes, out and about every day. All day, every day. Just not able to stream all day, every day, unfortunately, because of service, but service is pretty good today so far. Fingers crossed it stays that way. All right. For sure. Is you a wrestler, Gecko? What? Oh. Did I say what, ABC? All right. You say it's 70 miles to the next subway and no water on this route, not even a gas station? Yes, ABC, yep. Yes, I did say that. So we're at 75 miles to the next subway. Route 10 has no gas stations, no convenience stores, no nothing, no ways to grab water or anything like that. Greco-Roman wrestling? Ah, I gotcha. So we had to grab a whole bunch of supplies. We grabbed about 6 subs, 10 bags of chips, and a 2.5 gallon jug of water on top of the 1.5 gallons that we already had in all of our bottles and everything to go. So we got enough water to get through this situation and make it down to the other side. What's really, I can't tell if it's nice or not nice, is the fact that we have these mile markers here too that tell us like pretty much how far we have to go until we get into Walsenburg. So that's good. It's good until I'm really, really tired, and then I don't want to know how much farther I have to go, you know what I mean? It'd be tough. But for right now, it's good. While we're out of town, isn't there another side road? Did you get a couple of bottles of Gatorade? We didn't get any Gatorade. I had Gatorade this morning with breakfast, so I had some electrolytes before I left. My vitamin supplements that I have like 2 left of have some electrolytes in them, so that could help a little bit too. But mostly we're going to be relying on water throughout here. Hey Clem Fandango, where will you sleep? So I've been on here, this is what, day 118? I've been on the road 117 nights. Of those 117, I have spent 36 in a hotel. I have spent 5 with friends and family, and I have spent every other day, so that's 76 nights, in a tent and a sleeping bag on the side of the road. So what we're going to try to do is we'll try to find some public land or some conservation land here along Route 10, and we'll tent up right in there. Divorced couples in Colorado are having, where is Midge? She'd love this view? Yes, she would. Are having trouble deciding who gets the marijuana. Judges are starting to issue joint custody. Hello. Hey, Sheena, how's it going? And if all else fails and we can't find a place to sleep, especially with the thunderstorms coming in tonight, we will hide in the corn. The corn will take us and accept us as one of their children's. The corn will protect us. All hail the mighty corn. So good, ice water. So good. The problem with when I get ice water though is that I just want to put it in my mouth and suck it down, and I do not ration it very well at all. So when we get into a situation like this where we're not going to have a lot of water replenishing opportunities, ice water is probably not the best bet, but it tastes so good though. It feels so good on my insides. Hey Stan Gamer, how's it going? How is she going, eh? When you get water this morning and we mentioned extra drinks and you said, nah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine, T, everything's fine, it's all fine. Says on Google how to block certain chatters on Twitch. Lol. I'm a little bit more, by a little bit, I mean I'm infinitely more okay with going into rivers and creeks in Colorado for water than I would have been in Kansas. There's just a little bit less farmland and a little bit less pesticide use in Colorado. So there are a couple of streams and stuff, and I did look at that on the map on Route 10 here. So if we ever get desperate, there's always that. But with the 2.5 gallons we have in here, we should never even come close to empty, to be honest with you. Was this joke on page 420 of the joke book? No. It's been delayed so much I can't believe we're launching to the moon again on Monday. Artemis 1 uncrewed. That's awesome. I didn't know that, didn't you? I'm so far behind on my science and oh god, scientific world exploration stuffs. They are much more flowing here too. Yeah, well, that's true. You don't have to dig 3 feet down to actually hit water here. Plus, like I said, something just sounds nice about drinking from a fresh mountain spring in the Colorado Rockies, you know? Like, it's an experience you can't have anywhere else in the world because they don't have the Rockies anywhere else in the world. They only have them in the Rockies. Also, I'm kind of trying to figure out why there are so many butterflies here. Even though, like, terrain-wise, it's not all that different than it was in Kansas. But we didn't get these butterflies in Kansas. It has to do with something with the elevation, right? Butterflies is just like being about 4,000 to 5,000 foot in elevation. Is that why, Captain? That would be why. Less pesticides? Yeah, so James 31, a lot of farmers use pesticides to spray their crop down with so that it kills the bugs and stops the bugs from eating up their crops. The problem is that a lot of time when it rains, it washes the pesticides off of the crop. When it rains or when you water the crop, it washes it off the crop, and then you get what's called runoff, which is water that carries this pesticides that goes down into the streams and springs around the states of like Missouri, Kansas, Illinois, Indiana, that whole thing. So when you go to try to drink from their water, it's contaminated with pesticides, which in large quantities can do a lot of damage to an individual. So where they don't use as many pesticides, or where there's just less farmland, like in Colorado, you have less pesticides, less usage. Colorado's more colorful? Yeah, that's, you know what, you're probably right, Danger. It probably has to do with more water. The Rockies don't have Rocky Balboa. No, he belongs to Philly. The Rockies should come into view somewhere along this road, I would think. I would think so too, personally, Matthew. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see. You ever look in the mirror and mouth the words colorful? You should, and report back what it looks like you're saying. I don't wanna. I don't want it, T. Also, as it turns out, I have a tendency to slur my words a bit. And because of that, I'm actually really, really bad at lip reading. Really, really, really bad at mouth reading. It's one of my weakest areas. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I cannot read lips very well at all. I'm not being naughty. I find that hard to believe, T. It's you, after all. Whoa. It's misuse of the chemicals user, and many municipalities are reservoir or watershed fed. Hey, Animal Grind, how's it going? Yeah. I'm currently knocking on wood, but yeah, oh my god, don't say it out loud, Ziggy. Don't say it out loud. I also unplugged all of my equipment at the hotel last night and tried to like reset it, and hopefully it does the trick, man. Do the same thing with say vacuum. I'm scared. I'm so scared. But so I have the Life Straw, which obviously I've used on stream. Wow, another deep voice doggy. Anyway, I have the Life Straw, which obviously works. I've used it on stream, but I also have this other piece of technology that screws onto a water bottle and is supposed to filter the water as it comes out of the water bottle. So you can just put like stream or river water in the bottle and drink straight from it. And I want to see if that works. Just mouth to someone, you may get smacked. Whoa. I don't know, T. Something about the Colorado water out here makes these dogs so deep voiced. Like the James Earl Jones of dogs. Hounds are such good dogs. Whoa. I didn't see that one either because it was behind a fence, and when it started barking, I jumped a little, I'm not gonna lie. Alright. They're maybe just huge dogs. That's the thing. I can see them maybe, see? It wasn't that big of a dog. I mean, it wasn't a small dog. It was definitely a mid-sized-er. But it wasn't like a Great Dane or anything. Just a deep-voiced doggo. Just rather large and flatulent voice cracks. That was a hound. If I had to guess, it looked like an Aussie, like an Australian Shepherd. Like a short-haired Aussie. I don't know what it was. I am your father. Big dog energy. Low. We made Subway Dominico sandwich. What you put in it? I don't know what a Dominico sandwich is. Look down at your chest and spell out loud attic. I'm so scared. I don't want to do any of these things. What do you think about the Life Straw? I have a bunch in my bug out bag. A few other options, also since water is the most important. I love the Life Straw, man. It has this... I mean, there's good things and bad things about the Life Straw, right? The bad thing about the Life Straw Shot in the Dark is that there's no way to actually transport or carry the water that you're filtering. You have to drink straight from the source. So I guess if you like want to grab a bucket or something, carry the water in a bucket and drink out of that, you could do that. But it's not super convenient. But I love the fact that I can just like drink out of a stream and feel totally confident that nothing's gonna hurt me. It does say right on it that it does not filter out pesticides, which is why I wouldn't use it in agricultural areas like this. But when you're in the hills or the mountains or something like that, it's awesome. I love the Life Straw. Big fan. Dominican food style sandwich. Whoa, I'm definitely not the right person to ask that, Harrison. I think jerk chicken's probably a big thing in the Dominican Republic, so you probably throw some jerk chicken on there. Some rice. I don't know what else. I'm glad you got it. I had to have my husband finally look at my chest in order to get it. Good for microbes, not for VOCs. Yeah. Exactly. But it works great. It takes like 5 minutes of sucking on the Life Straw to actually get any water to come out of it. So just know, if you've never used them before, Shart in the Dark, that you're going to have to work the jaw in order to get the first bit of water out. And then once you get the water to the top, you can suck for as long as you want, the water will keep coming out. But to just first initially get the water through the filter system takes a while. Jamaican jerky, lol. So that's the one caveat with a Life Straw, is you have to give it the good suck before it'll actually do anything for you. I gotta change my settings here, hold on. So like a Wendy's Frosty? Yeah, exactly, no six. Exactly like a Wendy's Frosty. Wow, what a great comparison. Oh, big truck. Oh, and I'm trying to adjust the chassis I have here. Why haven't more news outlets picked your journey up? It's not like every day someone walks across the U.S. Actually, believe it or not, I just last night I had an interview with the news station. It was a follow-up interview with the KTVO out of Kirksville. But I don't know. I think if you can believe the reports that I've heard about us, our story has been read about 200 million times worldwide, about what we're doing through different news agencies and outlets, which is pretty good. But I think that a lot of the news agencies in the areas that we're walking through don't necessarily know about us unless we call ahead in advance. And even then, only some of them want to do an interview or something like that, so it's been kind of weird. But we've definitely been picked up quite a few times, for sure, for sure. All right. Whew. Sorry, drinking water. Good to know, I really should try one. I also have a lot of freeze-dried foods, and I finally tried some while at the music fest. The lasagna was very good, all things considered. My favorite, if you're talking MRE style freeze-dried Shart in the Dark, my favorite is the buffalo chicken. It is so good. I mean, it's just straight slop. Like, it does not look good or appealing in any way, shape, or form, but the taste of it, it does. It tastes very, very good. I recommend the buffalo chicken one. I do not like the breakfast ones. The breakfast ones almost made me throw up. Whew. It's like they somehow found a way to make that dehydrated egg powder even worse and put it in our in MRE. Okay, T, I'm on it. So for anyone who might be new here to the channel, just so you know what we're doing, we are currently walking across the continental United States of America. We left Boston, Massachusetts back on May 1st, and we are headed to the Santa Monica Pier in Santa Monica, California. The whole trip is going to span over 3,000 miles. We are set to finish the trek on October 23rd, Sunday, and we are doing it all eating nothing but food that you can buy at a Subway restaurant chain. All in partnership with a charity organization called Big City Mountaineers, which is an organization that takes kids and adolescents from disinvested communities out on adventures in nature and the wilderness. We were also sponsored by Subway. They are paying for all of our food from here on out. They're donating $10,000 to the Big City Mountaineers charity organization, and they built us this custom made to order baby stroller, which is great because we use a baby stroller to push all of our gear and equipment in so that we don't have to carry it on my back. Woo! Did you do any conditioning training prior to setting off? I just like cats from August till I set off in May. I was walking 10 miles a day, 3 to 5 days a week. So not every day like I'm doing now, but definitely enough to get our body conditioned. These are mountain houses. I have the meal for 2 ones and a bunch of the number 10s cans, which are good for at least 25 years, kept out of the heat. Oh, no. Oh, okay, I got you. That's pretty good. I don't know if I've ever seen an MRE that'll claim it'll last for 10 years. So mountain house must be a good one. Keiko will be proud, right on time. You're a master, T. I don't know what to tell you. Lol. Today in Subway news, 9 subways around Peoria are temporarily closed down, unknown. Interesting, because I like the one in Peoria. Interesting. Should get a baby stroller sponsor. Well, I just like cats. Subway built and paid for this entire baby stroller. This is a Thule, and I gotta tell you, this thing's holding up like a champ, but it should, because it's like a $1,600 baby stroller. It is insanely expensive. Lightning and thunder and rain, oh my. Yeah, it's on the way, Aaron, it's on the way. Maybe for their bad signal. Lol. About time you got your act together. The note said this Subway restaurant is closed until further notice, and we look forward to serving you in the future. Interesting. But yeah, it was probably because of their bad cell service. I agree with T. If they had better cell service, they could have stayed open longer. Sorry, sir. Forgive me, sir. Lol. All right. I'm not looking forward to it, Dirt Dog. I don't want it to rain. Roasted Beefy, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, and welcome to the walk. You know how like a couple days ago I was complaining about the fact that it hadn't rained, and because of that we're in this serious drought and all sorts of concerns about dust and water and all that? Well, now that we actually have rain on the horizon, I don't want it to rain, because rain's mean to me. It makes my stuffs all wet. I don't like being wet. 2 lashings for you and the ones you like. Gross. Oh boy. I'm kidding, by the way. It's actually probably pretty good that it rains. I just wish it did it last night when I was in the hotel and not tonight when I'm going to be sleeping in a field. But you know what? Beggars can't be choosers. You get what you get, I suppose. Being soaking wet sucks. You're cold and it's added weight. Derp Dog, man, these temperature changes that I have been experiencing over the past couple of days are insane, man. Insane. I don't understand how it can be 94 degrees at 8 o'clock at night when I go to bed, or like when I start trying to go to sleep. And then by the time I wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, it's like 52. These crazy 40-degree swings in temperature are just insane. My grandma used to say something about whipping someone with spaghetti noodles. You talking pasta? Well, Mountain House isn't MRE, it's frozen dried, which is similar to dehydrated. The company is one of the best. When I started seeing so many natural disasters, I bought everything. So my girl and I could survive for 3 months. Nice. Nice. So, shot in the dark, when I was just starting off this journey, right, I stayed with an uncle of mine who is living in a cabin up in New Hampshire. He drove down to Mass, picked me up, drove me back to his place. It was right over the border. Stayed there for a night, and then he dropped me back off in Miller's Falls at the start of the strip. And he kind of built it in the structure of a doomsday bunker. He has like concrete safety stuff and places to hide out in the event of emergencies, gun safes. He had a logging company come in and clear out all of his lane, a lot of his land to make hunting patches for animals up there, and it was a pretty cool place. He has he's basically off-grid. He's solar powered everything, and it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So I like all that stuff. 1,000 lashes with wet noodle. Well, hey Wolfie, how's it going? If you become really desperate for water, it looks like there's houses on Route 10, but I'm sure you know that. Yeah, ABC. We'll be good. We got plenty of water, I think. No heat island effect. Yep. Sock full of quarters. What noodles let me in? Thanks, lol. Nuclear rental will last a year, but enjoy your extra 3 months. Fun fact, Derp Dog, if you have 3 months of rations, you can stretch them out to a year. Except for water, you need more water, but food rations you can stretch 3 months out to a year if you needed to. Rent a camel? That's a big aggressive. Sock full of quarters, interesting. Hey, Harper1989, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, and welcome to the walk. Stand on my rest, still worry about it. Oh, no worries, ABC. I'm used to the fact that people's are going to worries about me. And that's a good thing. It's good to have people worrying about you. It means that they care. So that's a heart for you. Whew. Well, luckily on these days where it's like only in the 90s, we only go through about a gallon a day. As it gets hotter, like when we had days in the 100s, we were going through almost 2 gallons a day. But in the 90s, we're, 1 gallon will last. That butterfly effect on the green scene looks awesome. Isn't it cool like the earth? I made it myself. Cool textures. Sean said it's fine, which means he didn't listen to chat again. Lol. So with the 2 hours, the kiss and the boo-boo's better. You can milk a camel and get water right. Isn't that how it works? I don't think so. But I think if you were to kill an animal, you could wring out its water-like fat sack on its back and get some of the water back, but it would probably not taste very good. You're so right. Lol. Never worried about nuclear winter. I grew up on Air Force bases and knew I would be killed instantly. How's your beard doing? Already got some bugs hiking with you in the beard? Actually, we might. There's tons of butterflies flying around. I wouldn't be surprised if they got caught up in there. Wanted to wait till marriage. Did you use Windows 95 to create it? Actually, every individual butterfly was made in Microsoft Paint. And I just made thousands of them to imitate the image of them flying and fluttering. That's why some of them look pretty buggy. Get it? They look pretty buggy. That's great. I love the show. Doomsday Prepper is not to sound like a conspiracy nut. I swear the government had the show pulled. It was a huge show for that. Network, no explanation as to why it's no longer. Yeah, okay, Danger Tater, I got that. Hold on, because T said no, now I have to do it. Hold on, there's a car coming. Wait for this car to pass, and I'll do a close-up of the beard. Small line of storms rolling through between 3 and 4. We shall if it's accurate. Oof. I'm ready for it, Wiggy Bits. I can take on a storm. Alright, here's the beard from far away. And here it comes, closer, closer, closer. There it is. That's the beard. That's as close as it gets. Can't get much closer than that. Alright, that was fun. You can't do that before people. Can we get some macro shots of the beard? I gotta tell you guys, the beard is feeling pretty majestic. Like, it's feeling pretty, it's feeling pretty man of the woods-ish, you know? They ran out of nutcases willing to help keep the show running. It's feeling pretty majestic. Like, each strand feels like it has its own life story now. Each strand feels like a gristled old man in a bar that I could go talk to and he would teach me something about life, you know? With every single hair on the beard. No, it doesn't mean Tater. They're all wise men, T. Every single hair is a wise man at the bar. With a lesson to teach. Believe it. Oh, boy. In the USA, we have nutcases aplenty. Lol. I never, that's true, but I never got into the show, Doomsday Preppers too much. I think I watched a little bit of it, but I was always more interested in the primitive survival shows. You know, like the dual survivals and the naked and afraids, you know? Those are what caught my eye. I like those. You know why? It's because, like, the idea of, like, surviving a nuclear holocaust or whatever it is, like, it sounds good because everyone wants to survive and whatnot, but I don't really want to look forward to the life of sitting in a bunker for years on end and not ever being able to leave. And, like, the idea of that's what my future looked like was not a very interesting one to me. But the idea of, like, frolicking through the woods and living off the land sounded fun. I feel like I'm the only left-leaning parker on the road. Whoa. Hey, UNLH, how's it going? Hey, Seiko, how's it going? When all this is over, how hard do you think it's going to be to go back to a normal life? To be honest with you, Seiko Floof, I don't think, and I kind of hope that I don't, but I don't think I will ever go back to a fully normal life. I'll obviously go back to working, but I think I'm going to spend a lot more of my days kind of like outside in the wilderness and exploring in the way that I've been able to on this trip. It's awakened my third eye or whatever. Just makes me feel close to the land, man. Like, even if it means I just one night a week go out and set up the tent and just live off the land somewhere for a bit, like, I'll probably do that. Mad Max is coming true eventually. Lol. You can always live the Cormac McCarthy, the road post-apocalyptic, which also doesn't look great. That's true, but at least you have the open road, right? No 06. At least I could still walk across the country then. But I am not a person that does well when I'm confined to one spot for too long. I'm a peacock captain, you gotta let me fly. Embrace nature, good to hear this. Join my nature cult. I'll be honest with you, Hike the Earth, I've always been a member of the nature cult. I've never been a member of the extreme nature cult until this trip, really, but now I'm a member of the extreme nature cult. The kind of cult that says you have to walk across the country to feel alive, baby. Just give me a little more. Give me a little bit of that hit of nature. My friends don't appreciate my altered Low by Flo Rida anti-joke lyrics, so I must thank you for the chuckle, Sean. I appreciated it, Ziggy, wholeheartedly. I live within 20 miles of atomic weapons research centers, so I'm probably in a drop zone. I'm good with this fact. Whew. You know, peacocks can't actually fly very well. Yes, Green Herring, yeah. It's a quote from the other guys of the movie. Sorry, sometimes I quote movies. I'm a peacock captain, you gotta let me fly. Cool. They're currently doing a cold weather, naked and afraid. They give them some pellets, but it's crazy dealing with the 30s and 40s when you're naked and live in a bush. Charlie in the Dark, I've actually been watching it a couple episodes here and there when I'm in a hotel. And I've seen a couple of them. And I love I don't know if you guys watch it that intensely, but there's a guy named Waz, who I think is either Australian or New Zealander or whatever it's called. He's probably my favorite guy that's ever been on Naked and Afraid, and he's on it right now. And I love his team. It's great. There are 45 different species of butterflies in Colorado. 15 are commonly seen and are attracted by many wildflowers across the plains. Oh, really cool, Astra. I'm seeing a whole bunch of them right now. Is that by the sign? It says it's secret or something. I can't remember what the sign says. It's a go on, Green Herring. Mark Wahlberg and Will Ferrell, the other guys. Super funny film. The lyrics, stay safe. Sounds good, Wolfie. I appreciate it, man. BTW, I don't look forward to the end of the world, but man seems to be driving our planet into the ground. Oh, no, I get you, Shart in the Dark. It's just like... Did you ever hear there's like there's an old investing saying, like banks investors, that says that people don't like to plan for the bad case scenario. People only plan for the good case. And so that's why insurance agencies make a ton of money, is because people don't like to plan for the bad things, so they put it on the insurance agencies to do it. There's a lot of investment bankers out there that make a lot of money betting on bad things and disasters happening. Because everyone else puts their money saying that it won't happen. How could bad things happen? They don't want to think about it. So I just find myself living in that camp of the whole ignorance is bliss thing, just I'd rather not think about it. But I'll be ready if it ever happens, I think. I should do a series Subway and Naked. I'm thinking about it, Turp Dog. I'm thinking about what I do after this walk is done, man. I might do a series of survival streams where I just kind of like go out into the woods for a week and try to live off the land. Better not think about the footlong in that series. This is long-haired freaky people need not apply. Cue the singing. Love it, Gecko. Oh man, I'm blanking. Who is that? Long-haired freaky people need not apply. Sign, sign, everywhere a sign. Forget the words. Otherwise I would sing it, Gecko. Can't you read the sign? Been a while since I drove past that way. Last time I think the sign literally said MOD Atomic Weapons Research Center, so maybe not a secret one. Hello. I know the song. Thought you were calling me freaky. No. Is that the Who? That's not you. Who? Is that the Who? The Who sing? No. No. Maybe. Let me think. I have to sing Pinball Wizard to see if it sounds like that. I don't think it's the Who. Baba O'Reilly. Teenage Wasteland versus Sign. Yeah, no, that's not the Who. That's a hot take, Derp Dog. I don't know if I agree with you there. I mean, you are freaky, but I was aiming at the time. Well, I'm always planning for the worst case when it comes. Like the fall, I put serious emergency bag with all kinds of stuff, just in case during cold winter months. I think I watch too many survival shows. Well, it's always good to be prepared, man. Always good to be prepared. You know, what does it say? Hope for the best, prepare for the worst, or something. That's my husband later, but I'm sure we drove past one that said it was a secret. The song is called Signs, 5-man electric band. Do this, don't do that. Can't you read the sign? What is your opinion on the Quadrophenia album by The Who? Oh my god. Alright, you're gonna have to give me songs. I'm not gonna know my albums like you, unfortunately. But if you give me songs, I can give you my opinion. Also covered by Tesla. Tesla. Alright, Tesla's the one I know. I didn't know that was originally The Who. They learn something new every day. Thanks, you Hooger. The Tesla version's the one I know. There's no way that you guys can see it, but I can see mountains on the horizon. There's no way it's gonna load for you guys, but I can see the Rockies on the horizon. Oh yeah! Once the serving sign is in the middle of the Georgian, you're in the little... There's no way, because it's like, they look blue to me. They just blend in with the skyline. Like I thought they were clouds, which is why I didn't notice they were mountains until now they came in clear. But I can see them, I can see the Rockies. Where are we? What's the nearest mile marker? I call it Bullbucky. All right, hold on, I'll stop it right here. I'm gonna take a picture with it on my phone. I'm gonna post it to the Discord. Oh my god, now you're not even going to be able to pick it up on the phone. Alright, you can barely see it there. Hold on. Hold on. Alright, to the Discord. That one, to the general, that one, post that, there we go. Thanks, car, for slowing down. Extreme zoom, 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 zoom. So you're not even really going to be able to tell from the picture, but if you go to the Discord right now, and it's going to take a while to post, by the way. But if you go to the Discord and you take a look at what I just posted, and you look to the very left-hand side of the horizon, you can see where the mountain starts. And then you can kind of trace it back up, and it looks a lot better in person, but there you go. There's the proof. All right, here we go. 6-degree incline's coming. Woo, pretty crazy to think that you can walk across the nation like this. Imagine doing it 200 plus years ago. It'd be crazy, Evil Bong. It'd be crazy. The real me cut my hair on one of those most popular on Spotify. Lol. We can see them in the photo. Nice. So officially here, wherever we are, I wanted to see where the what mile mark. This is when you can first see the Rocky Mountains. I think I see it low. Millions of years to be thrust up toward the sky, and you just got your first look. That's insane, animal grind. And they just kind of appeared. Like seriously, I was looking down, I looked up, nothing there. Looked back down, looked back up, all of a sudden mountains. You can see the shadow, nice? Yeah. Oh, I'm sure with every step we take, they're gonna get better, green herring, every step we take. I got to use my favorite reactive. I'll have to look at it after. Yeah. Look, another doggo. You're not as deep voiced as the other doggos though, but keep on trying, Pop, he'll grow. Rockies are new geologically? I know. If I'm not mistaken, Derp Dog, I'm pretty sure the Rockies are so new that they're actually still growing. Unlike the Appalachian Mountains, which are very, very old and definitely deteriorating. Please don't leave your property, Doggo. I would rather you not chase me on this busy road. Thank you very much. But you are cute. Don't you ever forget that. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Just stay where you are, please. You can see it in the pic, maybe? Yeah, I think you can, Marge. I think you can. It's gonna get better the closer we get, I promise. And eventually you guys will even be able to see them on screen. Definitely too far away to render for you now, though. Hey, Miz, how's it going? I guess you were like that song too, every step you take, I'll be watching you. Whoa. I gotta tell you, Gecko, personal opinion, I'm gonna throw it out there, might be an unpopular one. Not a huge fan of the police. Meh. Yeah. Like they're getting more rock hard. It's literally like they're phasing into existence right now. That's the way I would put it. They didn't exist before, but now they're coming. Every breath you take by the police. Lol. Soon we'll hear Sean cursing the Rockies. You know, that's possible. For sure, for sure. Miz, you came in at such an exciting time. The sunflowers to our left. You actually missed all the corn that we walked by this morning, just saying. And now we can actually see the Rockies, Miz. We can start to make the outline of mountains out on the horizon. Oh, thank God, WikiBits. Thank you so much, man. Who woke Miz up? Lol. I can't tell you how many people have disagreed with that statement, but I'm just like, I can take them or leave them. They're not great. I'm not a big fan of the police. Funny you show up just after we get getting crowded on both sides by corn. Lol. It's more like it, cab. All these butterflies are bringing me much joy. I love that, green herring. They're so pretty. Every once in a while, they fly into me because apparently they're not great flyers. And it just feels like getting kissed by butterflies, man. It's pretty cool. Hey, Matt's Hartvig. I dislike the police if I lived in the USA too. Not those police. The band, the police. I'm fighting with a whole roofer who... Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Miz. What do you call it when James Bond takes a bath? Bubble 07? Lol. That looks great. I zoomed in on a large view. One of the ways they track the Lewis and Clark expedition is tracking mercury levels in the medicine they took. Did they really? I heard... Okay. This might get weird for a second here, Serge. I did hear rumors that there was an excess of mercury that was taken as medicine by those on the Lewis and Clark expedition, specifically on the way back, because there was a large uptick in the cases of syphilis in their party. Apparently, when they got to where they were headed in Oregon, a lot of them celebrated with the local populations, and that led to a large increase in the amount of STDs in the Lewis and Clark exploration project, which led to an excess use of mercury. So that makes sense. We'll tell the cops you were the whole time in case he falls off the roof. Lol. Don't push him over. Insurance might cover it. And preliminary blood test results. Doctor has called me and already high cholesterol. Got to get meds for it. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, miss. They always think they're above everybody. Lol, great joke, Cloud. Your location of first spot in the mountains is between Country Road 21 and Country Road 22. Right before mile marker 65 on US 10. Thank you very much, Principal Matthew. We're gonna keep that one marked down. Whew. Ah, goats. Ah, ah, ah. Oh. There's definitely people who live in that house that's just watching me scream at their goats. Hold on. Go crazy because of syphilis. Nah, let's speed run that and use mercury. Listen, doctors were mistaken at the time, no 6, and they believed mercury to be a cure for a lot of things that mercury is not a cure for. Including, did you hear about the Italian guy who got simultaneous diagnosis with, must have been some party he went to? Oh my god, bro. How you doing? Love it. They're much funnier than the root cows. Those goats are awesome. They like me a lot more than cows do tea. Goats not sheep? Lol. Is that Mary and her monsters? I don't think so, but they were very friendly goats. They use a mustard gas agent for chemo still? Do they really? I'd believe that. Chemo's pretty messed up. Yeah. Chemo is still like, it's what I call the shotgun method, right? It's like we don't know how to target the cells specifically, so we're just gonna blast at all of them and hope we hit the right ones, and that's what chemo is. Uses a lot of bad stuff for you, and only works some of the time, unfortunately. But with every year that passes and with every study that goes on, it gets a little bit better and better, I think. Roofer fixed my roof, 1,400 pounds. He broke my heating flue, and now rain pours in through my ceiling. He says, tough poop. You gotta pay more to fix it. I say, if you broke it, making my roof leak. Fight will continue face to face tomorrow afternoon. Oof. Sorry to hear that, Miz, but I hope he accepts responsibility for his actions, and yeah, you get out of there fine. What were the goats saying? Rough translation wiki bits, I'm pretty sure it was, hey stud muffin, how's it going? To which I responded, good, HBU. You up? To which they responded, yeah, I'm up, you coming over? To which I responded, oh, that's definitely someone's house and they can hear me screaming at their goats, and then I walked away. I've been to Fort Clatsop where Lewis and Clark wintered. They rebuilt it. I must see if you're ever near the mouth of the Columbia River, Sawyer. I walked by through Atchison where Lewis and Clark spent their 4th of July, which is pretty cool. Booty call. Want to borrow my sock full of quarters? Hard to prove weapon. If you fill it with ice, it melts, and then they can't prove it at all, Gecko. Hey, Zee-wee, how's it going? There must have been some very sexy goats. You know, Serge, sexiness, I think, is a matter of opinion. Some people find something sexy and other people don't, you know? Hey, Bill and I, how's it going? So far, so good. We just got our first glimpse of the Rocky Mountains. By the way, guys, I can no longer see them because the road kind of shrunk down again, and now I can't see them over the horizon. But we saw the Rockies for the first time, which was really exciting. And now we're just kind of like walking towards them, which somehow feels like it might be easier than walking through them, but we'll see. He's gonna be wearing a couple of his body parts. It's just saying, low. Oh boy. Hey, Twitch Plains Rider, how's it going? Good to join you on the trail again. How's it going? Looks like you have a nice bit of cloud cover today. A little bit of cloud cover. Like I was just saying though, we just saw our first glimpse of the Rocky Mountains. Can't see them anymore because of the horizon dip down, but we're coming up on them fast, man, and it's very, very exciting. Wonder how much mercury they needed after the 4th of July. Oh boy. I forget which Native American civilization was in the Atchison area. I have pictures of it. But I don't know if they're, yeah, no, okay, yes, they would have needed some. There were signs at one of the Native American campsites that we went to, while the girlfriend was here, that said that they allowed the Lewis and Clark expedition to bed down with the Native Americans in that area, so maybe some. we actually went to one of the Native American campsites where Lewis and Clark slept, which was pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. How would this treat be if the whole thing was done with Mr. Wilson 1.0? Okay, well, Mr. Wilson 1.0 was already beginning to fall apart in some ways when we said goodbye to him. I imagine that a lot more duct tape would have been used on this trip. I imagine that 90% of our belongings would have been held together / on to Mr. Wilson with duct tape. Water would have been really, really, really hard to carry, as Mr. Wilson 1.0 was packed to the brim already and did not have a whole lot of extra room for water, so it'd be kind of crazy. It's amazing, and a change of scenery is good for the soul. Oh yeah, Twitch Plains, but something tells me, man, walking through the tallest mountain range in the United States of America here is going to be kind of difficult, so we're going to try our best, but it should be exciting. Go to trading standards and don't give him any more money, Miz. If he's broke it, then it's on him to fix. Good luck getting it sorted. Yeah. Are you sufficiently prepared? I saw on Discord that it's a long trek to the next subway. It's about 75 miles, Bill and I. We have 6 subs, plus is all the dehydrated bits, but I'm hoping that the 6 subs will get us there. I also have roughly 4 gallons of water, but I've already drinking through everything in my Camelback, so we only have about 3.5 gallons left, which should be enough. Fallen apart equals Sean beating the crap out of poor Mr. Wilson. No. Retaliation, Kit T. He beat the crap out of me, and that hurt him. Like when someone breaks their hand punching someone, you know? That's what happened. I never hit him. I was so nice to him, except for verbally. I only abused him verbally. I knew he'd be sued in the US if it doesn't fix. I don't know your deals in the UK. Hope works out, Miz. Me too. In Nebraska or Wyoming, I went to a place where there were ruts in solid rock where carts or wagons came through. It was very surprising how narrow they must have been. Yeah, I saw one of those on the Santa Fe Trail, Shot in the Dark. There was a spot where I could pull over. I took some pictures of it where you could see the ruts of the wagons coming through there. Yeah. I almost slept in one of the ruts, to be honest with you. But I decided to push on a couple miles farther that day and did not. Thanks for the honk, man. He was a nice man. Just keep in mind you're not passing through the tough part of the Rockies. You should be okay. Oh, we'd be okay anyway, Shot in the Dark. We're gonna be fine. Everything's fine. Is that water with green slime on top? Yeah! It is not water I would ever drink, if that's what you're asking, T. It looks disgusting. I read that 30% of pet owners let their pets sleep in bed with them. I tried it, and now my goldfish is dead. One time when we were young, my older brother had a betta fish that in the middle of the night managed to take the top off of his aquarium, jump out of the aquarium, and got stuck in between his dresser and the wall, and survived for like a day and a half before he was found again. Put him right back in water and he was fine. One of the few medicines that are a powerful laxative called Rush's Thunderbolts. That's rough, buddy. The weird part though was that, like, when it first jumped out and first went missing, we were all just scratching our heads trying to figure out how a fish just disappeared. And we could not figure it out. And then we found him. And then we realized, oh, that's how a fish disappears. Superfish. Dude, betta fish are crazy. They're crazy. They'll just charge the stuff. Can you stop and create a news or current events channel on Discord so Bert can post his depressing news there? That fish sounds more like an alpha. They in the wall, no water. Yeah, and it survived, Harrison Jays. Kamikaze beta. Do you have cats? No cats. Nope. We always had dogs, but no cats. And hold on, Ziggy. Once I get out here to Country Road 21, I'll create a news channel. All right, hold on. I made the joke that my goldfish drowned and got loads of people telling me they were sorry about that. Turns out fish actually can drown. Yeah. Overhydration is a thing for humans and for fish. All right, let's see. We're gonna go to the Discord and see if I can remember how to do stuff. Discord, this one, add a text channel, channel name, current events. There you go. Woman. A couple of years, Harrison Jace. Those betta fish will live for like, they'll live to be like 10, man. They're pretty crazy fish. Oh my God, and look, we actually get a shoulder up here. So we should hire us as a consultant for a day or two. After this point, you probably have tons of info for them if they ask the real questions. You know, you're probably right, Trout in the Dark. I could probably give them all sorts of info. Cats are a way a fish can disappear. Well, that's very true. I was laughing that Sean had a fish story to go with the joke. Lol. And get rid of that voice channel? Yeah, I didn't do that to you, but I created the new text channel. Yay for halfway completing some tasks. Woo! Wait a minute, you can do admin stuff just on the side of the road now? Big maybes, Danger Tater. Big maybes. Big maybes. If it's an easy thing like creating a text channel, I can do it no problem. If it's something any more involved than that, no, probably not. Fish can drown, sounds fishy. Lol. Most fish breathe when water moves across their gills, but if the gills are damaged or water cannot move across them, fish can suffocate. They don't technically drown because they don't inhale the water, but they do die from a lack of oxygen. What is the voice channel? Can I leave tea and messages? Lol. You can't leave messages. You can actively talk to other people that are in the voice channel, and we used it for when Bick and Pooper ate their tuna meatball subs. Subway should sponsor us all. Well, I don't know about you guys, Derp Dog, but I'm definitely sponsored. I'm a professional athlete, as it were. Wink, wink. Kinda, sort of. I'm walking across the country eating sandwiches. Or rename it. I'm looking for a Quiznos sponsorship. Good luck with that, Trout in the Dark. There ain't no way you could do anything like this with any sandwich company that ain't Subway. Unfortunately, fortunately. Banned. I'm trying to be a professional rower, like crew. I rode crew back in high school, Derp Dog. For 3 years I was a rower. I was a 5-seat starboard rower. If any of that means anything to you. Alright. We heard the story about Bick. What happened to Boober? Boober's been back here a couple of times, for sure. Boober and Bick were just kind of like a... Boober and Bick, I think, actually work together in real life, and they're friends, so they just kind of come and go together. Yeah. It's fun. I'm going to walk between both from Peoria. Hello. This is not a Wendy's. This is that way. Hello. I didn't say the Q word. I appreciate you saying that, Derp Dog. The Q word. It's a good way to put it. Lol. As I get older, I remember all the people I've lost in my life. Perhaps your guide wasn't the best career choice for me. Lol. At least Colorado has more greenery than Kansas. Yeah, and look. What's more important, Colorado has flowing water. Look at that. The entire state of Kansas didn't have a single drop of flowing water or even non-flowing water in it. But here in Colorado, they have water that moves. Look at that. Woo. Sorry, I'm just all salty about how dry Kansas was. Tour guide, I'm starting to think Mama's phone is affecting me. Lol. Colorado has a lot of greenery. She's got double those. Lol. Yeah, they do have plenty of that. In fact, Danger Tater, when I was looking at motels up here in Walla Walla, Walkinsburg, I found a bed and breakfast that's name was called 420 Friendly, was the name of the bed and breakfast. And their big advertisement was they let you smoke weed in the rooms if you wanted to. Oh boy. So, there's always that in Colorado if you want, I guess. Also, there's a big pumpkin patch to our right. That's a lot of pumpkins. A lot of pumpkins. Rain coming off the mountain, the snow melting accounts for a lot of fresh water, which is good, Dirt Dog. We need that water. I was so tired of how dry it was in Kansas, man. I was so tired of just getting covered in dirt and debris just from walking on the side of the road, because nothing held the dirt down. Might be worth updating the script about the trip so it shows the end date. Can the mods do that? The mods might be able to do that, yeah. The motels there have non-smoking, smoking, and special smoking rooms. I think it's just non-smoking and smoking. But I did find when I signed for my hotel last night, Gecko, that they did add a special line that said no smoking marijuana either in the hotel. Sounds like my kind of joint, but I'm Sub shop that shall not be named. It's sad because they deliver an excellent product, but they were expensive even 15 years ago. Oh. We only acknowledge one sub shop here, the king of all sub shops, Subway. Chili, cantaloupe, watermelons, tomatoes. That sign named 4 different things that I could buy, and then pointed to a field filled with pumpkins, which was not on the list. Just saying. Subway Sean, isn't Chinese food delicious? What's your favorite dish? General Tso's chicken. Hey Raheen, how's it going? Happy Friday, how are you now? I'm doing fantastic. Look at how beautiful the sky is. A lot of cloud cover. Unfortunately, we have big thunder and lightning storms coming in later. But Raheen, we got our first glimpse of the Rocky Mountains today, which is exciting. We can no longer see them, but we saw them at one point. Pumpkin pie sub, let's do it. You know what my favorite part of the pumpkin is? It's actually the pumpkin seeds. When you're carving those jack-o'-lanterns in October, and you cut open those pumpkins, and you take out the seeds, and you just heavily just douse them in salt, and then throw them in the oven for a little bit. Whew, good stuff. I made peanut butter chicken, and it was so good. It sounds good. Please don't smoke weed in our hotel. We don't want the feds breaking down the doors. Hey, K9, love it. How's it going? Oh, boy. Like's a strong word, Reverse. I tolerate it. I drink it seasonally because it seems like the festive thing to do. But I don't know if I like it. Like in the off season, would I drink it? No, probably not. Hey Magnilius, how's it going? On the road again. The one and the only road. Is that a porta potty? Yeah, 2 of them on a trailer with a hand wash station. Wow, these farmers are cultured. Use it, Sean? I don't have to pee. Actually, I do have to pee. Do I have to pee? I don't know if I have to pee. I'm not going to use this random porta potty. It seems like a trap. Took pictures of all the no marijuana signs, went out west. It was very foreign to us. Lol. Went to my local smoke shop yesterday, only to find out it was replaced with an apparel store, closed but no cigar. Lol. Stay with the 12 tribes, they let you smoke weed. I haven't had pumpkin seeds since I was a kid. Oh man, I'm not gonna need to do it this year. I'm gonna need to do it this year? Yeah, absolutely. I was okay, hope you're well, my dude. I'm doing great, Mugnillies. We just saw our first glimpse of the Rocky Mountains, man. I posted it in the Discord. You could barely see them, but they were there. You know you wanna pee? You will pee. Go pee. Pumpkin beer sounds like eggnog. It's like a seasonal thing. Yeah, it's not great. I don't like it, really. But I drink it because it's festive. You're gonna complain in about 13 minutes about how you need to pee and you should use the porta potty. I actually kind of had to PT, but I just didn't want to use some random farmers like Porta Johns. Here's the thing, right? Okay, here's the way I'll say it. So I work construction, right? There's no worse feeling in the world than when you're on a construction site and you have to go, right? You have to answer Mother Nature's calls. And you try to enter your porta john to find out that there's a person in there that doesn't even work at that construction site. It makes you want to flip the porta john. I use a 56K modem. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, and welcome to the walk. Do you pee in the pool? I do not, Reverse, no. Still in Colorado? What do you mean still, Monk Nilius? We just got here like, what, 4 or 5 days ago? 5 days ago, I think? Colorado's a big state, man. We're gonna be in here for probably another like 19 days, I think. 18, 19 days. Ever had strawberry beer? That stuff is dangerous, tastes so good, and can help you but order more. I don't know that I've ever had strawberry beer, Bert, but I know Wachusett, which is a ski mountain out by me in Massachusetts, but also a brewery makes blueberry beer, and that's pretty good. Hey, I use the 56K modem. How's it going, man? Is there a swarm of butterflies circling around you now? Yes, Gracie. I'm a Disney princess. The hills are alive with the sound of music. Was the Sound of Music Disney? Yeah, I think so. That sounds right. Sean is now Snow White. I don't know any Snow White songs. Yeah, actually I'm making killer time, I think, right now for getting through Colorado anyway, K9. I think we're doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Snuck backstage at a fish festival to use a clean Porto. Best decision ever. One of these days, Shot in the Dark, I'm gonna go to a fish festival just to see what it's like, man. I don't generally partake in the marijuanas. So I don't know that Fish or any jam band for that record is up my alley, but I feel like it's an experience I should experience at least one time. It's the Zerg, I tell you. I love this song. Raheen, where I went to school in Vermont, was right, it was about 30 minutes drive away from, what's the name of it? The Von Trapp House, the Von Trapp Lodge, which is now an active hotel in Stowe, Vermont, where the Von Trapp family lived. And you can go and visit, and they have all sorts of Sound of Music memorabilia. It's really cool. Subway Princess didn't want to use the porta potty. He's now on the clock for when he desperately needs to pee. Looked at your map and you have made a great time. Thanks, K911. That hay looks tipsy. It's a lot of hay. Hey, how you doing? Somewhere Julie Andrews just sensed disturbance in the forest after singing. Why? Because it was so good, Bert? Yeah, probably, right? It's really tough being a colorblind person from Colorado. The only thing you see is auto. Low. You should stop by Danger Tater if you drive by there again. It's actually pretty cool. First of all, Stowe is one of my favorite towns, like in America, but in Vermont for when I was there. They had a beef jerky outlet, which is important to me. I had a friend that lived at Stowe and worked at a 1950s-esque style roller skate milkshake place. So we used to go there and get milkshakes for free, which is pretty cool. But if you're not into that, you can go to the Von Trapp Lounge or like the Stohoff Inn or a couple of really heavily Bavarian influenced kind of resorts with a lot of beer options, and it's just great. Beautiful hikes, beautiful landscape, beautiful hills, mountains. Oh, just the thought of Stowe makes me feel safe and warm. When we lived in Phoenix, one of our friends had a pool, had a sign, "I don't swim in your toilets, I don't pee in my pool." It's all an experience. You must tailgate all day. Def make sure you find shakedown the area where people are vending. I worked with a guy for a summer installing radon ventilation systems and mini split HVAC systems. And he was, you don't call them deadheads if they're Fish fans. You call them, like, I don't know, fish heads, fish something. But his favorite band was Fish. And just for like 10, 12-hour days, I'd sat in this man's van and we drove around town installing these systems, listening to Fish. And I was like, yeah, okay. This is something. This is chill, I guess. Had that sign too, lol. Correct me up with all that. On shrooms, you mean, and marijuana and acid all at the same time. It's a wild ride, man. I can't even play. Be or die. Just laughing nonstop. Then we went out on a lake in a canoe. Best day ever. Interesting. I just realized why so many have been honking at you. It's the cars coming from behind you honking at you because you're shaking your bum at them when you lean over, Mr. Wilson, and talk with your hands. You're probably right, T. It's probably just me throwing it back too hard, making these cars honk. I gotta be more careful, more responsible with my booty action. Sounds like a day. Well, Mountain House and Stowe makes some great beer, or used to. I think Otter Creek bottles their brew. Nice. My favorite beer of all time, though, Short in the Dark, is closer to Burlington, and it's Fiddlehead. Fiddlehead IPA. So good. So good. So good. Just realized I disjointed that last message was when you read it. No worries, Ziggy. I think I got the gist. Grandpa on a porta potty. This elevator only goes to the basement, and someone made an awful mess down there. Gross. Still brought back memories though. Lol. My worst, I've told this one before, I'm going to tell it again, but Serge, my worst porta potty story. I was building a solar farm in New Jersey on a rooftop, where we would routinely get up to like 20-mile-per-hour winds. And at 20-mile-per-hour winds, we had to shut the site down because it was no longer safe for people to be up there, right? But in order to increase workflow, we had used a lull and lifted the porta-johns up to the top of the roof. That way guys didn't have to walk down to the bottom of the building every time they had to use the bathroom. They could just use the porta-john on the roof, right? Pretty standard practice. And you just anchor them down with ratchet straps and you call it a day. Well, there was one particular day where we got hit with a really, really bad storm. And we were experiencing winds up to 70 miles per hour. I had to go up there. I was a site safety supervisor at the time. So I had to go up there and I had to be the last one down and make sure that everyone else made it down safely. Go around, check, make sure everything that had to be ratcheted down was ratcheted down. Everything that wasn't ratcheted down had to be taken off the roof. And I had to do all the checks and run-throughs and everything like that, right? So I come to the porta-johns and I see them strapped down like they're supposed to. While I am looking at them, I watch one of the ratchet straps just break in the wind, right? All of a sudden the porta-john starts moving towards the edge of the roof. I'm like, oh no, that's not good. So I grab a couple of guys and myself, grab the porta-john, and with all of our force fighting 70-mile-per-hour winds, are trying to stop this porta-john from flying off of the side of the building into the workers' parking lot and just covering everything in porta-john. So we're desperately sitting there fighting it. We're realizing now that we cannot ratchet strap it back down because the winds are too high. So the only thing that we can do is we have to get the lull out, which is a big long-armed lifting piece of equipment, and try to operate that in 70-mile-per-hour winds. But we ratchet strap this down to the lull and get it and the 4 other porta-johns on the roof off safely. So for like an hour and a half in 70-mile-per-hour winds, I found myself fighting against porta-johns on a rooftop, trying to prevent them from flinging poop over everyone in the parking lot. One of the guys had the bright idea that he was going to weigh the porta-john down so it didn't blow away by sitting inside of it. And we all just laughed at him and said, guy, you're more than welcome to, but if you get inside that porta-john, you are not going to weigh it down and you're just going to go fly in it with it. But it was a crazy day. It was a crazy time. We were able to get all 5 of them down safely and with only a couple of close calls. Anyway, hey Firehorse, how's it going? Hope the walk has been kind to you so far. It's been awesome. I discovered a lake one night under similar conditions. I've seen approximately 60 fish shows, which isn't really a lot. I moved on Jam Band, Colmo, and I'm in approximately 270 shows. Oh, Flies is following him. Little Fiddlehead is great. My buddy worked there. Coincidentally, the owner of Fiddlehead paid for employees to go to Fish Fest in Mexico. That's funny. Now that's a real life hoop storm. It really was, Bert. But we managed to get it all done. It was just not a fun time. Just like me and like 4 dudes on a rooftop holding down the fort. It was spring and the trees were budding. It was beautiful in Ironton, Missouri. I still have lasting effects. I feel the details of the trees. Nice. Yeah, well, I have all sorts of stories from that job, Wiggy Bits, and some of them I'm not even sure I can tell because they're still in court about them, but that job did not go well, let's just say. Whew. But I got a lot of life experience on that job, so I mean, I guess I got something out of it. Emergency laboratory management response. Lol. Hey Finster, how's it going? Alright. Slight uphill, my worst nightmare. My worst nemesis. Let's do this, baby, we got it. Come on, legs, don't fail me now. Hey, thanks for moving over. I love you. Know what you mean? I'll have flashbacks, some smells and sounds, but then here's that friend. Hey, thanks for whatever. I love you. Actually, though, guys, all things said and done, we're doing pretty well today. We're almost at the 3-hour mark. We haven't taken a break yet. My legs are still feeling pretty good, even though we got the added weight and I've been walking uphill a lot of this. So we're doing pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good. Hey, KJ. I was just saying, we're doing pretty good. A lot of dogs today, which is awesome. I love doggos. Yeah. Don't say it out loud, Danger Tater. I won't even read that message, man. It's not worth the jinx. But I'm hoping, you know, fingers crossed, man. I'm hoping all of 10 is like this. We get a couple of really good days. You weren't supposed to see that, Miz. I was supposed to protect you from that. Hold on, I got you. There you go. All right, just keep walking. Don't look left. Keep your eyes closed. Left eye closed. Right eye you can keep open. We got this. Just keep going. And I'm tired. Sorry, I tried. No shoulder, yikes. Yeah, there is no shoulder, which is rough, KJ, but I will say there's not been a lot of traffic, and the service has been really good here, and it's been mostly flat, so I will actually take no shoulder in those conditions over what could potentially be a worse day. Feeling a skateboard for downhills can make up some time. That would be cheating. That would be cheating, short in the dark. I will make this trip with nothing but my sheer power of will and my own muscle mass. My hero. Yeah, right up until my arm got tired. So many people were on drugs that weekend the owner of the house was like, I'm not against drugs, but next year when we meet here again, we need less drugs. Woo. All right. This is kind of like a really nice area. Oh, this is a school here. Oh, interesting. I'm gonna stop here for one quick second just while we have a bit of a shoulder and just take a couple of sips of water. 2% grade here. Yeah, it's slightly uphill the whole way, Wiggy Bits, but it ain't bad. Why is it cheating? Skateboards don't have power. Is gravity cheating? Yeah, gravity's cheating. No forces may act on my body except those exerted by my muscles. Oh boy. Got brain freeze from drinking ice water. Oh, yeah. Only do hippie stuff. You need a long straw to sip that water. Are we allowed to laugh if he falls in the water and gets soaked? Absolutely. I would actually be offended if you didn't laugh, Gecko, I'll be honest. Do you know how many times I've complained about not being able to swim this summer? Like, I just want to go for a swim. Water looks so muddy, though. I think it's mandatory, plus we all need to clip it. Exactly. See, Bert gets it. Have you bought any clothes on this trip? Yeah, I bought, here, hold on, I'll show you. Yeah, can I? It's kind of buried. It's kind of buried. Sorry, Bert, it's kind of buried. I use it as a pillow at night, but I bought a sweatshirt that said, It had a line on it that said, if you walked a mile in my shoes, you'd probably end up at a bar, which was funny, so I bought it. Hey, Minnow Mike, how's it going? It's called Walking Across America, not Skateboarding Across America. Lol. Weird subway guy outside of a school. What was that stop and look around all about? I was tinking. That was my tinking face, Gecko. I was trying to remember where I put the sweatshirt. Usually it's on my backpack side, but because the backpack side has all the water in it, now it's on the battery side of my stroller. I thought so, K9. I liked it a lot. Plus, it was super cheap. It was like 15 bucks for a sweatshirt. At the, I forget what the Blind Pig or something was the bar in Salina, Kansas. How's it going, man? Great American Subway Traverse. There, I fixed it. Lol. Nah, see, we're fine, T. That white van is marked. It's not unmarked, and it had windows. It's all safe. Everything's fine. Oh boy. Hey, look, a stucco house. House is made of mud. What an interesting design. I had my Subway today at lunch. Love it, K9. And okay, T. All right, I'm on it. So for anyone who might be new to the channel, just so you know what we're doing, we are currently walking across the continental United States of America. We left Boston, Massachusetts back on May 1st, and we're headed to the Santa Monica Pier in Santa Monica, California. The whole trip is going to span over 3,000 miles, take us anywhere from 5 to 6 months to complete. We're looking to end it right now on October 23rd. And we're doing the entire trip eating nothing but food that you can buy at a Subway restaurant chain. All in partnership with a charity organization called Big City Mountaineers, which is an organization that takes kids and adolescents from disinvested communities out on adventures in nature and the wilderness. We're also sponsored by Subway. They're paying for all of our food from here on out to California. They are donating $10,000 to the Big City Mountaineers charity organization, and they built us a custom made-to-order baby stroller, which is great, because we use a baby stroller to push all of our gear and equipment in so that I don't have to carry it on my back, which is good. All right, that's a spiel. Unlabeled white vans are just van lifers. No, you know what, Gracie, every van lifer I've ever seen was in a brown van. The white vans are either career tradesmen or less than savory types. But if you're talking like a 70s Volkswagen style brown van, that's a van lifer. Needs to have off, I misspelled and had to restart those commands so many times. Lol. I like that too. I like that we refer to a misspelling as the curse of the Mama Clancy. That works for me. What's the difference between a wizard who raises the undead and a sexy vampire? One is a necromancer, the other is a necromancer. Ah, I see what you did there. And I approve. I like it. I was watching TV this morning in the Hotel Gecko, a show on the Discovery Channel. It was called Dude, You're Screwed. And it's like 4 survivalist buddies, where every episode they choose one of them to go out on some sort of a survival mission, and they have like 90 hours or something like that to get rescued. And if you don't, the friends win. If you do, you win. And there's a reward at the end of every challenge, right? Well, the one I was watching this morning, they were in Transylvania, and the guy ended up traversing his way all the way to some random Transylvanian village that led him to like a castle that his friends had filled with a whole bunch of actors dressed as Dracula, and it was a very, very, very strange experience to watch. Can we go explore, look at that place? All right, here's the weird thing about the Midwest, Steve. A lot of times I can find decrepit homes like that one that people actually still live in. Are you a parent? That would explain all these jokes? Lol. So what I'm saying to you is we cannot, because I'm afraid that even though it looks decrepit and all the windows are broken, that someone actually still lives there. This show sounds great. It was pretty awesome. And they do fuel me. Dude, you're screwed. It's pretty awesome. It has that guy, Matt, from Dual Survival on it. Matt being the hippie that came on after the guy that liked to do everything shoeless. Or the hippie, the primitive survival expert, if that's what they call him. But it's pretty great. I liked it. Dude, you're screwed. Fur baby only, but my pup loves my jokes too. Lol. There is. Which, by the way, people should use more frequently. Just saying. I need those dad jokes. They fuel me. Oh boy. Listen, man, it's nowhere except all the way across the continental United States of America. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You catching my drift? You're catching, you're receiving what I am putting down here. Hey, Mrs. Noss, how's it going? I'm doing fantastic. I got to stay in a hotel last night, which is always nice because it means I get to shower. Unfortunately, I did not get to do because they my last couple socks, which is not but we're walking through a 75-mile stretch here where there are no subways until we hit Walsenburg, and in Walsenburg there is a laundromat where we'd be able to do laundry, so there is an end to our situation. All right, Brian, you're gonna have to let me know when things start looking familiar to you. We are definitely in the Rado. The Colorado. No! Oh, back, okay, sweet. No, the first one all day. And yes, Mrs. Noss, I had a Mexicali sub for breakfast this morning, and then I got 6 more subs to help get us through this 3-day stretch. Oh boy. Alright, as long as we're back, it's fine. But Brian, I was saying, you gotta tell me when things start looking familiar, man, because we're definitely in Colorado. Go to South Park, bro. No, we're headed towards Wally Wally Walkin' Free. But Brian, we got our first glimpse of the Rocky Mountains today, man. The first time I saw the Rocky Mountains on the horizon on this trip. Happened around mile marker 65 here on US 10, just before US 65. All right. See, now that we had one blackout, man, I'm gonna be paranoid that there's gonna be more coming. I love Colorado for that reason. Yeah, it's awesome, man. I can actually see them a little bit again, but they're way too far away to be rendering on screen for you guys. But I can see them again. And I'll see them better once I get to the top of this hill too, which is good stuff. But that being said, man, because of this 3-day stretch without food, I had to pack myself with like 4.5 gallons of water here. And 6 subs and about 10 bags of chips, so my pack is super heavy. And because we're in Colorado, we're moving uphill until we hit the peak of the Rockies, so pushing this really heavy stroller uphill is kind of beating me up. I just got topside and the computer here doesn't work, so I was just twiddling my thumbs for a whole day. Oh man, what's wrong with the computer? And T's right, you could always go for a walk. If you want, you can start walking now and we might meet each other in Santa Monica. Although you got some catching up to do there, sir. good, but I'm trapped in a tiny little enclosure underground. Oh boy. I thought you said you were topside, man. I thought you said they let you out of the bunker. Oh well. One thing I did have to ask you though, Brian, or I should probably ask Kyle anyway, but because I got to try to keep track of this stuff. When is the fantasy football draft? When do I have to be in service in order to draft football players? I think I have one on September 6th. I also have an interview with Speedify here on Twitch that's happening on September 1st. And I'm trying to plan these events based on when I'm going to be around Signal, which is easier said than done. My cousin really hates dad jokes. I'm so ready for football, Raheen. This Sunday is the draft. Okay, that's good to know. Today is Thursday, right? So I got a couple of days. 3 days. Should put us... No, we're gonna be on the okay. We're gonna be in a tent leaving Walls and Wally Walks and Free. Oh my God, wiki bits. Yeah, I have to. They sent me an email this morning, T, that I was not able to really understand. But I think they're trying to set up a way so that people from my chat will get notified when their stream goes live. And when that happens, you guys will be able to join and ask questions a lot like the Artman interview did. So I gotta try to set that up, but I don't know how I'm gonna set that up from the road. But we will see. How are you in 16 fantasy football leagues though, Wiggy Bits? Today is Friday? Oh, wait, today is Friday. Why did I think it was Thursday? All right, if today's Friday, I should be getting into Wally Walking Free. Ow. But Brian, what time is the draft on Sunday then? Please give me all times in mountain time, as no other time matters to me right now. I must be prepared. I must draft Cooper Kupp again. This is the play. Let's get Biddy. Thank you very much somehow again for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you and welcome to the walk. All right. Needed a few managers for my leagues, but their Phil was going to ask if you were here to join. Well, feel free, go for it, Wiggy. Ask away, man. I'm already in 2 different leagues right now, and my max cap is 3. But on this walk, I think even keeping up with these 2 might be a struggle. So I'm gonna stick with the 2 I'm in. But ask away for anyone else here. 6 p.m. Mountain Time. I can make that work. Today is Friday until midnight. Look at that. All right, listen, Derp Dog. Do you know how hard it is to keep track of what day it is while you're walking in the middle of nowhere? It is basically impossible. All right, so if we're at mile marker 63, right? I want to put in at least 13, maybe 15 more miles. 15 miles is going to be an hour and a half, so 4.5 more hours. It's 4 o'clock now, 4.5, that puts us at well, roughly 6 o'clock. I can make that work. My sister said you're insane to be doing this walk. That's funny, Ziggy. A lot of people say that. Low. Tell your sister, Ziggy, that I told her she's insane for deciding to take a car and drive to Florida rather than letting you come up and meet me in Kirksville. Just saying. My kids say the same. Well, your phone says the day, date, and time, 5head. Listen, the only thing I use my phone for, Anonymous Vodka, is to look at stream chat, and that's it. Twitch chat. That's all I got. 8 Yahoo, 2 fan tricks, 4 SBN, 2 NFL. Whoa. I've also wondered about a lot of the noises Sean makes. Well, that's fair. I make a lot of noises. How did you like La Junta? Hey Rufus, La Junta was interesting. It was, how can I say this? Hold on. It was kind of weirdly spaced out, if that makes sense. So my hotel, right, was in the northwestern part of La Junta, and I got a hotel right next to the subway because that's my main concern. That's what I got to get to. But trying to get to a laundromat was impossible. The only laundromat was like on the far eastern side, southeastern side of town. There was a Walmart that was even way farther northeast outside of town. Trying to get to like gas stations and stuff for water was like hard to get to, and there was nothing really around where I was other than the subway and a McDonald's, which I did not go to. So it was like kind of weirdly spaced out, but it was still nice, and really, really nice to get a hotel and get showered up and clean. And saying that we're in the little Patriots versus Raiders today. I don't usually watch preseason football, but Friday night game versus Raiders, may have to check that out. Two teams I really like, Short in the Dark. Two teams I really like. And the phone gets used for watching. No. This phone is used strictly for Twitch chat. Hands are talking, Sean's blood is wiggling. Lol. Sometimes I get tired, T. Sometimes you gotta, you know, throw it back. Like I said, the best way to get through walking up a hill is just throw it back. You gotta bust that butt out up in the air, and it puts less strain on your calves. People can say what they want, but that part of Colorado still looks like Kansas. Rufus, I was telling people earlier, I went to the Department of Forestry, had a building in La Junta, and I walked by and I grabbed a flyer, right? And the flyer said that the slogan for southeastern Colorado was that anyone can love the mountains, but it takes someone with soul to love the plains. And to me, that just sounded like they were admitting that the mountains were better. But that was their slogan. Watch the Thursday night game. I wish football did not make me sleepy. Wiggly butt. Lol. I work from home and time gets funny for me. I can only imagine what it's like for you. Time's a construct, Bert. It doesn't actually exist. The only thing that exists is the almighty sun, which tells me when to rise and when to go to bed each day. Your climate zone should be changing right now. It's 90 degrees in La Junta, 78 in Walsenburg, and 58 in Del Norte right now. Now that you mention it, Prince of Matthew, it does actually feel cooler than it was this morning. The butt don't jiggle jiggle, it bends, truckers love to see it, faux show. That was poetry, Anonymous Vodka. Brought a tear to my eye. That was poetry. Time is a human invention. Oh god. No, but seriously, the only thing I know is that today is day 118. As far as Monday through Friday, I don't know. As far as what date it is, I don't know. I barely even know it's still August, man. I don't know nothing. I don't believe in time, so I'm living forever. There you go, Derp Dog. If you don't acknowledge time exists, then death doesn't exist either, right? Right? New song stuck in my head for show. You know what's sad, Ziggy, is I did not recognize that that was actually a song. Is that actually a song, just with slightly changed lyrics? If so, it's not one I've ever heard. But then again, my knowledge of the rap game pretty much ended in the 90s with Tupac and Biggie Smalls and Biz Markie, who was one of my favorites. And you say he's just a friend, and you say he's just a friend, oh baby you. Have you noticed a reduction in the high humidity levels compared to the Midwest? Yes. Yeah, that definitely happened in the latter half of Kansas though, Principal Matthew. Like even when we were getting those days where we walked in 102, 100, and 104, the humidity was like at the tops, 30%. Also, why did I just find a naked Barbie on the side of the road? What is that? I don't even know if I can show this on stream, but naked Barbie on the side of the road with decapitated swimsuit Barbie with no arms on the side of the road. What is happening? Oh, I heard that Sean guy's really cool. Yeah, woo! Back there you go. Maybe we don't take the Barbie. We are not taking the Barbie. We left the Barbies where we found them. Just a strange thing to find on the side of the road. Don't touch evidence. Someone's little brother threw them out of the window. You're probably right. It's probably a green herring. Rough flight for those two. Looks like Rob Zombie scene. Lol. I guess it's a suspect. I didn't even know. Oh god. I can't read that one. Yep, thank you. Spotify search Jiggle Jiggle Duke and Jones. It's very short. Interesting. Alright. Corn dollies. Yeah, not often you find Barbies on the side of the road next to a cornfield. Actually, there are no cornfields around here. Those are cattle farms. Oh, horsies, ponies. All right. The one thing keeping me going on this hill is I know as soon as I crest the top, I'm gonna get another view of the Rocky Mountains. And I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, and suck them in. Honestly, Ziggy, they're not bad, man. Like I said, occasionally you get a couple of butterflies that like fly into you, and it just feels like butterfly kisses. But other than that, they're just playfully hanging around. There's a couple of flies in here with them though that drive me absolutely insane. I hate the flies. I get flashbacks to the horse flies in Missouri. Remember the Alamo. Which is funny because I think the town of Alamo in Colorado is right after Walsenburg. Walter Whitenberg. Walmartburg, wherever I'm headed. Whatever it's called. Somewhere in the billions, probably at this point, Wikibits. There have been so many butterflies flying around us for like the past 3 days, man. 12,452. That seems low, T. Just open your mouth and let them fly in. Easy tickles and snack time. But I can't buy butterflies at a Subway given to fly. I can't do it. Whew. All right. Come on, baby. Has there been any scarecrows seen? No, not really, actually. I don't think I've seen a single scarecrow on this trip. I think nowadays the pesticides they use that keep the bugs off of them also keep the birds away, so they don't need scarecrows as much. That could be wrong. Butterflies not from Subway, so we can't eat them. Exactly, Miz gets it. You counted some twice when they flew around Strawn. Lol. They are yellow like bread or cheese. Listen, often things share the color of things that I can also get at Subway, but just because the grass is green like the green peppers they serve there does not mean I can eat the grass. Oh, I know, Wikibits. It's because the camera is strapped onto the baby stroller, and the baby stroller matches the grade of the hill. So whenever it matches it, the camera also matches the grade, which just makes it look like we're walking flat, but we are not. You can only really tell if I'm on a hill by my heavy breathing. What about the 3 spiders at night he's eating in his sleeve? Is that among his trip? Sitting on tippy toes, trying to see the Rockies. We'll see him over the ledge, Miz. And actually, to be honest with you, Gecko, I think when you're sleeping in a tent, you're less likely to eat spiders in your sleep. Because every day when I roll up my tent and squeeze it tight, it kills all the bugs inside. And when I open it up, there's no live bugs inside, including no live spiders. Hey, Duluth Fly, man, thank you so much for the subscription for 3 months. That is awesome of you, man. I really appreciate it. That's a tough one to call. Lol. Supposed to pick in general. Can you stand in front of the cam and wiggle your butt so Danger Shooter can clip it? That's a hard maybe. And trees and house angles to the road. Yeah. All right. That is great that your treadmill and green screen can simulate hills. Can you also do a moon landing? I'm still working on the script for that one, Given to Fly, but once I get it working the way I like it, I'll send it over to you. So sorry, T, so sorry. Oh, God. All right. Bamboozling science explanation or green screen theory confirmed. No. Or what was that? Honestly, T, it was so mangled I could not tell what it was. But if I had to guess, I'd say a raccoon. Oh, God. Hey, Jasper Discovers coming in with the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? All right. Ooh, that means I get to give a spiel again. How's it going, everyone coming in? Shout out to Jasper Discovers. How's it going, man? Whew. You guys caught me walking up a hill, which means I am out of breath. But I'm going to continue to talk anyway, because it's what I love to do. But for everyone coming in on the raid, just so you guys know what we're doing here, we are currently walking across the entire continental United States of America from Boston, Massachusetts to the Santa Monica Pier in Santa Monica, California. A trip that spans over 3,000 miles and a trip that we started on May 1st that we're not going to finish up here until October 23rd. And a trip that we're doing eating nothing but food that you can buy at a Subway restaurant chain. All in partnership with a charity organization called Big City Mountaineers, which is a group that takes kids and adolescents on from disinvested communities out on adventures in nature in the wilderness. Woo! Let's all say happy birthday to Liza. Happy birthday, Liza. Narcotian, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, and welcome to the walk. No stop. It's too late. I can't stop. Hey, Liza. I already said birthday. Happy. 3,000 miles, 3,000 subs. Quite poetic. Lol. Cool mailbox. I didn't even see it. Oh, I did. Yeah, the guy riding the tractor was pretty cool. Subway Ford to work. Lol. Oh boy. But we are right now, guys. We are in Colorado on the side of a road called US Route 10, in between La Junta and Wally Wally Walking Free. Walsenburg is the name of the town, I believe. And we are just now getting our first glimpse of the Rocky Mountains coming up on the horizon, which is pretty cool. Just pronounced with a soft J like Jasper. Oh, my bad. I mispronounced it. Sorry, Jasper. All right. Whew. Nah, that's okay, Liza. You can celebrate your birthday here. I'm with it. Final Nightmare, how's it going? Isn't that a bit dangerous walking on the road? Yes and no. Luckily, this road is not a super populated one. Usually the roads that we're on have a bit wider of a shoulder than this one. This one does not offer us a whole lot of protection, but there's not a whole lot of traffic, so we do pretty well. You just gotta walk towards the oncoming traffic and watch out. Only the vehicles aren't paying attention. Whoa. There isn't a lot of traffic on the roads, you just gotta be aware. Exactly. Let's go. All right, almost to the top here, guys. I got a couple more bumps in the road before we make it up to the top of the hill. I'm going when you reach Cali, unless you walk back. Yeah. Oh. Going back over there. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I guess. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, have a good one. You got beer? Yeah, I'll take a beer. Yeah. Well, those were nice guys. Offered us a couple of nice little drinks there. Just going to pack some of these away. Let's throw that in there. Yeah. Oh boy. Just gonna, you know, continue packing these away in places that they fit. Yeah, that fits there, and no one saw that on stream, of course. Thank you very much, man. All right, keep it going. Anyway, back to this whole walking thing. That was awesome. All right. So replacing Wugai for me. Lol, that was awesome. Impromptu beer drinking session. This guy is the best. He is awesome. He gave me like 4 water bottles and a beer. That guy was awesome. Proper stream sniper. Lol. I think the worst things, that was so cool. Yeah, he just screamed, "Hey, you want some water?" I said, yeah. Unfortunately, there was a bit of a language barrier there. I don't think he understood me, but very, very nice guy. Came through there, can tell by looking at the trees. We're not really in Tornado Alley. Probably more likely it was a forest fire, unfortunately, but it happens. We're calling me to its own time. Lol. This happens everywhere. People are generally so awesome. Oh yeah, people are awesome. Keep the empty bottles after the peeing. Use a salt water bottle. Lol. Free beer, yeah. Revels and Derp Dog, we were definitely going the right way. So nice and happy too. Yeah, they were all really cool. Stay Casino, by the way, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, and welcome to the walk. I don't know if you guys could see on stream. I didn't want to come up on them because they were having a bit of a cookout, but they were just like 6 dudes hanging out, cooking up some steak and fajitas and stuff like that. It was pretty cool. Saw me walking by, decided to offer me some drinkage. I don't know what the family-friendly terms of Twitch are. I don't know if I'm allowed to show beer on stream. Probably not. So we'll save that for later. Called her to Sean, we wanted water. Sean said yes, and the guy offered a beer too. Oh yeah, Jacob. Dude, let me tell you, farmers are the best. I was walking through, where was I? Western Ohio. In the flatlands of Ohio, right in the middle of nowhere. And at night, I'm walking by a party of people, farmers that were there. So they offered me a couple of beers. I was like, yeah, cool, why not? So I took 2 Busch Lights, talked to him for a bit. Had the 2 Busch Lights, whatever. Went, found a camping spot, slept on the side of the road. Woke up the next morning, kept walking. Walked onto another guy's farm, and on that guy's farm, he was like, "That's cool, I like what you're doing." After talking to him for a bit, he gave me like 3 Mountain Dews and 3 Busch Lights and sent me on my way. So that was my breakfast that morning, was a bunch of Mountain Dews and a bunch of Busch Lights. Beer dehydrates you, so it's good to give you water too. Yeah, Derp Dog, exactly. You can drink responsibly on stream. Oh, perfect, okay, good. Cooking some steak, yeah, it was good stuff. And it looked delicious too. Benny Bastinson, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, and welcome to the walk. No binging. You can drink on stream, you're not using the family-friendly tech. Okay, perfect. You aren't supposed to be drinking on the shoulder of a road. Well, that's true. Yes, self. Score! Subway and Bud Light do sponsors now. Well, you know, NFL season is coming up, and you know how Budweiser likes to sponsor that. Drink that dang beer. Alright. Alright, we're doing it. I'm still not going to show it on camera, but it's implied. It's implicative what I'm doing. Implied by that. I'll show that. And then we'll walk. Oh, that is cool and refreshing. I saw this part of Colorado. It may still be considered Tornado Alley. I saw a tornado shelter at Denver International Airport before. Alright, fair enough. It's 1 beer, he's not gonna get drunk. Lol. No, it's still not, it's still questionable to be drinking out in the open. This is America, and the alcohol in the vehicle, sir. Well, I don't think you can classify this as a vehicle. Are you drunk driving your baby stroller, sir? Lol. Oh, God, that's good, though. One beer now when he's drunk. Derp Dog, that's a real thing, though. So I was, I had a little bit to drink a couple nights ago, Derp Dog. Not last night, but the night before. I went to a bar. It was like 2:30 in the afternoon. I already put 19 miles in on the day in Los Animas. And I was like, I could really use a beer. So bar didn't open until 3. I hung around for half an hour. I went in there. I ordered a Coors Banquet on draft because they didn't have any IPAs, which I normally like. So they served me one. She said $2.50. I said, wow, that's a cheap beer. So I had $4 in ones, pulled those out, used that to pay for my first beer. I'm like, that was so good, I could go for a second. So I order a second one. She goes, okay, hands me the second one, goes, that'll be $2.50. And I said, sweet. So I pull out my debit card to give it to her, and she goes, actually, it wasn't posted anywhere, but she goes, there's a $10 minimum here on drinks, so we can't actually charge you until you've gone up to $10 on your bill. And I was like, well, I can't order food, so there's only one solution here. We have to order more drink. So I ended up having 5 or 6 drinks before I left that place. And then I still had to walk like another 5 miles at the end of the day. And I was having a good time with it, you know? That's all I'm saying. Sponsor from Bud Light might as well be sponsored by H2O. They both do the same thing. Lol. Are you drinking and driving a subway cart when you to see your subway card? Lol. Comes out the other end and same as it went in. Road feels like a GIF. It's like we're never moving. Lol. Wait, we're gonna crest the top here, State Casino, and then it'll look different. Maybe, I don't know. It all kind of looks the same. It's all still pretty flat here in eastern Colorado. Just wait until we hit the Rockies, man. That's when it gets exciting. Oh, it's so good though. I gotta tell you guys, I'm not normally a fan of a Bud Light, but God, when you've just been out here working or you've been on the side of the road for hours on end, nothing better. Jif or Jif? It's Jif. The creator says it is pronounced Jif. We're cresting poggers. Lol. Bud Lights and electrolytes. That reminds me of work travel when my boss would ask why I spent my meal allowance on a cheap meal and 6 beers. Oh, God. Would have loved to see the real-time path. A little squiggly, I suppose. You can see the real-time path. Oh, no, not for that day. Oh, sorry. I might have an Animal Grind. I have a app on my phone called like GeoNexion that sends my pathing and my walking to my girlfriend. You have to pay extra for it to save your data, and we haven't, so it might not be saving it. But I think if we were to pay now, we might be able to get our data. Maybe. It's a big maybe. The Rockies, that's hard. It's gonna be anonymous vodka. If you want to look it up, man, we're going to be going through a pass called Mosca, M-O-S-C-A pass, and it's supposed to be a pretty interesting one. Jif like peanut butter. Exactly, Derp Dog. I haven't drank in over 5 years now, so I'm no fun. That doesn't mean anything. Shake down sheets. You can be fun without drinking. We're waiting for the Rockies since Pennsylvania. Can you make the same statement in front of the camera after a sip? Label forward, please. Hashtag ad lol. How's the cold beer? It's so good, Gecko. Like I said, I'm not normally a Bud Light guy, man, but after walking out here for hours on end in the hot sun, nothing better than a cold beer. Not so much. I forgot that I opened a Melon Blast Mountain Dew last week and put it in the fridge. Smell that neck of the jar. It probably smells off. That's not the water. It's the bacteria from your own mouth. Lol. I brushed my teeth. Viewers, I brushed my teeth on this trip. Sorry, wrong chat. Lol. Hey, I ate Wabbits for dinner. You know we are. I haven't drank in 49 years. I have enough issues. Lol. And it's a GIF as in graphics, not as in Jaffics. Here's a Halo dial. Lol. That you don't go way over your head. The Rockies, that's hard as rock are hard. No, I got it. I got it. Anonymous vodka. Lol. On this trip. Yep. That's pronounced however the creator of the GIF wants it. He said it's pronounced GIF. I've always read it GIF. I've never read it as GIF. This is wild. This is the Wild West out here. People pronouncing it like GIF. Madness. Look what I started, Giffers. Lol. Alright. Oh God. I'm just waiting for the actual top of these hills. Hold on. Keep on. Throw it back. Put the butt in the air, son. Shake it like you just don't care. Oh God, it was one of those fake hills. This is not the top. Oh, God. Remove this curse, I keep misspelling words. Lol. Can't drink alcohol and anti-convulsant don't mix well. Well, that's true. All right, well, this is a hard name to read, and I don't know how I can read it in a way that's not the way it's meant to be read. Let me see. Okay, I can pronounce it like a fancy E. Chode Jockey, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it, appreciate you, and welcome to the walk. It will be Jeff. Well, it's Jeff, and that's the creator of the Jeff, is an imposter and a major fraud. Okay. Whew, I thought this was the top of the hill, but as it turns out, there's just more longer hills after this crest. Time to drink the beer. But I can see the Rockies again. You guys can't, but I can. Oh, we're out of beer. Now's when the real tragedies begin. Also, the only downside to taking this is now I have to carry an empty beer bottle with me for like 4 days, but that's okay. They can sit with Cornholio. This hill is like the dreams I have. No matter how far I run, I don't get anywhere. We'll hit stating that he intended for the pronunciation that deliberately echoed the American peanut butter brand GIF, and CompuServe employees would often quip choosy development choices GIF, a spoof of GIF's television commercials. Running in slow motion in dreams stinks. Yep. I've had that name for years. I love it, Chode. I'm just gonna pronounce it as Chode, like a fancy E. So you get a glimpse of the Great Sand Dunes since you're going over Mosca. Yes, Chavi, we're gonna be where I think the Mosca Pass literally ends in the Great Sand Dunes National Park, which is pretty cool. The man walks into a magical forest and begins to cut down a tree. Suddenly the tree says, "You can't cut me down. I'm a talking tree." The man continues cutting and says, "You might be a talking tree, but you're going to dialogue." Lol. Homer screaming. All right, now I guess it's time to drink like actual water instead of beer. That's probably a good idea. Good stuff. Also, T, you might not believe this. In fact, I'm willing to bet that you won't believe this, but I have to pee. Chode Jockey, been riding for years. Lol. Graphics, interchange format. If you wanted to pronounce with a soft G, you should have picked a better name. Back in the early days of the web, we used GIFs for static images. The ways we use PNGs or JPEGs now, and it was controversial because this is held now expired patent on the format. Interesting. All right, your boy's gonna take a second here, cross the street, and pee on some hay, and hope that those really nice farmers that gave him water and beers aren't offended by his peeing on their hay stockpile. Beer makes you pee. I'm gonna start saving these gecko jokes. They're gold. They're awesome given to fly. Gecko is he's a true hero of the stream. That's for sure. I love you, nice farmers. Please don't be mad at my peeing on your hay. Actually, I want them to catch me. That way they can scream hay at me while I'm peeing on their hay. Just saying. I'll be right back. Woo. Stocks, portfolios, buying low, selling high, mutual funds. Ah, look at that. We attended business. Hey, why are you peeing over there? Lol. Look out, hey, here he comes. Oh, God. No DeLorean for sale. Lol. What's to the left? Is that someone standing in the field? There's just one person stationed out there waiting to catch someone peeing. It was pee that got me, lol. You're in your stack. Lol, wouldn't have this problem if you used Porto earlier. Imagine someone comes from behind now, pushes the stroller, setting up and catch up since Philly. Lol. There's not a person over there, no. I gave my friend an apple yesterday. They said they prefer pears, so I gave him another apple. Lol. I love it, Firehorse. Our view actually looks like someone standing there. There's a couple of wooden posts. I don't know what else it would be, but there ain't no one there. I'm gonna wait for this car and then we're gonna cross over. There's a motorcycle coming up behind us. I gotta tell you guys though, the sprawling landscape over to the right that leads over to some dunes looks kind of beautiful. Kind of beautiful. Alright. They did, if so, because they haven't moved. Scarecrow. I don't even see what you guys think was a person. I don't see nothing. Alright. You're not following US 160 all the way. You're going to take some back roads over to Moscow Pass. I believe that is the plan, Principal Matthew. Yep. I gotta look at the actual route though. I literally, man, I cannot plan out more than like 3 days in advance. Otherwise, I get so focused on where I'm going in the future that I can't get lost in the now, if that makes sense. Scarecrow OP, yeah, beer will do that. Lol. It was so good, memers. It was so good. I'm gonna be honest. Like I said, I don't even like the light all that much, but just a cold beer after today, it's just good stuff. Just good stuff. Yep. I love dad jokes, yeah, me too. The only person in the world that I've ever heard of that doesn't love dad jokes is T, Firehorse. And at least if you were to pass around here, you would have some buzzards to eat or vice versa. Yeah, my body wouldn't go to waste. All the Subway that I've saved up over the past 4 months, 5 months, would go back to nature in the form of vultures and birds. You deserve it. Lol. You know the cemetery up the road? People are dying to get in there. We'll use that one all the time. By the way, what happened to that river crossing with no bridge? Were you able to cross there? Tuva, we ended up, I don't want to say chickening out, but kind of chickening out. We ended up checking the Google Maps, and the Google Maps said that there was a shorter way to go if we just went back up to the highway rather than trying to take the back roads. So we ended up going back towards the highway, and I was not happy to do it. Did you hear the police have a warrant out on a... I can't read that one either. Wow, I didn't think the bot would come up with that one. So, I'm gonna be honest with you. I gave him a sugar-coated nut, and he laughed and said that, so I gave him these nuts soon. Lol. Oh, Sean's training, the cemetery one. Yep. Made it to the Syrian desert yet. Now that's a bit off of the route, horizontal Bob. I don't think we're quite headed in the direction of the Syrian desert. I also don't think that they speak Swahili in Syria, so I would not do well there. Hey, Elric. If we get to Syria, we got lost. We said the same thing when we crossed into Milan back in Illinois. We took a wrong turn somewhere. Or Manhattan, Kansas. They speak Arabic there? Yeah, I don't know Farsi. Farsi is not one I know. Yo sé un poco español. Ninaweza ongea kidogo Kiswahili. That's about it in English. Them's is my languages. I can also say Gung Hei Fak Choi, which I believe is Happy New Year in either Mandarin or Vietnamese, depending on what my teacher told me when I was a kid. And how right it was. It's entirely possible Sean gets lost easy. Cool. The Colorado sand dunes look dope. I would visit there. They are pretty cool given to fly. I know that they're like a, well, not the ones in the national park. But there are random sand dunes throughout Colorado that are like widely known for being awesome for dirt biking on. They're pretty great. What do the Rockies look like? Have you seen, I've seen the Rockies. have you seen on your walks? I've met people that call themselves, I don't think it's as offensive as people say. It's one of those things, Ziggy, where it's like, why take the chance? You don't have to say it, so why would you say it, you know? Why take the chance? Here's one you can appreciate. My wife gave birth 3 times and still fits in her prom jump, so I've given birth 0 times and I don't fit in my pants from March. Lol. What language did Beard Dude speak? It sounded a bit Spanish to my European ear, but I'm great with my accents. Yes, twas Espanol, Bert. Twas Espanol. Too weird, my husband and I actually had a convo like that a couple years ago. Rockies are tall like Swiss Alps. Yeah, so where we're crossing them, Elric, is not the tallest part of the Rockies. Where we're crossing them in the south here, there's still like high mountains. You're still gonna see mountains up to like 8,000–9,000 foot. But the real tall ones are closer to Denver. That's where you see the 14,000 footers. Just the monsters. Maybe the highest point of your Rockies elevation is 9,700 feet. That's okay. That's okay, Principal Matthew. I'm okay with that. Nothing about that sounds bad at all. Even if the Rockies were really a volcano and erupted, that would not be great. They say that there's a super volcano at Yellowstone, though, in Wyoming, which is not too far away. In fact, it's close enough that if it were to erupt, we would probably get the ash cloud here in Colorado, they say. Listen, take haste, I shouldn't need oxygen. No, we won't need oxygen anyway, Elric, because we're moving at such a regular pace here that our body has time to adjust, I hope. Otherwise, we're gonna be riding the struggle bus for a bit here. I heard someone told me earlier that we're gonna rise a little, like 2,100 feet in elevation over the next 3 days, which is pretty extreme. So if we do that, we might be in some trouble, but we will see. Ooh. I hope we're gonna be all right, though. You know what, we're gonna be all right. If you just manifest it, if you say it's gonna be fine, it's all gonna be fine. That's what I believe. It's all gonna be fine, everything's fine. Nothing to worry about. Single tear. Actually, you know what I am a little bit worried about is the thunder and lightning storms coming through and the fact that there is literally nothing to shelter under right now. That's kind of scary for atmosphere change. Am I the only one that sees lovers' names carved into trees and thinks that's not romantic? Instead, wonder why so many people take knives with them on dates. Oh. I can't say anything to that, Gecko Jeeper, because I'm one of those guys that always has a knife on me, like always. I have a car knife, I just keep in the car for emergencies. So when we go on dates, I just have a knife. I bought the new contact lenses the other day. Would make me look hard. Lol. I've been trying to come up with some puns about the wind, but they all blow. Love it, self. One of the top of Pikes Peaks, I remember wheezing and going, oh, look at that cute wheeze little chipmunk. I love, dude, Pikes Peak. So we drove up to the main peak, or I think it was like the second main peak, because the main one was closed, unfortunately, when I was there. Intense, man. I could not imagine climbing that mountain or hiking up that mountain. That would be brutal. But one of the lower peaks, like I said, I did the Manitou incline for, which is the staircase that goes up it, which was really, really cool. But absolutely destroyed me, man. I could not breathe at the top of it, Ziggy. I was dying. I was very dead. Absolutely destroyed me, destroyed my dad, destroyed my brother, and then my 120-pound girlfriend was running up it like a mad woman, making the rest of us jelly. Did not like that very much. People with, oh, can't read that one, Anonymous Vodka. Nope. There's a whole bunch of cows standing out in the field to my right, and there's a whole bunch of like prairie dogs running underneath the cows. It's pretty fun to watch. I wish you guys could see the prairie dogs, but they're so tiny and they don't render in for you. I can't even get them on a photograph. Have you heard of Sweet Anita Twitch streamer? I don't think so, Ziggy. That's a new one to me. Who is Sweet Anita? All right. Sorry, I'm just quietly and slowly digesting the fact that I'm gonna have to keep walking until like 6 o'clock at night because I decided to stay in bed in that comfortable hotel for a little bit longer than I wanted to. She has Tourette's, and since I've not met anyone with Tourette's, it's quite enlightening. That's nice though. My well, I worked with a lot with people with disabilities, Ziggy, when I was in high school. I worked for a horse farm. I think I can say the name of it because it's a charity organization, but it was called Challenge Unlimited, or Ironstone Farm out in Andover, Massachusetts. And they work with physically and mentally disabled kids. And they use horseback riding as a form of muscular therapy and mental therapy to help some of these kids through a lot of their problems. So I dealt with a lot of Down syndrome patients, a lot of Tourette's patients, a lot of that stuff going on. That and my mom, for most of her life, worked with the developmentally delayed children in schools, in elementary schools. So I spent a lot of time working with at least the, what do you call it, pediatric side of it. So I have quite a bit of experience, and those are some of the happiest days of my life, honestly, working with those people. They were just so very nice and very very inviting. She's mad. Sorry, trying to talk about some good times in my life at the same time as out of breath walking up this hill was interesting, but it was a good experience. It's really, really cool. My kid decided to burn his house down. His dad watched with tears in his eyes. He put his arm around the mom and said, "That's arson." Lol. Let me see if you know this one, Gecko. It's visual comedy, so I gotta get in front of the camera. But there was a woman working at a hairdresser, working at a hair salon, right? She was used to catering all sorts of different types of women, all sorts of different types of hair. She was really good at what she did, and a lot of people came to her because she was really good at doing hair and you know, working with the different hair colors and hairstyles. So anyway, this woman walks in looking for a haircut. She sits down at the little chair there, and she starts getting into her hair, massaging her head and all that. And she's a brunette woman, so the hairdresser goes, "Wow, you have such beautiful brown hair. How did you get it to look like that?" The woman goes, "You know, it's natural." And the next day, a blonde woman walks in. She goes, "I really want to get my hair cut." So the woman goes, "Okay, sounds good. Have a seat right there." Starts working through her hair, starts massaging it. She goes, "Wow, you have such soft, beautiful blonde hair. How did you get it to work? How did you get it to be like that? How did you get it to work like that?" And the woman just goes, "Oh, well, you know, it's natural." All of a sudden, the third day, a woman walks in. She's got this bright green hair, just like an interesting shade of green. And the woman goes, "Wow, you have such beautiful green hair. How did you get it to look like that?" And the woman goes, "It's natural." That's good stuff. Anyway, I feel like we need a Mom Claims a History video. Sounds like she's an interesting life as well. Do we have the Chichimja? That was a good joke. Anyway. Of course, Animal Grunt. That's one of my faves. Lol. Ugh. It's not a bad joke. Love it. Maybe the truck distracted me. It's a gross joke. Give it a fly. It's one you tell to like kids. It's sigh. You know you love it, T. He knows how to tell a good joke. Lol. Oh, God. That's not a funny joke, John. You know it's hilarious, Anonymous Vodka. Was it or was it not a joke? It was. Could be worse. You could have gotten that natural color scum pond. That's true. I'll have to watch the clip. My volume was low. Oh, sorry. I gave it a fly. That's a good one, though. But anyway, to anyone who said it, yeah, my mom's lived a pretty interesting life. I told the story before. So my grandmother, my mom unfortunately never knew her dad, never knew who her dad was. But my grandmother, on my mom's side, when she was in 3rd grade, contracted triple E from a mosquito while riding an elephant at a fair. Went into a coma in the 3rd grade and had a stunted level of development ever since then. Never really grew too far past that kind of mental level of the 3rd grader. I guess is the nicest way I could say it. So my mom spent a lot of her life raising kind of herself and growing up in her own way and moving around, living off of disability and all that. And the jobs that my grandmother could get were as a caretaker, oftentimes watching over like children. So my mom would help her out with that a lot. So she had a tough life growing up, for sure, for sure. A lot of interesting facts about it. You're all welcome. I help bring the best of Sean. Yes, you do, Gecko. The nose to hair gesture is the punchline. Well, yes, it is. Lol. Yes, it is, Peeklo. One of my favorite jokes. Oh, already, I got another one for you. Oh, I gotta think about this one. Oh, boy. Okay, here he goes. All right, so there is a priest, a bartender, and a U.S. Army soldier all flying around the world in a hot air balloon, right? All of a sudden, the hot air balloon starts losing altitude. They can't figure out what's going on. They can't get the fire to burn any higher. The balloon is going down, down, down. And they're thinking, we got to make it. We got to keep this thing up. We got to keep this thing going. What can we do? All right, so the 3 of them get together. They decide they each have to throw off one personal belonging in order to help them survive. So the priest takes his copy of the King James Bible, and he goes, listen, God, I'm sorry I'm throwing this away, but we got to survive here, and I have to do what I have to do. He throws the Bible away. The bartender takes a vintage 40-year-old bottle of whiskey and goes, listen, it's a shame to waste this, but I gotta live here, I gotta survive. Throws it away. The U.S. Army soldier takes off a belt of grenades and goes, listen, I don't think we're in threat here. I think I can afford to get rid of these. I don't need them. We're not in risk. I'm going to throw them away. He throws away the belt of grenades. So anyway, somewhere else in the world, there's a man walking down the street. All of a sudden, he sees the kid on the side of the road crying. And he walks up to the kid and he goes, kid, why are you crying? What's wrong? It's a beautiful day. What's going on? The kid goes, hey, listen, I got really mad at my parents. I said something I shouldn't have to them. I swore at them, and God got mad at me, and a Bible dropped down on my head. The guy goes, oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, that's awfully strange. I hope you feel better, kid. And he keeps on moving on. A little ways down the road, he sees another kid crying on the side of the road. And he goes, oh my God, kid, what's going on? What's the problem? The kid goes, I thought I was being sneaky. There was a party going on down the block. Some kids told me to bring alcohol, so I stole a bottle of my dad's stash, and when I walked outside to go to the car, a bottle of whiskey fell out of the sky and hit me on top of the head. And the guy goes, wow, that's insane, but I guess you learned your lesson, man. That's crazy. He continues walking down the street. All of a sudden, he sees a kid on the side of the road laughing hysterically. And he goes up to the kid and he goes, hey kid, why are you laughing? What's so funny? And he goes, oh, my dad told me to pull his finger. I walked over to him, pulled him, and he farted so bad he blew up the house. And that's the joke. Lol. A great person, really good at virtue. Oh God. Anyway. How's it going, Mr. Groom Booms? And hey, Bill Nye, yeah. That joke was a yes. Oh God, it's all good stuff. I like the really long story ones that ended up punchline. Those are my favorite. Oh, God. Anyway, if you guys can't tell, I've been out in the sun for a while. It's hot here and hilly in the great state of Colorado, and I'm just gonna keep on walking. Lol. Oh, of course, great timing too. So for anyone who might be new here to the channel, just so you know what we're doing, we are currently walking across the continental United States of America. It's going okay? Glad to hear it, man. We started in Boston, Massachusetts on May 1st, and we were walking all the way to the Santa Monica Pier in Santa Monica, California. The whole trek is going to span over 3,000 miles, take us anywhere from 5 to 6 months to complete, and we're doing it all eating nothing but food that you can buy at a Subway restaurant chain. All in partnership with a charity organization called Big City Mountaineers, which is an organization that takes kids and adolescents from disinvested communities out on adventures in nature in the wilderness. We are also sponsored by Subway now. They are paying for all of our food from here on out to California. They're donating $10,000 to the Big City Mountaineers charity organization, and they built us a custom made-to-order baby stroller, which is great because I use a baby stroller to push all of my gear and equipment in, so I don't have to carry it on my back. So I'll take it you didn't like the jokes, T? Lol. I think they're classics. Also, my husband farted one night and a tree came down, breaking the railing on the part of our deck back to the kitchen now. Love it. Technically, you're also walking across the North American continent. That's true. I really did sign out. I'll have to watch VOD. Got a work call after the first kid. Lol. At camp one summer, some 20-year-old told me 15-minute weedy joke at breakfast that had me glued, but was the biggest letdown of a joke, but it was hilarious. I was dying from it. Well, I remember the mood, not the joke. Lol. Sometimes that's all you need. So you just need to be in a good mood. Do you get tired of these parts walking on a perfectly straight road for miles and miles? Verark, we're in Colorado now, thankfully, which means it's not rendering for you guys because it's too far away, but I can see the outline of the Rocky Mountains right now. And that outline, man, I have my eyes glued to it, and that is what's keeping me going right now. But we went through Kansas, and when we walked through Kansas, man, we were there for literally a month, over 4 weeks, and it was just flat land surrounded by corn and sorghum and whatever the other one was, soy, all over the place, and wheat. And it was just not changing flatlands for months at a time, man. Drove me crazy. The only thing that actually kept me going, believe it or not, was how miserably hot it was. We had days where we walked out there, it was 104 degrees. In the middle of a drought, didn't rain once the entire time we were in Kansas. And the fact that we were able to overcome those hardships and that stuff, man, was literally what kept me going. It was awesome. Top 3 favorite comedians. Wow, that's a tough one. Mitch Hedberg is probably up there. You got to give it to him because he was awesome and, you know, gone too soon. I also do love John Mulaney. He's a classic. Wow. Oh my God. Who's another good comedian? I feel like there's a ton of them that I could say but don't feel quite right, you know? God, who's the one? He just passed away. I should remember his name. He played the Grim Reaper in Family Guy, but he also did like movies with Adam Sandler back in the day, and he did what's that movie where they pulled pranks on people for money? Oh my God, I'm blanking. It starts with an N, I think. Neil, no something. I don't know. It'll come. Norm Macdonald. Norm Macdonald. Thank you very much. We'll say him. You're turning left soon? No, we're walking. We're calling. That's a good one. Soy home, soy milk. Lol. Hey, Mike Lob, where are you located? Right now we're on US 10, somewhere between La Junta and Walsenburg in Colorado. Orny Adams is a sleeper comedian. Norm Macdonald. Yes, that guy's Norm Macdonald. Dimitri Martin. I have to be in the mood for Dimitri Martin's self. He has a very specific brand of humor that when I'm in the mood for his kind of like, I don't even know how to describe his humor. I don't know. His humor revolves around him acting like dumb and oblivious to everyday situations. And sometimes it's the funniest thing ever, and sometimes I'm just like, yeah, okay. You didn't include Carlin? Carlin's great. Jimmy Carr, I love Jimmy Carr actually, yeah. Jimmy Carr is a funny guy. Jimmy Carr is some of the best clapbacks to people that, to hecklers in his audience. Jimmy Carr is pretty great. He's fast-witted. Carlin's okay. Seen that Subway, the chat is promoting, no. They better not be anonymous vodka. A little turning slightly left. Yeah. We're not turning off US 10, but we are curving to the left. Andrew Dice Clay is a great comic. He's fun. Jimmy Carr is quick on his feet. That's like, Jimmy Carr is probably the best, has the best defense against hecklers of any comedian I've ever seen, which is impressive. Oh, who's the new, there's a new guy that's coming up now too. Who's really good at dealing with hecklers. I can't remember his name, but he's newer to the comedy scene anyway. Steven Wright? No. It's cool to see how Steve-O got his stuff together. That's pretty cool, Serge, yeah. Sean Locke was brilliant. I was a comedy genius. R.I.P. So between Billy and... Oh, yeah, Bill Burr. Definitely, Bill Burr is like... Talk about comedians with lasting power. Bill Burr's been around for so long. Louis C.K. Well, Louis C.K. had his drama. Just one of those faces I would love to punch. That's also fair. Louis Black was good too, yeah. He passed away too, unfortunately. Say a YouTuber, the one I'm talking about? Yeah, Zeki. He has videos on YouTube. Concerned his son was spending too much time playing video games. Dad said when Abe Lincoln was your age, he was busy studying books by the fireplace. So yeah, the Sun reports when Abe Lincoln was your age, he was president of the United States. Lol. He was known in the U.S. Good to hear he is. Great. Bert, I will say he's not super well known in the U.S. I just spend a lot of time watching YouTube videos, so I've seen him there. Sim Kinnison used to just scream at hecklers. That's one way to respond. Lol. 8 out of 10 cats does Countdown as the best show. No, you know what show I absolutely love, by the way, that is totally a British show, and I can't get enough of it watching YouTube videos, is Taskmaster. Oh my god, do I love Taskmaster with, who's the host there? I'm blanking on everything. George Carlin was good, yeah. Gary Delaney, pretty good. Bill Burr is a classic, but you either get him or you don't. I love Bill Burr, because I'm from Boston. I get Bill Burr. This Black is... Who am I thinking of? Oh, no, okay, I know Louis Black. He's getting up there, though. No, who's the one that... Louis Anderson? Louis Anderson, I think, is the one I was thinking of who just died. Greg Davies, thank you. Thank you. Greg Davies was the host of Taskmaster. And Alex Horn. Alex Horn is so fucking... He's so funny. So funny. Greg Davies and Alex Horn. They tried to make a US version of Taskmaster, but it did not do very well. It's great. I've never seen him not sitting in the throne of Taskmaster, so I don't know how tall he is. But I believe you. Well, the favorite comedians: Kevin Hart, Gabriel Iglesias. Ooh, Gabriel Iglesias. That's a good one. Carl Mencia. Oh, which brings up another point, just from the same era of when Carl Mencia was big, is Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle is such a funny guy. I never got Kevin Hart, I'm gonna be honest with you. He was a little bit too boisterous for me, I think, was the problem. Dave Chappelle, Gabriel Iglesias, awesome, very funny guy. Ben Marshall from Do Not Destroy is pretty funny if you ever watched his solo YouTube stuff. 6'8", 6'7", that's, that is so tough. How exciting, a curve in the road? Hey, Miz. I think it's actually beautiful out here, I'm not gonna lie. I'm digging this way more than Kansas. Never heard of Taskmaster, but I don't watch a whole lot of TV. Check it out, Bert. It's like, they bring on 5 professional comedians, and they have the professional comedians compete against each other, but not with each other in the same room. They each do individual tasks, and then they bring them all together on a showcase to show them all how well they perform against each other, and they get points tallyings to win nothing really. They don't win anything, it's just to have fun, but it's so fun. Just simple, stupid tasks, but some of them are so funny. It's a UK TV show on a lesser channel. I looked at photos posted by people on the Mosca Trail. This is not a Wilson friendly trail. It's 3.5 miles, a very narrow dirt trail with many obstacles for Wilson. So I looked into it, Principal Matthew, and most of the Mosca Trail is pretty wide from what I saw from the pictures. There's occasions where you get into narrow dirt spots. But Danger Jane and I were talking about it a little bit earlier. It doesn't look like any of them are going to be narrower than a doorway, so Wilson shouldn't have a problem. But if he does, for 3.5 miles, we are going to be struggling, unpacking Wilson, getting him through narrow parts, picking him up, carrying him, whatever we have to do, packing him back up on the other end, and keeping going. And it's going to be tough, but we're going to make it through there. Anything is better than Kansas? Lol. Lost, like, unpopular opinion, but I don't really get Dave Chappelle. He makes me laugh sometimes, but most of the time seems overrated. Wonder what Ja Rule thinks. I mean, I get it. Not all of his jokes hit for sure, Harrison. And I've heard that a lot of his live performances are very hit and miss. I have heard he's had some dumpsters of live performances. But most of the stuff that I've seen, like, when he's on the ball, he's a funny guy. Love Top Gear Grand Tour now, and I'm not into cars. Top Gear is funny. It's got some great hosts. One of the hosts from Top Gears, I forget what his name was, but he went on to get a second show where he just like built a farm. And that's what the show was following him in his efforts to build a farm. It's like on Channel 4 is not one of the UK's bigger channels. I guess it's a good fun show. Oh, nagging for a friend. I hope I can take you guys through it, Principal Matthew, so you guys can see like what I'm willing to go through on this trip. But I'm getting flashbacks to when I was in the Berkshires in Massachusetts, man. 3 miles of dirt roads, completely and utterly unpassable by the original Mr. Wilson, and I had to carry him, and I made it through. I was watching Sean Long's videos, misled to, and then all the shows, all the comedians appear. And well, since it was a serious car show, those guys just have a great chemistry together. Yes. The American Reggie Watts version of Taskmaster did not land. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like I want to like Reggie Watts, I just don't. Which is weird, P-Glow. But he seems like a likable guy. He seems like a guy that I want to like. I just don't find his brand of humor very funny. Clarkson's Farm Season 2 soon. Lol. Is that what it is, Elric? How's the camping situation looking for tonight? Not good, Wreck-It Rob. Just like quickly looking around, it does not look like I'm going to have a whole lot of options. It is empty out here. I learned there was a big difference between peeing in the pool and peeing into the pool, Dimitri. Hey, Doctor. Hey, how's it going, man? Yeah, we were talking about Dimitri Martin a little earlier on. He's a funny guy. Try watching Orny Adams, JFL 2017 on YouTube. Not laugh, I'll put it in the Discord. Lol. Usually after Dave Allen comedians just don't work for me, but I do like Michael Sheen and Andy Quich. Don't do it offline. Dave Allen was an awesome comedian back in the day, and Orny Adams has my idea of humor sorted in nights. Oh God, guys, the Rocky Mountains now are getting huge. I bet they're still not gonna run any room for you guys, but oh my God, majestic. I don't think it was Reggie Watts' fault either, P-Glow. I don't think they had the greatest contestant pool, to be honest with you. I also think that there's just certain things that happen on Taskmaster that perform better in British humor than they do on the American stage, I think, but that's all right. Are you gonna camp just here in some field later? Probably UNLH. I'm gonna try my best to find some sort of cover, some sort of trees or some sort of something, but if I can't, I'm just gonna have to take what I can get. I love bridge panel shows. Lol. Did you ever hear the trick candle factory that burnt down last night? Firefighters had to fight it for hours and it kept See, that sounds like a Mitch Hedberg joke more than a Dimitri Martin. That's pretty good. Just see clouds on mobile up ahead. Lol. Where's the Rockies? It's not straight ahead. And the truck's kind of blocking them now, but off to the right. That's them to the right, memers, if you can see them. They just look like sky because they're just covered in blue right now, but that's them. There's also, it looks like, a lot of rain coming down in front of them on the right side of them. Oh boy. Hey Carla, stop, how's it going? Yeah, there's definitely some rain in between us and the Rockies, for sure, for sure. But that's them, baby. Oh my God. Gorgeous mountains. Gorgeous, gorgeous mountains. This is a big truckie, yes it is. Is this uphill right now? Actually, right now, Ziggy, it's pretty flat, but we just got off uphill. It was uphill a little bit on that curve. Now it's pretty flat. It's like sketching show similar to Key and Peele. Their YouTube clips make them eat a little. Off to the farmer's market and dinner. Have a great rest of the night and hope to catch you tomorrow. Night chat, have a great night. See you later, Gecko. How too many gift subs to GTA? Not enough, Halo man, not enough. How's Colorado treating you today? It's awesome, Carla. Like I said, I don't know how well you guys can see them on the camera right now, but I can see the Rockies right there in front of me, which is super, super exciting. I actually don't even know if those are the Rockies or the foothills, to be honest with you, but they're something. Some rain, for sure, for sure. Yeah, okay, giving it a fly so you guys can see them. That's them. Right now we're kind of headed southward, but we're gonna veer and turn back, headed west again, and we're gonna be walking straight towards them, I believe. We see that rock? Lol. I gotta be honest with you guys, I was really worried today that the signal was not gonna hold up once we left La Junta. I'm actually still kind of a little worried about tomorrow, but I mean, so far, you know, knock on wood. Maybe camp at Sviga River. What I'll probably do, UNLH, is I'll probably, I don't know, walk for maybe an hour or two more, and then I'll might end stream for you guys. I don't like to find camping spots while I'm on stream because I don't want people knowing exactly where I'm sleeping in case there's anyone that means me harm in the area. So we'll probably do that, and then I'll look for a place to sleep myself. Walking towards them for a few days before getting to them. Yeah, we got a while before we get to them, Elric. Although I gotta tell you, we're much closer to them than we were back when we first saw them now. Like, they're looking a lot bigger, so maybe not as far as I think. Put it on full screen and I see the Rockies. Woohoo, there you go. Those are the Appalachians. You went the wrong way. If I had to go through the Appalachian Mountains again, Ken BDX, I would be an upset man. Or the Blue Mountain in Aussie. Fun often goes the wrong way. Looks like a big climb day tomorrow. Higher might be better cell reception. We'll see. I think I could be very wrong about it, Rick Rob, but I think at the foot of those mountains is Walsenburg, which is still like almost 60 miles away from where we are now. So I don't think we'll be climbing those mountains for another like 2 or 3 days. But we'll see. Saved me from hearing about going through the Appalachian again. Lol. If I had to go through the Appalachian Mountains again. Beautiful mountains, Elric. And I definitely on my bucket list at some point in my life to do the Appalachian Trail. Probably not until I'm like 90 years old. I'm gonna try to be the oldest person to ever complete it. But I'm all set. I don't want to walk through them again. That was a tough area to get through. If Pikes Peak is visible from there, it would be just about straight to your right. Would it really, Shabby? I think we're a little bit farther south than Pikes Peak is. But I've been on Pikes Peak before, man. 14,000 foot insane elevation and absolutely crazy. Appalachians in the fall, yes, summer, no. Depends on what part of the Appalachians. If you're down towards like Georgia, they're pretty much beautiful all year round. They're gorgeous, the Appalachians there. But up in the White Mountains, you can't beat like Mount Washington in the fall, man. So gorgeous. You're so close. You've only 3 more states to walk through and then you're done. I know, Carla, stop. I know. Colorado is the biggest of the 3 states we have to walk through. And once we're through with Colorado, Arizona is like, it's kind of big. It's about the size of Illinois, I think. Well, maybe a little bigger than Illinois. And then California is just a small This small little patch, this teeny tiny little patch. Teeny tiny. It's gonna take like maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks to get through. Oh, God. Yeah, that's true, Wreck-It Rob. I did not consider that. Walsenburg, we started at just over 4,000 feet this morning in La Junta. So in the next 3 days here, we're gonna increase by over 2,000 feet, which is over like 2,100 feet, which is a pretty significant elevation change for 3 days worth of walking. What if you travel north the US to Canada to North Pole, Poland? I'm kind of down, Harrison. I'd like to navigate to the North Pole by foot. That sounds like a fun thing. Could you have money? Gross, Anonymous. All right, let's put it this way, Anonymous Vodka Man. When I was out here, right, we drove up to the top peak of Pikes Peak, which was beautiful. But there is I think it's a tertiary peak, a peak that's much lower than the peak, that you can take a trail called the Manitou Incline, which is a staircase that they built into the side of the mountain, and you go up like, I forget what it's like 3,000 foot and 2,000 steps or something like that. And doing that, man, I was dead. I made it up to the top, but just barely by the skin of my teeth. I was dying. It was brutal. Question is, which North Pole? Lol. Hey, Fenrir, how's it going, man? It's historical records of far north people from Greenland. Not sure how close to the North Pole, though. Interesting. I want to go to Greenland, and I want to eat fermented Greenland shark. That is on my bucket list. That is an item that I want to do before I die. There is a slow-moving, thought to only reach a top speed of about 4 miles per hour shark in the ocean, or 2 miles per hour, whatever it is. Very, very slow moving. That they will often catch in Greenland, but if they try to eat, there is such a high urea content in the skin that it's considered to be poisonous. And the only way to get rid of the urea content is to bury it and let it ferment for months on end. And when it's done fermenting, it is safe to eat. And I want to put that in my body. North Pole, Norway, Finland, Latvia, Estonia, Easy Poland. Yeah. I want to eat that Greenland shark. Don't ask me why, I don't have an answer, but I do. I also hear it tastes terrible. I still want to eat it. Magnetic north or true north? I'm going to take someone that's much smarter than me, Serge, and they can tell me when I've hit the North Pole. That's what I'm going to do. We're geographically north. Magnetic north is heading towards Poland anyways. Oh boy. I've also always wanted to go to the South Pole. So when I was a young lad, when I was a wee lad, when I was a physics student at college, I was working on a project for one of my professors. And the project was based on an experiment that they're running in the South Pole called the Snow Plus experiment, SNO. And the Snow Plus experiment is a facility that they built in the South Pole that's supposed to have nothing really inside of it except for a radioactive piece of material, chunk of material. And the reason that they built this facility is they're looking for certain particles called neutrinos, which someone recently theorized is a particle that might be able to break the speed of light, which would mean a lot of things in the physics world, because Albert Einstein famously theorized that nothing can break the speed of light, and the speed of light is the constant that is the speed of light is unbreakable and you cannot surpass it, and yada yada yada. So they are using radioactive material sitting in a room and surrounding it with all sorts of sensors in order to try to detect these neutrinos, in order to try to determine what speed that they're moving at, what velocity they're moving at, and how they're being shot off from the radioactive material. So what I had to do is we made a smaller version of the Snow Plus experiment. And what we were doing is we were trying to test ways to make the sensors more efficient. Things like adding reflective surfaces so that we could get the neutrinos to bounce off of the walls and into the reflector. That way you could detect more neutrinos than otherwise, because right now the detector only pointed in one direction, and you were only getting like 2% of the total neutrinos that were being radiated off of the radioactive material, and we wanted to increase that. And it was a really cool experiment, and it's really close to my heart, and I would like to see the actual big thing, the Snow Plus one. Lol. But I don't think I'd ever be invited there unless I went back to school and got my doctorate, so we're not going to do that. Fun fact, the British had a claim to the part of the Greenland but never pressed it against Denmark. To this day, the Canadians dispute ownership over some of the area. Is that the one, Bert? Is that the island where they keep placing bottles of whiskey and bottles of maple syrup as they go back and forth claiming it? Is there Wi-Fi on North and South Poles? Lol. Reminds me of the fermented fish Carl Pilkington ate on Adida Broad. Lol. Whole swap ends every few 100,000 years. It's happening at the moment. Now understand the cause of global warming. South Pole has Wi-Fi and an ATM machine down there. Lol. Agreed on splitting the area 50-50. The dispute is over. Are you Rocky Mountain High yet? We can see the Rocky Mountains, Carla. Man, ownership, lol. Did they not watch the episode of Star Trek Voyager going faster than the light turns you into a lizard? Didn't know that. I'll have to update my trivia. Lol. Alright, yeah, I've heard of the Whiskey War. That's a good one, though. Oh, God, keep on walking. We're back into the long stretches of flat nothingness. This is my life. Oh, there's a cactus. Ooh, there's a cactus. Love it, Raw. It's a funny, entertaining show, also inspiring, seeing ignorant guy broaden his perspective on the world. Lol. Hey, that's kind of what I'm trying to do here, Harrison Jace. Lol. Except just like in the US for now. We'll go to the world after. I hear there's better service in Europe than we have here in the US. And I would like to test that theory. Mini Blazes, thank you very much for the subscription for 2 months. That is awesome of you. For my sub gift, let's go, let's go. I love it. Oh no. All right. There's plenty of good cell service across the EU, yes. I'm a little bit worried now. My phone just dropped to 1 bar. I would like to continue streaming, but I am worried about the loss of cell service. What do we have on the hotspots? TV show? Oh yeah, what's that, Harrison Jace? Oop. Hold on. Are we back? All right, we're back. Hey, Edwin, how's it going? All right. This is a tough decision. This is a tough call. What do we do here? This is a tough decision, guys. This is a tough call. Oh, I like that back emote, Bert. This is a tough call. Keep going. All right, Ziggy said to keep going, so I'm just gonna do it. On that note, I do have to plug my phone in though. We walk. We walk. Hold on. I do have to plug my phone in. Oh, that truck's moving again. That's fun. Also, for some reason, my phone just jumped up from 1 bar to 3 bars, so I don't know what's going on. But we're gonna keep on walking and see what happens, because why not? Because that's kind of like we live. Because we're rebels out here on the road. Just gotta shove that back in and hope it doesn't rain. It's probably a bad idea. What I see on the horizon. Squeeze this in there. When the phone goes away, the taxi comes out to play. Lol, that is not true. I wish though. I wish I could get a taxi out here. Signal. All right, it's back. I don't know. You guys know the drill. If it keeps doing that, I gotta stop. But until then, we're just gonna keep on walking. Hope it doesn't happen again. Hope it's just because I nudged one of the things. We must be near the edge of the cell tower optimum range. I think that has to be it. I think we're switching on to cell towers because, like I said, my phone jumped from 1 bar to 3. So if that's the case, we might just be fine, to be honest with you. We're gonna keep on walking. We're gonna see, Elric. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. Carl, stop. Thanks for the 1 bit. Love it. All right. Just keep walking and hope it all works out, right? That's what they say. Do you know you are missing the purple check mark next to your name in the chat section? It appears normally on the page in the about section, just not in the chat. Interesting. Stop nudging things. I had to, Miz. My phone was about to die. I could not read what you were saying. Hello. I'm gonna be honest with you though, Principal Matthew, man, the purple check mark is an entirely new thing to me. I don't know how it works at all. I might have to turn it on in the chat section though. I have to look into it and see if there's anything I can do. All right. All right. Hey Hey, Tin Spin, how's it going? How's she going, eh? Uh oh, my phone is going back down. It's chat identity selection. Yeah, I have no idea what that means, Ziggy. If you have a purple check, it should also appear when you leave comments, but it doesn't. Well, I know what you're saying, Principal Matthew. I just don't know if it's something that I have to turn on in the chat identity selection, apparently. It might just be an extra little thing I have to click. That's okay, I can click it. I just have to find it, figure it out. I'm trying to be better with technology, because obviously it's a big aspect of what I'm doing here, walking across the country and all, but I am so bad with technology, man. So very, very bad. I don't know how computers work. Are there any trails you can walk instead of the highway, or is this part of the deal? Unfortunately, Tin Spin, because we're doing this trip eating nothing but food that we can buy at a Subway restaurant chain, it means that the fastest way to get to and from Subways is by staying on these kind of main roads. Usually we have a lot better and a lot safer roads than the one we're on right now, because we have a bit wider of a shoulder. But this one does not give us a whole lot of berth. Luckily, it's not a very populated road. But you'll see in a few days, we're going to be on a trail called Mosca Pass, walking through the Rocky Mountains, and it ain't going to be much better or easier for us. I think you'll have to actively pick it as a custom one. I think so. Probably. For mobile app and chat, click the gear identity. Alright, hold on, I can do this. In chat, click the gear. Right? Do I have to do it not from Stream Manager probably, but not from Stream Manager, so in chat, click that. Identity, Subway Sean, badge, that one. Did it work? Boop. Using computers is easy, just need a bigger hammer. Lol. Free dot kebab menu, if not a gear, will be a global badge. I've heard them called hamburgers. Why didn't it work? Oh, it did work? Oh, okay. For some reason it's not showing for me. Worked. Alright, cool, we did it. Heard them called hamburger menus. These are all kebab menus, hamburger menus. These are all things I've never heard. Now you're official. Thanks, guys. Now I'm official. I feel special. Aren't I such a bright, happy little boy, Bert? It just feels so good inside. Lol. First, the butterflies chose me, and now I am partnered. Oh, I haven't seen a butterfly in a while. They must be afraid of the rain. Do not fear the rain, butterflies, for I shall guarantee protection. Join me. Sometimes it takes 2 messages or a refresh to see your own changes. Oh, okay. Yes, sir, Tinspin. Our next subway is going to be in Walsenburg. It's about 75 miles away from the subway we left in La Junta this morning. So we're not going to hit there for... I'm going to try to do it in 3 days, but to be honest with you, that's a lot of walking. And it might be closer to getting there on the 4th day, but we're going to try. Hey, Colt Max, how's it going? We're going to try our darndest, for sure, for sure. All right. You tent with a bunch of sandwiches? Yes, sir. So, Tinspin, I have been out here for, today is day 118, which means I've been out here for 117 nights. 36 of those have been spent in a hotel. 5 have been spent with friends and family. And the remaining 76 nights, I believe, have been spent in a tent and a sleeping bag on the side of the road with Sammys. So I go over for a few weeks and I come back to find out you traded sidewalks and civilization for a purple tick. You've changed, dude. Hey, Mr. Sky, how's it going? Mr. Sky, did you notice I gave you the, I gave you a fancy little emblem here in chat as well? You were an artist on this channel for designing my emblem. Now it's official, you're partnered. Woo! Hey, Joanna, doing great. Loving the state of Colorado so far, I gotta tell you. Congrats. I can't think of anyone that deserves it more. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. Such a nice thing to come in here with, Mr. Sky. I'm loving it. The only thing that's made official is that, well, you know, whatever. You can drop in other channels and be like, I'm partnered dudes. Lol. I'm partnered dudes. I like that. Yeah, you get a shirt with that written on it, Bert. I'm partnered dudes. Lol. Alright. So there's like this really weird thing where I see bands of sunlight to my left, like the sun is poking through the clouds. You look to your right and you just see endless rainfall. And I hope I'm not neither. Going west coast to the Great Sand Dunes National Park on the other side, is that the intentional? Yes, on or not. So when we get out of Mosca Pass, we're gonna end up like inside of the Great Dunes National Park, which is gonna be pretty cool. Great Sand Dunes. Not super intentional, like I wasn't aiming for that park, but Mosca Pass ends up being the shortest and straightest way through the Rockies for us on this trip. So that's what we're doing. Thank you very much, Joanna. We applied for it back on like May 24th and we just got it last week, yeah. I heard you tore through a bunch of shoes. Kind of, sort of, since then. We are on our 4th pair of shoes right now. We go through about a pair of shoes a month on this trip because we're doing 20 to 30 miles a day, every day. Blows through the soles pretty quickly. So yeah, we're burning through them pretty good. Oh, but I'm gonna get 2 new pairs of shoes here in the next couple of weeks. And those 2 pairs of shoes will get us all the way to the end. So we'll only have gone through about 5 or 6 pairs total the entire trip, which is pretty good. All right, Jojo. Love. Wanted to use, where's the shoe? I'll tell you what, Anonymous Vodka, I'm actually wearing their what are they called, Nike Epic React Flynet 2s or something like that. There's a whole lot of words in their name, but they're Nikes, and they did not want to sponsor us either. We reached out. How is the walking going to be though, Colorado, as far as elevation and stuff? Can't really tell from the satellite maps. So Colt Max, the difference in elevation between La Junta, where we just left, and Walsenburg, where we are headed, La Junta was at 4,000 foot in elevation, and Walsenburg is at 6,000, almost 200 foot in elevation. So we're gonna go up almost 2,200 feet here in about 3 days time, which is gonna be pretty crazy. And then I think the Mosca Pass that we were just talking about goes up to about 9,700 foot in elevation. So we're gonna go up even higher than that as we go along. So the elevation change is going to be pretty severe. There are a few rules to be in partnership on. 1, you must mark the occasion with a dance on cam. 2, you must say at least once, do you know who I am? 3, you must buy either a hot tub or some of those disgusting bamboos with jelly bean things. You're contractually obliged to follow these rules. Well, I'll tell you what, Mr. Sky, we definitely already got me dancing on screen more than a couple of times. And I don't know if you know this, but do you know who I am? I'm Subway Sean. Also, the hot tub's on the way, man. Okay, I tried to pull off the road so this guy could pass us and he just kind of like stopped. I'll take it. Now we got to get back on the road. Thanks, man. Don't walk the sponsor because you've already gone through 3 pairs, asked Brooks. I gotta tell you though, Bert, man, I was expecting to run through pairs of shoes like nobody's business on this trek, man. You cannot walk 20 to 30 miles a day every day and not expect to blow through your shoes. I've talked about it before, but there's definitely this kind of ratio you have to adhere to when you're buying things, right? You can't buy the most expensive thing of any object because you're going to destroy it on a 6-month trek living on the side of the road, you know? But you also don't want to buy the cheapest version of everything because then you're going to be out of luck and you're going to be replacing them 900 times on the journey. So you got to find this perfect golden ratio of like cheap but not too cheap and durable but not too durable, you know? It's a weird thing to walk the line. Have you or any of your family calculated the risk of you getting kidnapped by a tornado on this trip, Sean? Mr. Sky, it is significantly lower now that we're out of Kansas. We no longer have to worry about what we were referring to as the Wizard of Oz syndrome. So we should be okay, I'm hoping. Now what we have to worry about is the rattlesnakes and scorpions of the desert once we get through the Rockies. Woo! It's going to be exciting. Or the danger of a sharknado. Sorry if I just shook you guys. A cricket came flying out of the grass and just jumped into my left arm. Spooked me a bit. Oh Lord, I just pulled a street map pic and it put me at Treasure Falls. Looked brutal, a good thing it was off the road, but Route 160 looks pretty bad. Yeah, we're gonna be on 160 for a while, Colt Max. And then we're going to turn off of 160 onto some back roads to get us to the Mosca Trail, or the Mosca Pass, or whatever it's called. It should get interesting. If you're comfortable enough in them and you're happy with the attrition rate, then it's all good. Yeah, it's pretty much exactly what I was expecting. They've been pretty good. I can't complain about the shoes at all. Do you really need to try Bamboozled? After all, you've done the Subway version already, tuna meatball, and 3 lines of soft sub. Gross. So gross. It was so gross. Principal Matthew, I never want to do it again. I spent so long on the toilet afterwards, man. It was brutal. James 31. So the last time I weighed myself was in Cleveland, Ohio on day 31 of the journey. On day 1 of the journey, the night before I left, I weighed myself. I was 213.8 pounds. On day 31, I was down to 184.2, I think. 0.6, 0.2, something around there. 184. So I had lost almost 30 pounds in 31 days. I have not weighed myself since then, but I am definitely lighter than when I was in Cleveland. So I don't know what I'm at. Hey CLVR, where are you today? You're so brave to do that. Well, thanks. Right now we're on US 10 in between La Junta and Walsenburg, Colorado. Cricket has been watching the stream and sniped you lol after he refuses to even try to get weighed, just saying. I can live in ignorant bliss if I never know Miz. I mean, I'd have probably done it in boots and destroyed my feet way before now, lol. Oh, thanks, Clever. Clover. Look up Sam Vimes' Boots, Theory of Socioeconomic Unfairness. Wow, that sounds like an interesting read, actually, Pico. I'm down to look that up. So how well did the sandwiches hold up? You have a cooler bag for them. I'm guessing they get pretty mushy after a few days. Yeah, so right now we're on a long stretch where we're 75 miles in between Subway and Spin. We're going to try to do it in 3 days, but that's realistically 4 days of walking. Right? I only hold subs for 3 days. I won't hold them for any longer. But we have stretches that are longer than 3 days, like this one's going to be. So for these stretches, what we did is my family back home bought a bunch of Subway subs. They took the meat and the veggies outside of the sub, dehydrated them, and vacuum sealed them to make Subway jerky. And they sent me out individual meal-sized packets of Subway jerky that I eat in those really long stretches. Hey, Karat, how's it going? Genuine question, do you have a plan for when you are done? Once of walking and suddenly stopping could have a weird impact on your mind and body, kind of institutionalized to hiking. Yeah, so Mr. Sky, I joke and say I'm not going to walk at all after I get back. I'm going to buy a hoverboard and just, for 30 days, hover around my house. But no, I'll keep on working out. I'm probably going to switch over to a upper body strength regimen to gain back some of the muscles that I've atrophied in my upper body. Obviously try to keep the lower body up. But as far as what I'm doing for like work when I get back, I'm either going to go back to the jobs that I had, you know, being a realtor in Massachusetts or building commercial grade solar fields. Or maybe Subway wants to do something, I don't know. Either way, I know I'm going to continue streaming at the end of this as well. We're trying to figure out what it is that I'm going to stream afterwards, though. I thought about doing survival, like going out for 7 days in the wilderness and surviving for a week out there, streaming all of it. I've thought about trying to do like world record challenges, trying to break random funny records. It all sounds fun. So how do you do during the night? CLVR, we are on day 118, which means we spent 117 nights out here. 36 of those have been spent in a hotel, 5 have been spent with friends and family, and the other 76 nights have been spent in a tent and a sleeping bag on the side of the road. Chat demands that you weigh yourself at the next available opportunity. Chat makes a lot of demands, Ms. Is that the one about the how buying boots keeps you poor? Hey, Sean Flagstaff, how's it going? Big sky. Wait until we get over this ridge, man. You can see the Rocky Mountains. It's beautiful. Mind blown. You could Forrest Gump this thing when you get back. Just keep walking. That sounds awful. Heard realty is in big money. We'll see, Harrison. I hope so. His man boobs are hanging around his belly button, so he has to work out to put them back where they belong. Hey now, Miz, I'll have you know my man boobs are right where my man boobs belong. Forrest Gump's 5s here. CLVR, the day before I left, shaved my hair, or buzz cut my hair and trimmed my beard down to nothing. And I'm letting it all grow out over the course of the trip so that I can look like Forrest Gump did at the end of his trip. Please do bushcraft streams or come walk Europe and I'll join. Europe would be cool too, Mr. Sky. That's the problem when you have... Well, be careful on the road, dude. Will do. We got a big truck and a motorcycle coming at us. Electric bike would have been a blessing here. Maybe next time I saw Tara Berensen's bike in like a month. Yeah, turns out, Tinspin, that walking across the country is a lot slower than biking across. But also a lot fewer people have ever walked across than the people that have biked across. I'm looking to be, I think right now, person number 50 to have walked across the US. I'd be good with simple streams like exploring your local area and stuff too. You got a great community here. It would be good to keep us together. Oh, I agree, Bert. No matter what we do, we're continuing to stream to keep the community together. I don't know if I personally, to be honest with you, Bert, would be happy with just like small town exploring. I am a little bit about me as an individual. I am a man of extremes. I like to push myself, go 0 to 100 real quick, you know. I love to challenge myself, and I really love just experiences. I've said it before, I'll say it again. When I'm 80 years old and my family's gotten sick and tired of me and puts me in the old folks home, I want to be the coolest guy in the old folks home. I want to be the guy that everyone else comes to sit at the table with and hear about the stories of his life, you know. So I want to be able to tell them about my voyage across the country eating nothing but Subway, and the time I went out to the woods with nothing on me but a knife and a camera to film it all and fought a bear, you know. That's the kind of life I'm into. Is a camera on some sort of a wagon? Tinspin, if you type an ! pram, sorry, you're already ahead of me. Yep, it's on a baby stroller. Into the wild vibes, lol. Are you going to try to rehydrate the meat before eating it or just as jerky? Have you tried it before? Yeah, so in Colt Max, when we were in Kansas, we had about a 7-day stretch where we weren't able to get food. So for 4 days of that, I survived off the jerky, and it tastes horrible, but it's got enough nutrients to help us survive, so it works. Can't throw us away, we were too precious. Exactly, Miz. You have just broke the mainstream rule. We don't tell Sean that he could have road drove taken a train for 50, 60 days. I had fun along the way. Lol. I want to write a book or two before I die. Harrison, you better believe, man, I'm going to be writing a book about this adventure, and I would love to get some peer review in if you're interested. No, Sean, don't worry, there's no meatball tuna here. Go back to your stories. Lol. I just noticed the butterflies are gone. Yeah, I think they sensed the impending rain, Principal Matthew. Either that or I said something that insulted their mothers and they took it personally. Butterfly, yo mama is so dumb, she brought a spoon to the Super Bowl, baby. Oh good lord, who let Mr. Sky in here? You know he's allowed. He's not travel the reverse. So let's give a whole synopsis here of what we're dealing with. I don't know how well we're going to be able to see this because I am still connected to the stroller, but this is it. I also don't know what you guys are looking at, so I'm doing my best here. This is the stroller. This is the back. This is what my gear and setup looks like. Got a couple of water bottles, got the Subway branding. This is the other side of it. I'd like to show you guys the front, but again, I'm connected by cables, so I can't see. And there we go. Congrats on the new setup. Hope things run smoothly for you. Well, thank you very much. It is a huge boy, Tim. It is huge. I don't know. All right, there we go. That took way more groin flexibility than I usually have. So again, I can't get too far away because I'm tethered to it. But this is the setup we have. We have the tent in the front right here, sleeping bag on top of that, all our electronics and geared, waterproofed in the plastic bin down there, nice rubber wheels. We got the camera mounting setup up here, and then our bag with everything in it right there as well. And that's the whole setup. That's the whole shebang. His finger and his thumb in the shape of an L on his forehead. But the years start coming and they won't stop coming. Head to the ruler, they hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back seats? You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't glow. Sorry about that. Wait, what did I just stumble into? What is this? What's happening? I think I'm good for the day.
Alright, well, we usually stop and check on people that look like they may be in distress.
No, I appreciate that, man. That's awesome.
We're actually with a group called Subway 12 Lives Matter. And we
okay.
usually invite people into our home, feed them Subways and stuff. But I just want to let you know you had to use two and cow to it. And if you would, mind going to subway12livesmatter.com, looking to see what we have to offer. Give it a shot.
Okay.
We're going to give you a free gift, just for consider. Yeah, but you got a weekend.
So you must be Richie Slammer then.
I sure am, buddy.
Nice to meet you.
You drove
How is there more uphill? Hold on. Feeling like a freak on a leash. Can I do a foot-long Italian herbs and cheese? Yeah, I'm currently walking across the country.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Oh, no kidding. How'd you hear about it?
Someone told me about you.
Oh, no kidding. I was going to give you a business card. Here, yeah, look at that.
Thank you so much.
No problem. That's awesome.
I'm surprised. I didn't think it was real.
Oh, no kidding.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I left yesterday. His finger and his thumb in the shape of an L on his forehead. But the years start coming and they won't stop coming. Head to the rule, they hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back seats? You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't glow. Wait, what did I just stumble into? What is this? What's happening? So let's give a whole synopsis here of what we're dealing with. I don't know how well we're going to be able to see this because I am still connected to the stroller, but this is it. I also don't know what you guys are looking at, so I'm doing my best here. This is the stroller. This is the back. This is what my gear and setup looks like. Got a couple of water bottles, got the Subway branding. This is the other side of it. I'd like to show you guys the front, but again, I'm connected by cables, so I can't see. And there we go. Congrats on the new setup. Hope things run smoothly for you. Well, thank you very much. It is a huge boy, Tim. It is huge. We're doing it. We're doing it. Hey, look, another police officer. Oh, I think he's coming to talk to us. Yeah, he's definitely coming to talk to us. Going well. How about yourself?
We just got a couple complaints on the road.
Oh, I'm trying to stay off the road as much as possible, yeah.
That's the only thing I'm here for.
No, I appreciate it.
I know you're moving it pretty good, so yeah, that's all I want to tell you. There's nothing else. Just
Okay.
be careful. Once you get past here, once you get to Eureka,
It opened. Gotcha.
We drove by you, so he called me up and he's like, hey man, gotta go check, you know, because we're a group of believers and we all live together
Okay.
and share everything together.
Sure.
Like a community type thing.
Yep.
And but we're actually believers and we believe in the Bible and stuff like that too.
Gotcha. Cool.
But he's like, yeah, he looks like a nice man. You gotta go talk to him, see what he's got. So I jumped in my vehicle and came out here to see what was going on.
Hey man, yeah, I appreciate that. No.
Yeah.
Cool.
I would invite you home, but
Yeah, I appreciate it, but yeah,
you're
in the middle of the trip.
thing that you're doing, but
I'll take that. Yeah.
if you ever get tired or anything, check out our website that's on here. It's a little thing about us,
Okay.
and then on the back here we got a little website over here. And any of the
Walk. The camera angle makes it look like you're in a wheelchair with a. Oh goodness, Britt. Nope, just pushing a stroller. Just push. Get that out of there. That's my foam roller, my leg roller. Can I do a foot-long Italian herbs and cheese?
Okay, Sean.
Yeah, I'm currently walking across the country.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Oh, no kidding. How'd you hear about it?
Someone told me about you.
Oh, no kidding. I was going to give you a business card. Here, yeah, look at that.
Thank you so much.
No problem. That's awesome.
I